for my style and identity. Better bounce back and get the cheddar cheese. I guess that's why they envy me. On track, now we gon' way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Way up, pray up. On track, now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going. On track, now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going. I got his band like I'm Barry Bonds. Running through the money, but the money's long. I don't love it, but I need it, keep it coming on. Only friendly, me and friends, we don't get along. I put that on my name, that I put them on. I put myself on stage as they sing along. I might book a session, do 100 songs. I'ma let you hear them just to prove you wrong. On track, now we gon' way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Way up, pray up. On track, now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going. On track, now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going. Now we going. Now we going. Now we going. up, you can't ignore it. I'm transforming now these cars and planes, I'm always boarding. Just out touring down in Charlotte like I play for Hornets. When I'm performing, never boring, now you can't afford it. Champagne Perrier, finish friends on my face. Looking like I'm from the deep, these no Cartiers. Pockets deep, 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 bro. I can make it in my seat, bro. Do you, I'm doing me, bro. Making noise, use a peep, bro. Whoa, I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa. Neighborhood on the scene, neighborhood on the strip. Neighborhood be the name, neighborhood no crib. Neighborhood that's me, neighborhood that's Nick. Neighborhood do the dance, neighborhood do the dip. Okay, thought I'd never make it like no way. I'm the real deal, no role play. My days off, that's no days. No, I hustle hard, young rose. E be the shooter, that's cold case. Those on the deals, that's brose. Got no pay, don't no say. Okay, this the new tell 'em read it. Been the one since a fetus. Don't sleep on me, Tempur-Pedic. That's a no. Spending dope for no reason. Got a ball head, Mr. Cleaner. Heard the big bags overseas, then we gon' go. Whoa. I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa. I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa.
Ultimate not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Juby and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Blast going to trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can! He's for Kaplan!
The opposing opponent peeking out from garage, could move to position, but the second opens up, and immediately two down here as AV strikes first, and then strike quickly. Almost all of Kid falling apart. Smith coming here for the upper short. Striker J gets a triple, but to get a quadra. And
shot, and now you have to deal with three more. You get one through the smoke, but triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill.
Welcome back, everyone, here for another week, another night, another day, another set of matches to go on here for the day here in terms of Valor. It's another Pit of Valor. You know the drill. You know the deal. We're here. We're sitting on another 99 point, whatever it may be now. I'm pretty sure we're 99.6 going, keeping it strong, keeping it steady, keeping it consistent on week-to-week basis. Thanks to Community Gaming. But all things said and done, at least in terms of introductions and obviously where we're standing, you know who you're looking at. You're looking at the best mind probably in Tier 2 Valor can offer right now. It's going to be Vincent and myself, which you can give me whatever title you need. In the meantime, just know the name's Mick. And we're going ahead and hop into this first match where we get the likes of Legion, Black, and Godset right out in front of us on the map of Haven.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. And listen, we'll get to 100. We promise.
We will.
We're just we got to milk you for all it's worth. That's the reality, isn't it, Mac? We love to do a bit of trolling here, don't we?
We definitely let the tease around a little bit. Trolling is I want to say that's almost a standard at this point, regardless of who we're dealing with. But I got to say, around these parts, we definitely do like to draw things out a little bit. And even then, I mean, it's not just a personal thing coming around for the audience. We're trying to draw it out. Even then, we do want to make sure it's as big and extravagant as possible. And even then, so we want to make sure we have the right sponsor so we can put out a bigger prize pool and have possibly more teams in for 100, because it's been free entry for the entire time ever since the conception of this. So we want to make sure to offer as much opportunity to as many people as possible for what we could do as this big extravaganza we got going on.
Well, speaking of opportunity, it's a great opportunity to see some Valorant Haven coming up, and I've been told that teams are rearing to get started, so I think we're going to be getting into things relatively shortly, which should be a whole lot of fun. It's been a minute since I've been on a Pit of Valor, and I'm excited to be back, especially considering that we get to start out on Haven here. Mick, I've been doing some watching over at Champs. I don't know if you saw the game earlier today, but man, I feel like Haven's just a whole lot of fun right now.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you on the exact same page. Haven is a big twist up. We're seeing teams not really have one side of the coin that looks stronger than the other. It just looks like an outstanding map across the board. We're getting a lot of diversity, a lot of variety in terms of rounds, and a lot of strengths and weaknesses on both sides of the field. So I want to say, in terms of how the game's been playing out, especially with the introduction of Fade, who we're already going to see Zane going ahead and putting himself into, I mean, really just the entirety of the agent pool that's available on this map has felt to become much more wide open. We had a meta where it almost felt like it was super strong on the defensive end with that Cypher and with the Astra on the defensive side. And then even then a little bit of a twist up now because Breach has been a little bit stronger there. Chamber's been introduced to the game. And ever since then, it's been a little bit more of a back and forth to see what really could find any continuity. And that just hasn't really presented itself yet.
Yeah, indeed. And well, I think we're seeing, it's hard for me to call like what the meta is, because I feel like you were just talking about, it's been hit or miss. Like some teams go for one style, others go for a different one. But I think Godset's currently rocking with what is maybe more common just by a slight margin with this Neon. Bringing back the Astra has been the case for quite a few teams as of late. And then, I mean, you can't, I feel like Chamber is still a must pick despite some of those nerfs that had come through just about has it been a month already? It feels like it hasn't been, but I think it has been that long, which is crazy to me, but here we are.
It just feels a little skewed because it wasn't in during the LCQ, which I think a lot of people were kind of keeping their eyes on the North American region. So, I mean, that may be something that kind of messed with their heads a little bit, even though it was definitely live within the game. So, all things considered, though, looking at the compositions, talking about controls, we've mentioned Astra a little bit. Omen's going to be coming out for Evolves, and that's something we've also seen come to light a lot more here recently. Omen's looked very strong, hasn't had really too much impact in that From the Shadows, at least on the attacking side, but that's been something we've seen since the beginning of Valorant in the days. Nobody's really gotten too crazy with it. Just uses it more as like spike rescue mission tool and really nothing else. But one thing I'm excited to see more importantly is going to be Godset, seeing how they can manipulate Neon more specifically, find a way to make that playoff Zan, and whether or not they're going to find any real post-plant setup kind of efficiency when it comes around to those situations on the rear end of the rounds, because they don't seem to have all that much. They're not going to have all that much damage. I mean, Purge, you get the paint shells. I mean, you got the Chamber who can play off the Torty Force. Obviously, Breach is on both ends of the coin. But, I mean, I want to say that Omen, I want to see that impact come through, especially on that attacking side. Because on defense, it's going to be the same game and the same name that you typically know. Just throw out those smokes, create a little bit of a stall, create off those sight lines, and cut them off. But, I mean, there's plenty of room to go ahead and surprise us here today. And as we get into the first round, we now have an opportunity to see that come to life.
Yeah, it's going to be some quick investigations in towards the C site. One goes out, basically clearing out a couple of angles. Great! Oh my goodness, Zan! That's a quick double kill to deny any re-entry. Legion Black trying to dissuade Zan from this angle, but it cost them not only time, but 2 players.
Yeah, big exchange is already on the board, especially considering we had that spike down. I'm talking about the post plant. What are these teams going to do? They have nothing with the Breach. Maybe they'll raise here and there, but I mean, even that's on the defending side. So that's why you see the attackers already coming out on top. As players are picked off, you don't have too much of a re-entry there for the likes of Legion Black. So Godset end up taking out that first round. But I mean, they get themselves a force to work with. They get themselves some extra weaponry, some extra money, and they're seeming to invest it pretty aggressively already. Hero going for that Phantom, looking to rush right in, and Zan with the Vandal as well. So a little bit of investment already coming here into the game, and hopefully able to carry over into that third when you do see the rifles come out from the side of Legion Black, but then they should have themselves an outstanding result, at least right here in the current moment.
Yeah, and obviously Zan was the big heavy hitter in that first round, but I think this map and this game in particular, I think a lot of this is actually going to come down to how good this Neon looks and what the Rays can do up against that. So keep your eye on that duel or those two individuals. 4 players have pushed their way up towards long. 2 on the defense of this. It's going to be Zan to continue to do the good work that they started out in that first round. But considering the investment here, Vic, I mean, I think it's pretty good for Legion Black. They've gathered a couple of kills. And, I mean, if DJ even gets another frag, then I think that I'd be loving what I'm seeing.
Yeah, can definitely cut down a couple players here. I mean, we still have the big gun still inside the hands of these Godset players in a 1v3 situation, but I mean, DJ has a lot stacked up against them. Sure, he has some headhunter shots available, so that can go ahead and make work of maybe 1 or 2 more, considering those shots also land right there on the Kade. But, I mean, you need some more. You want to find one of these players knowing that these are the 3 big guns still available. If you can kill 1 more player, that's going to be 1 less carrying over. Because you're not worried about those Spectres, you're not worried about those pistols, you're not worried about those Saints. You're worrying about the big threats on the board right now, and you just can't cut that last one down. So that's going to be Zen closing up that round. Make sure it goes with the 2-0. The Phantom and the Vandal do survive, as to be expected, considering they're going to be the MVPs of this round as it stands. But the next one out, 4 rifles coming through from the side of Legion Black. This is where you actually start to see the game really start to pan out. Get to see these defaults, get to see this utility coming to life. But speaking of life, there's not too much of it. We have a lot of half armors on the field.
Well, I did really love what I was seeing there from Legion Black on that first, or I should say that anti-eco round. It was very good to see them aggressing along together, just kind of adding that additional threat. That's something they're willing to do, even on an eco round. I think it makes a lot of sense, and we're seeing a lot of standard utility being thrown out. That was the paint shell, the C's, along with the nebula, all being invested in towards that long area. And as per the usual, that is going to be a very imperative area of the map. You have to make sure that you're at least fighting for that. If you give it up for free, then, I mean, that's just something that Godset are going to take advantage of every time.
It's a big war of attrition already over towards A main every single time in a round, because if you don't see the attackers making sure to keep their eyes on that, make sure that it's the first thing on their checklist, that's the main area where we see a lot of defending teams like to rush through and kind of flip the map on its head, get that aggression towards spawn, and find a free couple picks right off the get-go, and even then create somewhat of an alert impact or maybe a flank to come through. But there's no flanks right here right now. It's just pushing onto the seaside. It's nothing but aggression out of Hero, and it's a done player already out. So 1-for-1 exchange goes onto the site. Godset's going to get that spike down. Not too much of an impact in that just yet, but still, kills are on the board, and they're almost flawless, except for that one that they got initially, as Brazy's going crazy and only needs to get 1 more to close this out.
Yeah, and I want to just circle back to that thought process that we were talking about, you know, the Rays versus the Neon. And though the Rays didn't really have a chance to do too much into this round, the Neon really made a lot of space there, using the fast lane to get into that site, gets insta-traded, and Brazy is able to take advantage of that space. It's going to be the quad kill even for Brazy to shut things down. And normally you're looking at the chamber and you're thinking, okay, star player with the operator, but the rifles sure look strong in Brazy's hand right now.
It most definitely does, and even then, I mean, talking about that Neon versus Rays impact, sure, heroes are going insane, 1-1-1, but you're doing your job. I mean, that's the big thing to me is I don't feel like game roles really matter all that much in terms of map roles and what you need to be doing for your squad, and we see Godset doing exactly that, setting themselves up, Hero pushing in through that fast lane, as you mentioned, and that's the thing about fast lanes. You want to swing into the middle. You want to find that free pick. You want to say, it's clear down here. Problem is, you're going to probably have 4 players looking down that lane, backing up that Neon, and isolating that combat to where you're just kind of not going to win that whatsoever unless you find a nice little shot there in the middle. But, I mean, all things kind of factor in here. Legion Black need themselves a little bit more of a solid hold, and that's why they're already going ahead and popping down this timeout to say, what can we do in this situation? Why are we already down 3-0? That rival round was supposed to be the one that we win, and there's just something here that didn't work out. And I want to say it was probably the choke up from that second round. You had so many rifles still present within the side of Godset, it almost felt like a full buy round from both sides. And you're starting to say, well, what can we do in situations like this? How can we create a little bit of stall? How can we make sure to slow them down? And I'm not seeing enough initial investment in utility out of these squads, at least in the controller area, to say we need to make them regret these decisions.
No regret for Godset, that's for sure. We'll see what Legion Black has to answer that. There's a aggressive mid play coming down from Legion Black at the moment. All 5 players have moved in towards mid, but this is such a standard round right now. Godset not being too aggressive. They're playing very default. They're looking for aggression, and it's just a matter of time before Godset actually find the answers here. Zan nearly caught out. Could have been a little scary, but is ending up getting the kill even through the wall. Crazy chiming in for one more, and it's going to be a rotation. Legion Black might have gotten at least something out of that, but it is going to give Godset all the info they need to walk straight in towards A.
Yeah, opening up an immediate call for the rotation there, getting to the back of the map, and then taking full control of the rest of the map as well, moving all the way to spawn. You know the rest of the players are, of course, right in the middle towards that courtyard section, so you know that there's a lot of leniency here. You can not only take control of just that site, but you can kind of move yourself out towards that entire third of the map is what's already going on. But with a full hold onto the site, the retake having to come through for Legion Black, and nothing but a single gun compared with all these pistols that are still there working with on an individual level. DJ has that headhunter, which is a little bit better, but 2 players to work with here in spawn, and they're going to find that free pick to work with. So Godset just has to make the call of who's over back towards A main, and that's going to be these 2 lurking players. More importantly, the Omen and the Rays, but there's just not much they can do. Purge is on a stance towards the back, towards spawn now, trying to find a couple more kills, but can definitely make the round expensive, but not one. So that's going to be a 4-0 lead coming up for Godset. Legion Black still looking for some influence on the board, or more importantly, a point on the board thus far, but they just can't find it. Maybe this could be their opportunity.
Yeah, commanding scoreline thus far, that's for certain. But you know, the other side of that is, I think we're 4 rounds in, and it's just no one individually has been able to step up for Legion Black. They haven't necessarily had those individual moments like Brazy getting that quad kill in the first gun round, or Zan on the pistol. It just hasn't been there. So an important time for that to change. So we do see an operator pulled out. It's going to be posturing. Nightfall is out here at B. It's going to maybe buy some entry, but Purge is ready and waiting. And DJ, here's that operator. He's getting a little bit baited, goes for the shot, and has to rendezvous away. So Legion Black, they've had some chances, maybe, I think you could call it. The start of this round, they haven't been able to take advantage.
Well, this could be the exact moment they're looking for when Parker swings out a little bit of a flash and gets 2 kills to back it up as well. So that's one heck of a hold towards Garage. Just a nice little stall there, considering that the spike also gets taken control of. You're just looking for the rest of them. There's Purge with the backup, looking to find that space towards the middle of the map, and able to go ahead and close out a couple more kills. So now that you know where Brazy is, he's already closed out a 3K in the game so far, but he's not going to find another one. Instead, it's going to be Purge. Now with 2 rounds back-to-back on these 3Ks, able to manage the first point on the board for the likes of Legion Black, and 3 ultimates to work with to get themselves 1 more if needed.
And that's, I mean, it just got done talking about it, right? Like, the individual is coming alive, right, for Godset. Now it's Legion Black starting to Purge, doing the deed, doing some impressive damage in that gun round, or that eco round prior, and then taking 3 more to confirm this round. Of course, they're not out of the woods yet, Nick. This is still an economy that is very much alive and kicking for Godset. Not only is their economy working well, but they have a tour de force if they would like to use that. And I do think that there's a possibility we could be seeing the Rolling Thunder come in a round like this one as well.
Yeah, I mean, it most definitely could, and that'd be really good for a retake situation as well, considering there's one on both sides of the field. But, you know, it comes down to that timing and whether or not Godset even feel like they need to use these resources. They found themselves such a consistent lead so far, knowing the kind of utility at their disposal, that they do actually end up using a little bit of that to get themselves on the side. So, still a 3v3 situation. You find the Nightmare coming on the other side as well for a little bit of a retake, or just for somewhat of a stall for this decay to come into effect. But there's no real stall of the actual spike going down. There's control of C. They're trying to fight for evolves, or at least get a hunch that the man is nearby, but I don't know if they know that he's really there. He's just lurking about, waiting for that spike to go down to take these shots, but he doesn't even need to do that. That's already Dad getting 1 more, shut down Brazy, and it comes out of the 2v3 situation, just really waiting on this trigger to be pulled.
Kaide in a bit of a weird spot here. Sort of can't go for the reload because of the
30 seconds left.
Positioning of the defenders. He's going to have to fall back just a little bit, and the aggression going to be dialed up to 11. Zen is able to at least bring back 1, but look at the HP. Zen in a very tough spot. Rolling Thunder already used in this round, and there's only 10 seconds remaining. Kaede has to find their way across this choke point, but actually the operator allows it to happen. The fake on the plant, swing wide, trying to get another gun out, but that's not going to be effective. It's down to 2, but Legion Black take another round. It's 2 on the board for them, 2 in a row as well. And I wanted to mention that the setup that they had over in Garage was really neat, because that Nebula was set up perfectly to counter out the Haunt. It was very well done, and it just allowed for Purge to pull out the showstopper and aggress as soon as he hears any information.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, God's had already going ahead. I mean, sure, that was there possibly, and more likely the actual players, and kind of getting that coverage and cutting off those sight lines as the controller's initial job is to do. But I mean, even then, having that double duelist kind of situation, able to have that double whammy, that Swiss Army knife situation where you can get more out of it, more value, more kinds of utility and uses for that exact button than you really expected. But if we're talking about something you can expect, and more importantly, something you can expect, is with this flank already coming out to the middle of the map. We're looking for Legion Black to find themselves a little bit more influence. Knowing that the push is probably coming towards A, there's been no real huge push towards C yet. You get no Prowler intel right going into spawn, so you're saying, all right, it's got to be A, we need to set things up. But even then, there's still a lot of eyes towards the C area, which is really going to make this whole difficult for this A side once we see Godset pull the trigger and really get themselves running on.
Well, see, the big problem there is that, yeah, Legion Black had a lot of early info by pushing down mid, but they invested so many resources into that area that they really didn't know if C was being taken or not. And so for that reason, they had to re-clear all of that area. And it really made it so that Legion Black didn't actually know what was going on. Now Godset, about 30 seconds on the clock. They have their pick. It looks like the pick's going to be C. Going to set up the wall, that cosmic divide, and allow the entry with the relay bolts as well. 5 players still living, as the plant should be going down shortly.
Most definitely could be right there out in the open with the cover of the Tour de Force that you're saying, all right, things are looking good here for the likes of Godset. A 5v5 retake situation. You have a hole right there towards spawn as well to go ahead and check that hole, that little bit of a flank coming to the A side. If it really does come to life, it is not going to be there. It's going to be a full retake situation. The Rolling Thunder comes out, but there's nobody on side. Everybody's stationed up in C-Long or in the middle looking for someone of a flank, and you're going to see all the util in the world being invested right here, right now. Bullets spraying, smokes coming out. You call it, it's on here, and Purge is already coming out with 2, looking for a little bit more, smokes galore, and stuns, whatever it may be. But the big thing that matters is getting that defuse off, and that's exactly what Legion Black does. Enough throwing out the counter in, enough to really create that stall, lock off some players on the side, and you find yourself a very scratchy round, I'd say, but thankful to get one nonetheless, especially with Purge closing off those 2 in Garage.
Yeah, and once again, Purge just makes the difference right there for their team. It's just such a strong position to be able to get that double kill. Those 2 kills, like Godset would have been able to deny the defuse if it hadn't been for those 2 kills from Purge. And I mean, that's what the second time in a row that Purge has really been the catalyst for a round victory. It's really put Godset in a little bit of a tougher spot. They still have some weaponry. They're not poor by any means, but it's not perfect either.
I mean, yeah, you could say catalyst, you could say kindle to the flame, but honestly, I think this guy's just straight heat right now. I mean, he's looking outstanding. I mean, finding plenty of these multi-kill rounds. Sure, it took him a little bit to wake up for these situations to really be kind of a little more spotlight-ish, but I mean, able to go ahead and play this on the defensive end, not even really having to fight for control, not having to blast back into the fray, not having to get all antsy and overextended here and there. You're just holding your angle, you're feeling patient, you're feeling good, and you're hitting those shots. And that's something you don't get out of a lot of duelists. Instead, they wait for their moment. They wait for that spot to go down and say, now's my time to shine. Having a little bit of a differential here, that's something that Legion Black could definitely work off of. They can play the game slow. They can wait for this spot to go down because, I mean, they got all the time in the world. There's 40 seconds remaining. Zen gets a couple of hits off from himself. Brazy does find an exchange there for C-Long. But, I mean, once again, it's these holes and these exchanges, and there's a lot of it going down throughout the map where you're seeing it's a 4v3 situation, but Legion Black still have a lot of health to work with in each of those players. And as I say that, there goes Zen as well.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Zen. Zen thought he had Dag caught dead to rights, but it just was not the case. Rotation, though, it is an even scenario. There's a 3-on-3 brewing, and it is going to be the plant for Zan. who was the architect of that opening over towards C long we saw in the early round. An operator, though, in the retake, difficult to say the least. Of course, DJ does have 8 bullets in the headhunter, but all 3 players coming from the same angle. I wonder if that is going to be a factor or a problem for that matter. Let's look at this double stack. It's going to be a crossfire setup, and it's going to be hard to anticipate the 2 players in this position, as it is very abnormal. Here comes that haunt. It's going to deny the information. The C's keeps them in place for just a moment. Legion Black unable to move forward, and so they move back 1v1, but Parker connects all the shots.
All it comes down to, I mean, you mentioned these players really going ahead and stepping up. Parker, the second one on the leaderboard for the likes of Legion Black, able to go ahead and finally step in these clutch situations, getting themselves something to work with. So, I mean, it's points like that, it is times like that where you're thankful that it's not only just the top of the board, but it's starting to fall down the line as well. Everybody's starting to pitch in a little bit. Everybody's starting to earn their keep here, and they're actually doing it, making sure they can maintain themselves in even games. So 4 for 4 is going to be the exchange on the board in terms of rounds, and that's also going to cause Godset to say, what exactly happened here? Things haven't looked too hot for us. We've been making a lot of approaches here, and I can honestly say the one thing we haven't seen out of them so far is early aggression, early control. They haven't found themselves across the map. We've seen them waiting for these last like 40, 30 seconds on such a consistent basis again and again that honestly, I think with their composition, it doesn't allow that kind of deal. You have 2 initiators. You have Neon, the fastest player in the game. You have to make sure to get on these sites and make sure to make the most of that time. Otherwise, you're just giving up more control for Legion to work with.
Well, but it's not like they're sitting back on the laurels. I mean, they're taking map controller. Godset, it's pretty darn solid, their default. It's just been hit or miss whether or not they've been finding those openings, and it's actually the mid rounds, in my opinion, that have been the difference maker, and it has been purged in a lot of them. You know, that double kill in the post plant, the triple kill that we saw, and then the clutch up there from Parker. Like, all of those are not necessarily problems in the early round. It's just that Godset are losing out in those late engagements, and I mean, it's hard to say what the particular problem is, but I'm just happy and excited to see a little bit more because Legion Black, they have stepped it up big time.
Need a drop.
Yeah, I mean, even then talking about the aggression, I mean, you talk about the mid rounds and the post plants, and honestly, we have to see Godset find more control towards spawn. I mean, if you're looking at games earlier today, looking at Zeta Division on that prime map, DJ, excuse me, sorry, with the old Knockerooski, able to go ahead and get that first one here for the round off that operator. But back to the original point, they found themselves control and spawn. They looked to get aggressive. They knew what they had at their disposal, and they wanted to keep on pounding into the problem again and again and again here. And they wanted to push into spawn, take control of the map, and set up these roadblocks. We haven't seen Godset too much of that. I mean, Legion Black are really stepping up in kills right now, but even then they're creating these holds, giving up that space that you can't really overextend, but you do need to make sure to kind of alleviate yourself from the site once you get that spike down. And there it is. They ain't able to go ahead and get a gorgeous shot off. Nightmare towards the spawn, get that intel, let you know how many are back there, and see whether or not they can get that rotation towards Garage to get themselves a couple more.
And I love this garage control that Godset are putting on display. They realize that this is where they lost it last time. Parker, though, Dad, both of them finding some entry in there. And the Nightfall going to come back at the other direction. It's going to mark them out. Kaide is available just 1 versus 3, and Dag taking the time to dispatch with Zen. Godset once again in the late round fall apart, again, based on losing out in that control of Garage.
Legion Black, they get themselves one more to work with, and more importantly, they get themselves a lead now. The first year in the game, and more importantly, one that I don't see too much really handed to Godset, because Godset, I mean, they found themselves in top-tier situations again and again and again when it comes around to being here in the Pit of Valor. I mean, they're consistent contenders here. They found themselves in a lot of these different events on just a week-to-week basis, and they usually get themselves to the quarter semifinals. So for us to go ahead and have a little bit of I'd say a real contest on our hands initially, Legion Black is stepping up. And sure, it took them a couple rounds here, more just 4 specifically, but for them to get a lead now and lose it, or really just capitalize off for DJ there. These first shots and these first bloods and these little engages, these tiny peaks are really starting to cost them a lot more as we're seeing this operator really come to life.
Yeah, that's the second time DJ's had that sort of impact in the early round. Parker only going 1 for 1 though. It's going to give the chance for Godset to put this spike down on the floor. Of course, playing defense of it, that's been the hardship, the difficulty the whole time, and that Prowler makes it even easier for Purge, adding on to the double. It's down to simply Brazy, who had a magical moment earlier on, but that magic is done. There's no more.
Most definitely isn't. This is looking, depending on what side of the coin you're rooting for right now, it is looking outstanding for Legion Black. More importantly, is looking a little bit unfortunate for here in Godset. As you mentioned, these post plants, they're not really looking all that good. There's these individual efforts coming more and more into the game. Everybody's going to keep themselves relevant in this matchup. DJ not really on the top of the leaderboard, but for the past 2 rounds, able to get these first picks off with an operator, saying that I have an impact no matter what. You can't sleep on the board. You can't really just look at that alone. You have to look at the order in which these kills come through, and that's where he finds himself in first place just again and again. So looking at now, a new round, a new day, even then, new utility, new econ that you have to really manage as well. That's going to cause Purge to throw out the showstopper and go ahead and shut down that approach towards A main. So it's already just influence like that. Even if it comes down to investing in ultimate, it's looking good. You finally get the exchange off of your God set, but you're losing map control now, as you know that you're trying to rotate around towards C, and you got to just win this foot race to get there, and that's exactly what they do. And you have to figure out now what to do once more in these post-plant situations towards C that we've seen them lose so much.
They may have won the race, but at what cost? Down by a man. And it's going to be a Rolling Thunder to bid entry here. There is a chance to return back that favor, and it will be. So basically everybody on the map stunned out. Everybody playing passively. Aftershock gonna buy some time, but Dag's moving away and around. Kaide has to try for the flank, but it was only good for one. It's Purge again on the quad, and this guy has just been so consistent. He opened up around with the showstopper, found the mid-round kill there on B to deny, I think it was the Chamber that was trying to go for the B lurk and deny rotations. That has been dispatched by Purge as well, and then 2 kills on the retake. How do you stop this man?
And that's a darn good question to ask, because I don't know if anybody's really got the solution just yet. I mean, if you're on the side of Godset, that's the one thing you need to figure out first if you're going to do anything. This man on the retake on so many different occasions has been, as I mentioned, not the heat, but now the actual fire, the entire flame just burning your entire setup down to the ground. Able to find so many kills so quickly, so easily, that it makes it almost seem effortless. As you now find yourself in a negative situation, no matter what the half really comes to, you can only get yourself 5 as this is the last run of the half, and there you go. That's a pretty good start there. In exchange, we see the attacking Chamber win that out. Brazy setting things up, Hero pushing on the side. We see 2 kills in favor already on the get-go for the side of Godset, but they're quickly exchanged out by Parker, who's here and ready to rumble.
Parker once again making some big moves. Now Purge comes alive, gets enabled by all of the chaos engaged on that site. Of course, there's still 2 players left and remaining. Crazy on the flank, but he's been dispatched so fast, and Purge for another. Dag, what a read. Brazy, I don't know what happened or what gave away that he was on that flank, but I don't know how you expect that. Tour de force on the Chamber, and he's on the flank, which, I mean, is a little weird in and of itself, but how does Legion Black know?
I'm not quite sure, because, I mean, I think they honestly knew that, okay, he's probably holding up. When we saw that kill feed light up there initially, that he's going to be holding up towards C long there with the operator. And
you would assume.
You see the control. There was just nothing there at all. No shots rang out. They kind of gave you no real intel to know where they could be coming from. That, I mean, I think it was just somewhat of a hunch there, if anything else, or just maybe divine intervention towards the back of the head. No matter what it is, it results in an 8-4 half here for Legion Black. And, I mean, they found themselves an advantage, and they ran away with it. I mean, look at the situation on the board. I mean, 5, 6 defuses back to back to back, and you see the first 2 of those are just closed out immediately by kills. That it shows that going here in the rest of the game, that Legion Black, they're winning in the frag department, sure, but Godset has to at least have somewhat of a hold now and find enough early impact to really create this exchange here that's going to make it worth it. So, I mean, now Legion Black going to be on this attacking side. They found themselves easy control for retakes, but can they really replicate that to get on the side initially and keep the hold as well?
Well, got to do the same thing, but backwards. That's what I always like to say. Brazy lining at least one up, and the close range second shot is good for a second. Looking very strong. Kaide now stuck in a little bit of a tough spot. The aftershock's going to force them out into the open, and Parker is one to answer. Legion Black being bailed out by Parker many a time, this being one of them. It's down to just 2. But DJ still has the ghost. Might be blind, but very strong utility there from Godset. Hero doing a phenomenal job of using the relay bolt in order to ensure that nobody can actually deal with how quick that Neon can close the distance.
And even in this where you sort of create a little bit of a safety net for yourself, considering that Legion Black and you want to win these first 2 rounds of your God set. You feel super desperate to make sure that it can happen, but when it doesn't, you're really left scrounging together a game plan, saying, do we force things up now? Do we fight a little bit more for the game? And honestly, this force is going to work out for him, possibly, if Legion Black doesn't find these right little lineups, these amazing shots to work off of, because God set's the ones who actually bought here. Legion know they have so many rounds of leeway, such a big safety net under them, they can afford to lose this round and still fight the next, knowing they were winning these rifle engagements on just a consistent basis, round to round, just again and again. So, I mean, I really can't blame them. If they hit double digits, they're going to have this game signed and sealed. But if they lose it out, they have nothing to really worry about because they got plenty more game to go regardless.
Yeah, I love the decision not to go for the force fly in a round like this one, considering the dominance of those gun rounds. Zan started out the first half very well and seems to be doing that once again. The Haunt up top, cheeky little spot. He's going to give the info to Zan. Blinded though for the meantime, unable to connect, but Hero blind, no problem. Continues to find success. 3 frags there for the Neon. And speaking of the Neon, let's check in on that duel that we were talking about at the outset, right? Neon versus Race. Like, who's going to have the bigger impact? And, well, it really has been Purge, just on the frag department in particular. But for me, it's been Purge because of how many different areas we've been able to see them get aggressive, even on that defensive side. We just saw, the showstopper finding opening picks. We saw the blastbacks allowing them to get into these early spots, and we haven't yet seen that from Hero. But speaking of which, a little bit of that here. A relay bolt to maybe deny any sort of fast re-aggression.
But also, that's not too much of a consideration right now. When you look at what Legion Black's called for, they're not even fighting per se. They're just trying to see if any more of this utility can be invested as necessary. So they're waiting for the go-ahead for this B plant, looking to see if they can find any kills, or more importantly, shots to the smoke in the meantime. When you have all these assault rifles to work with, they can get as many bullets downfield that they need, because they're just fighting for control. They're pushing through. They're having reads on players that you can't even see as they're shooting the rest of them, that it's already a 5v2 before you blink. And Godset are just scrounging together for at least any intel, any information, as Hero can swing out 5-1, but a very quick exchange comes through as Legion Black went out the round and get themselves to that esteemed 10, as they only need 3 more remaining.
And they do, and DJ chiming in for a triple there as well, stepping up on the chamber roll, something that we had talked about before, really starting to look good with the operator, but now with the rifle as well. But Legion Black in such a good spot right now. And I think this kind of goes back to the mindset that we have been seeing from Godset. It's the passive mindset versus just the idea that Legion Black have been consistently putting on display, that they are willing to take space. They want to take additional space, and they will push until you stop them. Godset, well, they haven't been able to stop them.
Find you.
No, simply haven't, and I mean, this is the time to do it if they're going to. Knowing that they're sitting on this 10th round now, knowing that things are starting to close in on them, I mean, their space is getting less and less and less. They're getting choked up. That's also happening inside the sides as well. There's no chance for a retake right there. You already lose 2 players. You have no duelists now to get this free entry, but you do have 2 initiators, so you have to make sure to get these blinds downfield. You have to get these stuns off. You need to do something, or you at least have to find some kills. But Purge is making that extremely difficult, locking things down, saying you're not pushing out from garage. Nobody's back in spawn, because we got the hell down as well. The only option you got remaining is to just run away with your tail tucked between your legs and find us 1 round closer to just winning this entire thing.
Yeah, double digits going to be confirmed here from Legion Black and Godset. Just locked out of the site. No question about it. And there's just no way for them to get back in. Once that had been taken, it was the Rolling Thunder. It really was the difference maker there from Legion Black to start things out into this round. They took that initial swing towards long. Nobody was aggressing, and so they just pushed that advantage all the way down until they found not only 1 but 3 picks in towards the site. And Legion Black, it's just so strong from them. I don't know what Godset can do here to revive what was a strong start, but despite winning both pistols, they're still down by a factor of 4 rounds.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what they can do, especially in a round like this, where you already saw it in the last one. They were looking to save. They were trying to save as much money and guns as possible. Zen's the only one who carried something over. So it's going to make things extremely difficult knowing that Legion Black, they saved that second round. Whatever goes forward now, they're just winning outright just by brute force. And you can see it right there. The Neon, the overcharge, tried to have an impact on the field, but it just didn't really occur. It's already a 4v3 situation. Godset are finding a couple kills here and there, but I mean, when that's your one Vandal that was in Zen's hand, and it just kind of goes away immediately, you get one picked up towards spawn by Kaide, but it's also shut down as well. So no matter what, 1v1, rifle v rifle, doesn't matter what player it is, because that was Evolved up there on the closing kill for round 11. So it's not a Legion Black. They're just winning it across the entire board. And Godset, I think, honestly, I mean, retakes aren't working for them. Initial holds aren't really working out for them. I think, honestly, they just kind of had to play it quiet and go for an all-in approach somewhere. But it's a little too late to figure that out and really be in this experimentation phase.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little too late, I agree, to be testing the waters with something like that. Look at this early utility there from Purge to get away and get through all of that early util thrown out, right? Dodging out the fault line and everything. Very strong. The Nightfall going to follow up there, just to be sure that some of those angles are cleared out. And it's Godset once again to try and play retake. Of course, they have everybody alive this time, so maybe that can be the difference maker. And the Nightfall is prepared to do just that.
I mean, honestly, if there's a time like any, it's right here, right now. You have yourself the 5v5, you have the guns to work with, you had this initial kill to play off as well, so you need to make sure this closure comes through everywhere. You check all the corners and you find all the shots, and that's exactly what they're doing. Already in a 2v4 situation, Godset's looking for more, but Evolves makes sure to find the first, and EJ's looking to clutch things out with the Tornado Force. Third! And that's a clutch coming out in the 12th round. You're looking at match point here for Legion Black, and damn it, they earned it.
What the hell was that? That was incredible from DJ. That second shot especially so phenomenal. You just don't see that every day. The kill to confirm and deny the diffuser as well. I mean, that was close. I think there was maybe less than a second on that one. That was the time that he had in order to clutch that one up. DJ might have had a slow start, but that operator, it is friggin' true. Legion Black and DJ in particular, Godset now, how do you recover? I don't think you can. Limited weaponry for them, and they don't even have a group of ultimates that they could throw into this round either.
You see them, they're kind of concerned. Even then they hear the showstopper, they say, I mean, no matter what happens here, last thing we need to do is just give her that first kill for free. Let's see if we can try and get the bait out that ultimate, see what we can work with there. But the only real gun you got on the field is Crazy with an operator, and that's not going to be good for a retake situation because Parker's already found one with Zing. You lost your flashes, you lost your smokes. You can't cut anything off anymore besides the likes of heads, and that's, I mean, already kind of done by Legion Black. They find themselves a flawless close of this game in a 13-6 manner, and they find themselves shutting down Godset here within just the first round.
Yeah, I mean, talk about fireworks there at the end of the game. DJ doing some phenomenal work when it came to the clutch, and it was a situation, I think, for Legion Black where they were not losing. Whenever they needed to retake late into the round, they were always connecting the shots, and it was just very well coordinated, and it didn't seem to matter what Godset had available to them. They just couldn't make it happen. And it's hard to kind of put my finger on exactly what was going wrong with regards to some of those, because it seemed like even when Godset had the good positioning, when they had Crossfire set up, it was still being dismantled. So lots to love from what Legion Black were showing, putting down a heavy hitter early in this Pit of Valor.
Yeah, and that's huge here, especially for Legion Black, considering you talking about it. I mean, what could they have done more, honestly? I mean, it was an 8-4 half. We saw Legion Black have those 8 rounds. I mean, all in just a single strand of itself, that you're kind of at that point. If you're sitting in Godset's shoes, who, as you mentioned, are heavy hitters inside the Pit of Valor, they just are in a mental hole saying, well, how do we get here? Hopefully it's a new half, a new day. Maybe we can bounce things back. You get that flawless on the second round, and you're kind of happy that things are starting to look right. But when you see nothing but classics laying on the ground and you don't see any return fire really coming through, you're saying, Are they toying with us? Are they setting up for something bigger here? And I mean, that's the game plan. You know it's coming out. You know what's going to be coming next. And you're saying, this is where we have to cash in on everything. This is the real round that we have to win, because we went 3-0 earlier in the last half. But I mean, here and right now, this is when we really, really need it, because what if they just go on that big streak again and end up winning the game? And that's exactly what they did. Legion Black found control of the map. They were able to get aggressive again and again when then it was necessary. But more importantly, the patience was also a big thing there, because we saw Purge, and even then, I mean, we saw the backups out of the rest of the team as well, not really looking to fight too aggressively. That they didn't even have to use utility in some of these fights to win them. They just swung out. They knew the timing. They just kind of took in their surroundings and made the most of the opportunity.
Now they did. And well, they're going to continue to have opportunities as they move on. We'll be headed to round of 32? I can do math, I swear, yeah. But not on broadcast. We're just going to leave it at that. We're going to be searching for a next matchup to come. That's going to be here in a few minutes. We'll see you in just a few.
To the bank, like, laugh it to the bank, like, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s. Laugh it to the bank, like, pedal to the floor, need no brake lights. In the dark, watch it make light. I'm a star, got no stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm type 5. I be waking up when you go night-night. In a different zone with the time. Laugh it to the bank, like, ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank, like, yeah, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s. I get it up, flip it and continue. I've been going dumb, I've been going mental. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like I'm metal. Little this and this, little Rick and Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm her Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, yeah, take a pic. Laugh it to the bank, like, go. Laugh it to the bank, like, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s.
Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Yeah, alright, okay, we get it. No contest. Wait, surf's up, nigga. The world been dying, days is number, check the climate, I'm sick of it. Fuck the harebrained scheme to get the riches quick. I played a long game with serene scene and I whip this quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't know? This shit not just for the show, but bet you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me, blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked, the master keeping on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother, told my truth. I shake that fake shit, they praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Oh, this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating and talking and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claimed belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that shit not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody bras us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex with loot they pay to play my shit back. Ain't no way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, shit I done paid the cost. I'm all in on me, lil' baby she agrees, she really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a fuck about me. You don't even know nothing about me, tryna force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic, I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, well maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important and let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on themselves, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see me losing.
Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me. Want you to grow with me. Want you to grow with me.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone in progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone in progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all in my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and doubt on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something. Pressure, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone in progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, big been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming.
coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch. I'm broke if you ask it. Don't gotta sell a Mosialis flawless. Broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest. Do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, did it like the Porsches. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10, yeah. Drippin' Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Bendo with the switch again. Boy deliver like he happening. Go with digits, give him estimates. Summer sauce for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Been Papa, word the G, baby. Look, labs till I'm finished. Had a handful of lemons through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. Know this isn't what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the fam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, head not to peace. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my abisu. Came through trippin' Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin. I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block upon the aura glisten. Foreign on my body, that's a Gora linen. I came through trippin' Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios.
I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Yeah. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Okay, I'ma hit for 20 off a laptop. In a Zoom meeting, making money is my backdrop. Ballpoint base hit harder than a slap shot. Flew out my baby, told her run me like I'm Epcot. Whoa, I've been doing road on the go. Get a bag and flip it, that's for sure. Yeah, for sure. That was never talk about nothing. Turn it down and go get you some money. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Eyes on the money, my brothers got my back. Streets moving funny, so I been holding strap. Not playing defense, we been on the attack. Plotting and scheming, how we gon' get it back. Designer all on you, but you can't buy the swag. No Miris, those foo-foo, I see the tag. You can bet if I spending this, cause I get it back. I'm 5G, your dollar, I can see the lag. All I ever wanted was to have it all. Got close, never froze, had to risk it all. As a little boy, I wish I was a little tall. Never made the league, I found other ways to let me ball. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing in. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing in. Time to run it all. I wake up. Yeah. I wake up. Flex. Thumb down now. Check. No drip this. Wet. Time to run it all. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Time to run it all. I wake up. Flex. Thumb down now. Check. No drip this. Wet. Time to run it all. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Time to run it all. 9 out of 10 roll through my hands, I'm by my lonely. Turned to a savage, now my baby wants to hold me. I love my fans, don't need no friends, I got my homies. Thought I could trust you, I find out you tried to zone me. I'm number one up on that court, I'm Nick McGrady. The first one in, the last one out, can't call me lazy. Put in my hours, send the invoice and they pay me. I need 6 rings like MJ and Tom Brady. I wake up, flex, thumb down now, check. No drip this, time to run it all. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch, time to run it all. I wake up, flex, thumb down now, check. No drip this, time to run it all. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch, time to run it all. Y'all gon' make me take that trip way out to Europe. I call up Nigeria, come through in a hurry. Those London boys don't come to play, you should get worried. One false move, find yourself, they getting buried. Dance with the devil, used to love playing those games. Made some bad decisions that brought my mama pain. I made a promise to her, swore that I would change. I'm on the come up, bet I live up to my name. I wake up, flex, thumb down now, check. No drip this, time to run it all. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Time to run it all. I wake up, flex, thumb down now, check. No drip this, time to run it all. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Time to run it all.
Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
I'm on my job, I get it done, but you should know that. Shine like a sun of 101, you should know that. I get the front and in the back, you should know that. No need to stun, it's never cap, you should know that. All I know, 10 toes, never fold, bang roll, on the go, ice wall, ice wall, ice wall.
Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
I miss my baby, so I hit
them on the FaceTime. I need it all for them, so no, I cannot waste time. Facing these oceans, feel the water on my waistline. We trust the process and I only know it takes time. You can get it. Got no worries, I'm gon' make mine. Going global, I'ma get it out the state lines. Paying taxes at a more than what you make now. Different bracket, eating off a different plate now. For my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in. I get it in, I get it in. For my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in. I get it in.
Talking to my mirror like I love you so much. Curving on my critics like I heard you, so what? You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. Tally all the I ever gave on my head. Lately I've been living like I can't take a loss. They ain't wanna help me, that's what made me a boss. You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. We don't give a that's what they don't understand. I'm back again like flu season, I broke records while loose leafing. I'm coming down my roof, leaving. Don't give a I don't care. Did the by my lonesome. No wonder now I'm on one. No shortcuts on that long run. All I really want is my share. Get him, I got him, I told him it's nothing. In the discussion, got them feelings, I throw all my pain on percussion. It's disgusting. I hear them bragging about that they did, and it do not move me, not in the least. They ain't been dropping no seeds in the soil, but swear that you on my spot at the feast. I've been on go mode, showboat, rowboat, wave ride. Cool shorty, too naughty, pool party, wet for the face ride. Annie up, penny down, hand me down, thrift store, old drip. New money, too funny, old shorty, talk about old. I'm on they now, can't get a pass now. I'm a cash cow, keeping it brash now. It's trash now, I'm a spaz out. I've been killing my lows and living on highs. You see in the skies the proof. You could just see in my eyes that there is no lies. I cannot disguise the truth. I've been duck dog, getting in my new merch, colored duck sauce on the new couch with my Chucks on. Get the on with that hate. I'm big cool on the small chat, cause I know now that I'm all that. Got a hawk guy on the ball cat, get the out of my face. Talking to my mirror like I love you so much. Curving on my critics like I heard you, so what? You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. Tally all the I ever gave on my head. Lately I've been living like I can't take a loss. They ain't wanna help me, that's what made me a boss. You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. We don't give a that's what they don't understand. To the bank like go, laugh it to the bank like I got it in tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds. Laugh it to the bank like pedal to the floor, need no brake lights. In the dark, watch it make light. I'm a star, got no stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm type 5. I be waking up when you go night-night. In a different zone with the time. Laugh it to the bank like ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank like in it tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds. I get it up, flip it and continue. I've been
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Pit of Valor. We're moving on to the second round here. The round of 32 is where we've already cut down half the teams. That's how brackets work. And even then, what also works is the way this day is going on. We got ourselves another matchup ready and revving to go, which is going to be the likes of Goblin Tribe and Outlast. So two squads that I personally haven't heard of. But the map we're going to is one that I've seen a little bit too much, or I think, honestly, anybody has. We're going to Ascent. We're going right back to home up in the sky, and we're going to see what kind of action can be dished out on a much smaller map than what we saw in Haven, but still a little bit more contention nonetheless.
I'm excited to get things going onto this one. And yeah, listen, I haven't heard of the name Goblin Tribe, but I've definitely heard of some of the names here. Ogre being one of them. The other is Rickabonkers. Seen this guy over the course of the last 2 years all over the place. Been a fan for a long time, so I'm excited to see him play once again. It should be a good time. Outlast, can't say that I have had a lot of experience with them, but that just means I'm ready to be surprised, ready to be impressed, and I'm ready to get things going. I really hope that we're going to be seeing some more operator play on Ascent. We saw some really spicy stuff to close out our last map from DJ, especially that triple kill clutch. It's going to be sticking in my head for just a little bit longer. Can't get it out of there. So I'm excited to see a little bit more of that, especially considering, it's Ascent. Come on. It's where the operator loves to play.
Yeah, even then, I mean, it's really where every team loves to play almost because of how much we just see this map in general. So, I mean, I'm excited to see what exactly we could get on Ascent because, I mean, here recently as well, Ascent just always comes up. It hasn't showed up a little bit more than Haven, more importantly, but I mean, honestly, it's just because it's a much more diverse map. Again, it allows for really anything. It's a lot smaller. It allows for everybody to really shine. That even then, one agent that we've seen specifically not really shine too much when it comes around to the map of Haven is KO, because that nice shirt covers areas, but the smaller the map, the more impact it's going to have. And that's where we really see him start to come to light here. I mean, on Icebox as well. These are kind of the two maps he really starts to just be the impact player, be that one agent that's a little bit of I would say, a foundation for the squad, kind of playing that duelist role. But I mean, there's so much you can do here. We saw the Rays in the last map. We saw the Neon. Neon isn't really nearly as good here. We don't see her nearly as often. But, I mean, this is where Jet can come out. This is where we see teams actually say, you know what, Reyna may be good in a 5v5 situation. Even then, this is also a really good map for Phoenix as well. So Lord knows where we could go with it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to love, and yeah, with those scene exchanges relatively recently, we've been seeing a little bit more of them. So I think that things are going to be looking good. Just waiting, excuse me, on everybody to get ready up, and we'll be getting going. But before we do, real quick, shout out Community Gaming. We wouldn't be able to be here without their help. They've helped us grow the Pit of Valor, and make sure that you check them out, communitygaming.io, for more information on their tournaments and events. They have events and tournaments of all types, well, in a whole bunch of different games. If you play it, they've got it more than likely. So definitely check them out. It's communitygaming.io.
Yeah, and I mean, even then, they're the ones, more importantly, who knocked this up from $50 a week to $250. So I think that's just really that much more impactful to know that not only here is on the production side of things, wanting to get these shows to look that much better, but even then, as I may look pixely right now, I'm a little bit of a hypochondriac, but still, I mean, just for the prize pools alone, for teams competing on a week-to-week basis, they want to have a little bit more on that line and a little bit more of a reason, of an incentive to get themselves not only just to the point of contending for it, but also to have themselves a little bit more of a bigger reward. But to get to that point of reward, we're going to get to the grand finals. We got a lot more games to go and a lot more agents to select in the meantime, as we already get to the one here for Ascent, and we already see some getting locked in as well.
Yeah, you talked about that KO, and we see a couple of KOs already locked and loaded. Rickabonkers going to be on the fade, and it's looking like a pretty similar composition. And actually, as I say that, UConn, that is a little different. You don't tend to see a whole lot of Viper here on Ascent. I feel like that is definitely a big difference, especially considering we're seeing the Hunter. Okay, this makes a little more sense. UConn was just trolling me. We're going to see the Astra. This is a mirror matchup. This is what we were expecting. This is normal.
Yeah. This is what we're looking forward to as well. I mean, in situations like this where we always like to draw these comparisons, draw these lines back and forth between characters and agents, those are just kind of thrown out. There's no comparisons in that matter. It just comes down to a difference in what we can see in terms of impact on a player-to-player basis and who's going to be that much better. And even in which team has just that much greater of a mind and can really set something up across the field and really make a setup, or even then set up somewhat of a cross or an attacking kind of a layout that just looks almost impenetrable. So, I mean, there's gorgeous moments that we can get from situations like these and agent selection screens that look exactly the same on both sides of the coin. But what it all comes down to, and where we really find ourselves getting a lead, is these pistol rounds and the setups and the kills, and even then, more importantly, the kind of differentials we get in the armor and the buys. As we already see full ghosts for the side of the attacking, and for the defensive, nothing but classic. So this is something that we're not really typically used to, because a lot of frenzies have been coming out here recently, and even then everybody has a different taste for what they want to get on pistol. We never see that much continuity.
Yeah, I mean, that sort of brings, I mean, you've mentioned frenzies, like back to the old frenzy meta, right? Where like everybody was getting frenzy all the time. Like we really haven't seen that continuity since then. Seeing it here. It's going to be a quick entry though. This is very nice shooting there by Freight. Gonna trade 1-for-1 despite being in the gravity well. Catwalk overtaken, and Ronin and Hunter do a good job, but it's not good enough as Outlast fall. It's Goblin Tribe to start out this first round strong with the victory.
Yeah, that's a quick little closure there for the likes of Goblin Tribe, and more importantly, showing that the Classic, you have two modes to fire. You have that right click and the left click to rely on. You get a little bit more diversity, a little bit more of a versatile kit to be working with, or a versatile weapon, more importantly. But speaking of versatility, this Spectre's going to fill in a lot more gaps and at least probably get a lot more kills in the meantime with the full armor across the board for the likes of Goblin Tribe. And Outlast still Hunter up to buy that Sheriff. So you're looking for some impact, you're looking to make the round expensive, but you're more than likely probably going to lose it. So let's exactly see how expensive they can make it. And already, just not really giving too much of a shot.
Yeah, that's a spicy meatball right there. Quick headshot. Now Alex, finding a couple of freebies through the smoke, as picked up a triple kill. There's just one man left, and well, True is going to be moving in towards the rendezvous. Quick 1-2, and Ogre is dispatched with one as the final kill comes through. Outlast starting this out down by a couple, but it's a very fast 2 rounds, and it's already the guns in hand.
I mean, in situations like that, though, you're just kind of happy you let the round go as fast as possible, and you're thankful that they kind of rush it down, honestly, if you're on the defending side. And when you have those Spectres to work with, you want to make sure that these rounds don't get all that weird, that you're not having to scrounge around for kills, start hunting down players, and then maybe walking into some crossfires or some right clicks you didn't really expect, quite honestly. So just to make sure that you're going face to face, and we saw Alex get those 3 kills right off the get-go, it creates a strong start here. But what needs to be strong is this 3rd round, more importantly. We got to see some kills. We got to see Outlast get themselves on the board. Otherwise, this may be somewhat of a repeat from the last matchup, just accept the massive turnaround we saw after round 4.
Here.
Already a lot of utility, or I should say, players invested in this mid control from Outlast. But Ogre took that space, took the angle, but he's getting dispatched with entirely too easily. Outlast now with the man advantage, able to move in towards the B site. It's going to be one man. It's Rick Bonkers on the site to play defense. I'm going to take the first duel. You connects it. A little bit long term on that second one. Falls eventually. Goblin Tribe now working from a disadvantage of 2.
Yeah, most definitely already looking at the 2v4 retake on the side of Goblin Tribe, trying to close things down, and more importantly, trying to find some impact on the side, knowing that there's a good, pretty cross there to work with already. It's a 1v3 still, so you can cut one of those players down, but with nothing but a Sheriff and a Spectre to work with, we make things very, very difficult to find these angles, and know that Outlast can be holding aggressively enough to really win out these battles with. But you got a Spectre, they know what you're dealing with, and they're kind of afraid to push up on any of these angles. They want to hold these long lineups. You can see right there towards B main on site, kind of hanging around towards Boathouse. You don't want to overextend here. You don't want to make your life difficult, because you know that Clickshift's probably going to kill himself there in the end, but it doesn't matter. Ronin goes ahead and gets that kill. One more ult point towards that cause divide. But more importantly, a round on the board here for Outlast to work with to show that they're not going to go 0-3, and they'll have something to work with here coming up, knowing they still got plenty of money and all these resources to play with once more.
And it all starts with Jason on that opening pick in middle. Like, yes, lots of investment in that area. Ogre goes for the re-aggression, gets a little confident with the headhunter, but can't connect the shot. Allows for Outlast to go for that mid to be split they were looking for. But it is not over yet. Goblin Tribe, they not only have an operator into this round, but they have a full weaponry to back it up. Everybody on the buy, they worked the bonus last time out, and this time it's not going to be just one player invested in mid. Alex is here, has a flash drive to at least buy some space and time.
I mean, time is of the essence right now because there's plenty of it, at least for this attack. He's got to get that spike down. But I mean, you got to worry about these kills and how we're already 1 for 1 here in the round, considering how little we've had of it to look at so far. So full mid control to the side of Outlast thus far. I mean, finding right down the middle, trying to look for some plays and spawn, but they know once they found that control and fought for it, they can't really just switch over to A immediately. They have that spike over towards the B side, so that's kind of a big consideration knowing that Astra has it. You don't have a Neon. And, I mean, Poppy doesn't have it either, just kind of snap his fingers and get somewhere else in the map, because that rendezvous isn't really stationed in I'd say, a power position, just right there towards a little bit of a safety area. But speaking of safety, Yuki has absolutely none of that. They were in a smoke, getting shot up, sitting at 30 HP, not having any heals, and Rickwalkers also get shut down as well. So this is going to be a pretty easy plant for the side of Outlast here. It all comes down to the retake situation, and we see Goblin Tribe not really having too much to work with.
Same is true from Outlast, though. They've just used a lot of their utility already. There's not a lot to hold this back. Hunter going to be the first to take this duel. Has spotted out one. But it's going to be Poppy to dispatch with Ogre before he can even get around the corner. And now the question is, do you even want to go for this? So 2 versus 4, sure, some low HP, but I think the save should be on the cards, and I think it is. It's just going to be exits. That's what the ideal solution is, and UKIN's not going to get any of it. Quickly dispatched, and it's down to just the 1 click shift. Once again, the final nail in the coffin of this round from Goblin Tribe. Outlast have equalized 2-2.
Yeah, big 2 rounds here on the board for Outlast. Even then, more importantly, these post-play situations. Sure, they invest a lot, but they find so many kills in the meantime. They honestly just kind of put Goblin Tribe in a place where they don't even want to fight for that side again. They always have to come up with these decisions, come up with a new game plan, because so many resources, so many players, so many heads have already been robbed away from them that they can't really even come up with something when the time comes around. And even then, they can't come up with a buy in this round, more importantly, as they're sitting on a lot of sheriffs and a lot of hope to find maybe some really, really necessary kills. But I don't know if that's going to come out quite too well, considering the Hunter's already posted up towards spawn, finds the head of Ogre, and says, you know what, I'm not even here for this. I'm just here for the kills. The spike is going over towards the A side, and it's going to be wide open for the likes of Outlast to take once more.
See how wide open it is going to be here with that man advantage already confirmed. Hunter use the double satchel to get into the site, but hey, nobody's home. Free and open for the plant. Jason gonna do just that. It's a rotation of massive proportions with 2 players coming in from the flank. They're gonna find the trademark, so Poppy should have the information, should know that there's going to be a player here. I don't know if they're really set up for that, and actually, they're not set up to go for this. This is simply for exits.
And honestly, I can't blame them. Knowing in a retake situation, you have nothing but sheriffs. You're trying to save a lot of these utilities. You don't have to invest that extra money towards something else. That it's a pretty safe call for them. But you can already tell that, safety isn't really the name of the game for Rick Blonkers. Looking to double check if anybody's up towards heaven. See if anybody will push towards spawn. And there you go. Flipchip can manage one in the meantime and not really have much room for another. Jason can still get a kill just by blindly running and shooting. But there's the closure. Only 1 player taken down in the meantime. But Outlast still a very, very dominant round for themselves, and Goblin Tribe, not really much to work with, knowing that they can buy the armor to back up those sheriffs. So a 3-2 lead now in Outlast's favor. 3 ultimates to work with as well, and we'll see really what they can dish out with that, considering that Goblin Tribe is right back on a high, really trying to find some relevancy here.
Finding relevancy. I really like that. I like the way you put that, Mick, because it really has been 3 rounds of irrelevancy for Goblin Tribe. They just haven't been able to do much of anything. And I don't mean that, to be rude or anything, but it's just the reality. And it's going to be a very fast aggression in here. Oh. Somehow Ogre doesn't get found there, and Rick Bonkers helps out through the smoke. It's Poppy down. This has been a massive hold, just getting those 2 kills, and despite the trade, it's going to be Goblin Tribe with the advantage.
Yeah, most simply will be already even the Nightfall going right back towards the spawn. Outlast looking for any kind of decay or until they got to work with knowing that they're in a man disadvantage, that they're trying to get the edge wherever they can. But it's gonna make things very difficult knowing that Jason's in the back, finding 2 more. Outlast. Just when things looked a little bit down in the dumps for them, they find some light, they find some damage as well to capitalize on with this. You can find one, it's already a tied situation now, but it all comes down to whether or not we can see Outlast find these necessary kills, because Ronin gets one more. The last player you know is probably going to be a pinch play. You don't check for respawn, and you look towards the catwalk, towards that main area, and you find the shots and one more to work with. Outlast. I'd almost call that a clutch if it wasn't a 2v2, but I mean, it was an insane situation nonetheless to turn the tide to give themselves that lead when they needed it.
Yeah, Outlast making the moves, and they recover as well from the early disadvantage. It was, listen, a lot to like, I think, right? Outlast pick up the pace where they have been relatively slow. It's not like they haven't been pacey at times, but it's been mid-control and then go from there. Basically every round, very default-esque. That time, they just go straight for the B hit initially, use the ultimates that they have at their disposal, and they use them well. It's very intelligent, but it doesn't work out, but they're able to bring it back anyway, and now it puts them in a great spot. Now that spot could be problematic, especially if Ogre can be the stopping power. Is pushed back though by the Prowler, and it is going to mean that Outlast have made their decision. They're going to be headed towards A, but is that the right decision? That Prowler gave away the position of Ogre, but Ogre's the only player sitting at B. There's 4 ready and waiting for this push at A.
And the most simply are, so that's going to make this that much more important, that much more kind of hectic, consider that even then there's not the best guns to work with. Once you get these players closer and you have these holds, that's when you get that necessary damage that creates the stall, slows things down, but just not enough for Outlast and this full force on the side they got going on. I mean, look at Blonkers over here on Outer Gen trying to find kills, but Ogre's the one finding that success, at least for one, and finding an exchange. So this is a 1v3, not the best odds to work with, but you still take one more down. So Outlast, they come out on top, they win the round, they get themselves a 5th, but it was definitely an expensive round, but not really enough for it to matter considering they won so many back-to-back to this point in time.
I should probably
and here it is. It's going to be the pause coming through. Like, 5 rounds in a row, I understand why you go for this pause. If you're Goblin Tribe, we sort of saw this situation happen before with Godset, right? Like, they won the pistol, they got the pistol, the anti-eco, and then just lost round after round afterward. They too went for the pause. It wasn't helpful for them, but I have a feeling it's going to be a little bit different from Goblin Tribe because they have been playing very well when it comes to their adjustments. This is a very dynamic defensive side already. We saw how they were 4 players strong on the A side. They had the read the whole time. Outlast just hit all the shots. They were able to trade themselves effectively onto that site. So Goblin Tribe did the right thing. They just didn't hit the right shots.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. I mean, honestly, Goblin Tribe, they're looking good here. They find a lot of good opportunities in these rounds. They're kind of creating some light in the dark and making some hope really possible here. But the problem is they're not really lining things up. They don't have too much to play off of their crosses. I mean, they kind of get some kills on site, but it's never the even exchange for kills that you need. I mean, it's always that one point in time to where if you're in these clutch situations, you got to make sure the 1v1s are being won at that point, more importantly than the opening kills, quite honestly, because otherwise you can have these turnarounds. You can have these exchanges that come out in your favor because we saw it. I mean, 2v2s, 3v3s, they become 1v3s almost immediately because of Outlast and what they're pulling off. But speaking of it, there's a 1v1 finally going ahead, even exchange across the board, slowing Outlast down, giving Goblin Tribe more time to really bring something together, but they're going to come together on the A side. That was a little bit of a mistake. Not too much plays towards the B side, knowing that it was more of a Trojan horse. And you already got players overextending. Poppy once again winning that 1v1 with the rendezvous, able to just go ahead and say it was nothing. 3v4, you got to get back on site. You got to get that defuse down as well. We're just going to make it more difficult when you lost. So you're initiated.
Yeah, that is, I was going to say, honestly, it might be time to save anyway, but that certainly suggests to me that it is save time for Goblin Tribe. Outlast, with that kill towards the top mid, it is just dominance. Absolute dominance that we've been seeing, and I can understand why Goblin Tribe feel a little bit tentative at the moment. It's because they're just getting smacked around when it comes to these site takes, at least for the majority of the time, and it seems like Outlast are only gaining confidence, right? We saw Outlast start this map off being relatively passive. They were playing their default. They were getting mid control pretty much every time. Once they were able to take mid control, they were able to find a pick off of that. They go to a site that they thought was the right decision, mostly that mid to be split, right? Now, it's been very much early round, hold for some aggression, and then just go straight into a site. And they have not been failing.
And every single time we even see Outlast able to go ahead and kind of stretch their wings a little bit, kind of overextend, or even then not overextend, just kind of check the ground in the middle of the map. That's been a big consistency I've seen, and a real big trend of them that just again and again, they push it in the middle of the map. They say, all right, well, no matter what, we're just playing towards B or right. We already have the spike somewhere else on the map, but we want to see if anybody's going to be there and prepare for the laugh around. And that's never the case. I mean, look at it. Once again, pushing right in the middle of the map. Nobody really there to keep eyes on it, keep it contested, keep watch for it. Sure, smoke gets thrown down, but I mean, that's not really the big scheme here. You know that there's this big vulnerability you can manipulate at any point in time. That's exactly what they do. Pushing to spawn, that's Hunter. And now you're really confused on where these guys are at because you have a smoke covering things up. Ricka Blockers gets one. We see Ronin making an exchange, but Outlast, they still have the man advantage and they're moving onto a site with it.
There.
Advantage gained, continued, but Yukine could be the one to stop that from happening. Oh, but Hunter denying 3 kills from Hunter, and Poppy dispatched with the player underneath heaven. This is just dominant. There is just no way around it. Outlast have been flawless since the pistol and the second round. Goblin Tribe, I gotta wonder, like, the question I have, Mick, right? It's like, what exactly is going wrong? Because Goblin Tribe, it's not as if they're playing in bad spots. It just seems like they're on a bit of an island at moments, right? There's no trades coming through.
And that's kind of exactly what I was mentioning earlier, is that they're not finding themselves those even trades. They're not finding that correct influence that's really going to go ahead and give themselves an edge. Instead, they're just kind of trying to fight things out and hope for the best. It doesn't seem calculated when they're looking for these picks. And even then, they're giving up mid a lot. But, I mean, they're giving up the site right now because it's not really the best buy for them. They don't have much to work with, so we can't really freak out on a round like this. But knowing that, I mean, they're still able to find something now. Ricka Blockers on that purse, it's good, but what would be better is on rounds like these later on, when you have the rifles, when you have all the util in the world, you see a little bit of a standstill. They're even then, when they have nothing to lose, they still don't want to pull that trigger and really get racing.
Well, it is going to be a race for victory here at Goblin Tribe. Oh, they had the chance. Of course, that chance has been denied. Alex now the last to give this a try. 1 versus 2. And there's not enough time. He's just going for exits.
Can't blame him. Came into this round with absolutely nothing besides a couple pistols here and there, maybe some SMGs, but you go ahead and exit the round by making sure that everybody has to pay their price. And Outlast now sitting at 8 rounds, and all of those strung together in a row. They're not worried about it in the slightest.
Mick, yeah. Who the hell cares? So, I mean, like Outlast, they got money for days. They're not worried. They don't have a problem. They could all die again this round and they'll still be doing well. That's how good their economy is right now.
And that's the thing, right? I mean, once you get to this point in the game where you have nothing to lose because you got it all, that you're not really worrying about it. You're just trying to exchange all this money, throw it at your problems, and say, do we at least get a round out of that? Yeah, sweet. Okay, we'll just do it again because we got the string going on right now. Goblin Tribe, they're the ones who have to really kind of get desperate here. They have to go for something crazy. They have to really change something up here. And I think this mid-influence is really going to set a tone here. I mean, you see that it's slowing Outlast down a little bit. They fight for
look at this
control,
util, though.
Clear, man. But already, I mean, Ronin finding that kill, Hunter following up as well. But I mean, the fight probably occurs in mid, but it's just not one out.
Well, and Hunter forces the player in Pizza out of that position, forces them forward with both the boombot and the pain shells, and now the re-aggression there, but Poppy ready and waiting. Alex denied. It's down to 2, and it's down to what feels like Goblin Tribe's last opportunity to really, like, just get back into this map, because, I mean, 9 rounds on the attacker side is dominant. It is absolutely unstoppable, and I just don't see a world in which that comeback can happen if they don't get into this now.
I'm kind of with you there. It's going to be another one of those mental holes, kind of almost an exact repeat of what we saw in the last map, where if you just let this many rounds go back-to-back together, you almost kind of feel like you're rendered useless. Because Goblin Tribe, let's be honest here, I mean, if they found one maybe early in these rifle rounds, somewhere when Outlast, they got 6, and they have a little bit of disruption, you could say, all right, there's a chance here. But I mean, honestly, they're just kind of thinking, are we just losing every single gunfight? Are we not setting up a utility? No matter what it is, it sure as heck ain't working. We have to make something out of this. And it's now coming down to the last round of the half. Outlast are going to be up by 7. I mean, that's just something that you can't bounce back from. That it's going to be a 9-3 half if you end up losing this round once more. That, I mean, I don't even know what to tell you.
No. It's 9-3 half if you're doing good here for Goblin Tribe. Like, that's the tragedy, right? Like, 9-3 is a blessing. And, you know, I understand some are cursed believers. I am not. But regardless of your belief, those are a big difference in numbers. Like, you know, straight up subtraction tells you there's a problem.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm kind of with you. I'm just at a loss of words here for the likes of Goblin Tribe. I mean, they have so much hope here. They have a lot of ultimates to work with in this round, so I mean, they have to do this every single one. This is what it comes down to. Can they stall things out, and can they use the proper timing for this? Because you see the aggression coming through. Ogre automatically gets picked off, and all these ultimates have gone down at the very beginning of the round. So if you're Goblin Tribe, you're saying, thank God, if anything. Rick of Blonkers finds one, and can't even get that Nightfall off, and finds the kill at least in exchange for it, and you keep the back and get one as well. So this is good. You got the null command, you can shut down, you can keep these players suppressed, but you're lining yourself up for long distance. That click shift thankfully wins, but it all comes down to the retake. 3v2 situation, you got the constant divide, you don't really want to use it too much, but even then just a cut off main wouldn't be too big of a promise that using these smokes.
That Nebula goes down. Oh, but Jason really needed to step up there. It's going to be Ronin to fall as well. 9-3 is the half, and I mean, Goblin Tribe, I mean, they really did move like a tribe there. They went together. They were a roaming herd of weapons and individuals taking duels, and it was the most effective we've seen them. As unfortunate as that sounds, the only gun round that they won was that. And Outlast set themselves up for success. This is a defensive side of the map, and they've taken 9 on the attack.
Yeah, this is where things are going to be a little bit stressful, more importantly for Goblin Tribe, but they weren't already stressing themselves as it stands, because, I mean, considering that we talked about the last round and how they finally moved as a tribe, that, I mean, they've been kind of huddling up a little bit, trying to work off of each other, but they never actually found those one-for-one trades that we've been trying to see all game. So for it to take 12 rounds, for us to see finally a little bit of a shred of light, a shred of hope, but more importantly, the 9 rounds to where it was during the rifle rounds, the most important in the game, that we didn't see that at all. That's what makes things really, really difficult to understand. So going forward now, we're going to see what Goblin Tribe can do on this attacking side, whether or not they can provide this aggression, and even then find the necessary picks on this attacking side and check the middle as well, or whether they want to control it. But right now, they're split towards that. And a little bit of a lurk on the A and B side as Yuki finds that first frag in the middle and decides to back out, laugh around, and say A is going to be the hit here.
Man, it's going to be Ronin playing defense. Alone on the site. The fragment goes a little wide, so no Ronin stuck here. Alex gets that kill. Jason, though, standing tall. Hunter continuing to find some success. Ronin does fall, but it's down to 2. The HP, it's not there, and Rick of Blonkers for 3 gets the victory that Goblin Tribe are looking for.
Rick of Blonkers there really stepping up hard when necessary and when needing it. So, I mean, these first 2 rounds are going to be really good because, I mean, you talk about the 9-3 curse, and I don't believe in it, but, I mean, anytime the 9-3 curse happens, it's whenever you see those teams that are in a deficit, they win the pistol rounds. Otherwise, it could be, what, a 10-3 curse, and that's not how that works. It's got to be 9-3. This means you got to go ahead and start getting these rounds together. And, I mean, Goblin Tribe just getting themselves a shred of light here. That's what they needed. They win a round like that. They get themselves a force to work with, and you can even is looking for a rifle as well. So, I mean, this could work out really well for them. That is if they hold on to it, but you got to make sure to hit these shots. More important, because Chulo's on the prowl, and he already found himself 2.
Oh yeah, Poppy doing some good work right there, damage-wise, but Alex is going to dispatch the final player there for Outlast, and listen, Goblin Tribe, this is the start. I mean, this is where they needed to be, but I do want to remind you, Mick, that this is how the first half started as well. we were bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. We were high on Goblin Tribe, only for them to lose 9 rounds in a row right after this. So that's going to have to change here and now. Well, to be honest with you, there is a plethora of weaponry that could say that this is going to look very difficult. Jason is working with the Odin. Pulled that one out. A classic, if you will, over there on the B side. And it's going to be aggression here in mid. Poppy has got a 1. Hunter does as well. And that flash from the KO was just so perfect. Poppy doubling down on what is now a double kill.
Yeah, and even to make him more work out of this, we saw Goblin Tribe trying to buy themselves up, create somewhat of a hope in this round and say, okay, maybe we can bounce back and hold on to what we got, but there's no players alive to hold on to anything. It's going to have to be Ogre to carry 5 guns over. That is if he even clutches this thing up and gets an ace, but it's not the case so far. Already finding 1, maybe a couple more, but when you see the double setup right there, top to bottom, that's Chulo coming out with 3, able to go ahead and get Outlast to double digits. So, I mean, now twice the score of what Goblin Tribe's working with. A little bit of PTSD kicking in if you're a Goblin Tribe fan, more importantly, because this is exactly where you saw possibly your coffin being delivered to your doorstep.
Well, I gotta say, that's not the delivery I would be looking for. I'll be sending that back. Outlast, though. I don't know if they're going to be giving Goblin Tribe an opportunity for return. It's down to what is a pretty poor purchase here for Goblin Tribe. Bonkers. I think him and one other person got caught by that 0 point, so early info being gained off of the back of it. And it allows for Outlast to just play a little bit more aggressive over towards B. You can see Chamber pushing themselves forward and finding a whole lot of info. Nobody is on that side of the map, and it's allowed for the rotation to come through on the defensive side. Goblin Tribe pretty much putting themselves in a weird spot.
Yeah, I mean, they always kind of put themselves in a tribe that has a leader. I mean, the way the game's gone so far is there's always been that one player to have superior weaponry compared to the rest, and you have to work around that player. You have to make sure to pick up that gun. You have to trade them off once more so you have more and more of an arsenal to work with. That's just not the case here. Absolute slaughterfest goes down right towards that A side, and even then in tree as well for a flawless round on that half. That, I mean, they now find themselves 11. Goblin Tribe, you see one of the players not really looking too good for this situation. And even then, the rest of the team isn't looking good either. I mean, they didn't really buy from that last round, and they sure as heck can't buy here. That you're starting to ask yourself, when will that come out? When will the time be? And it's going to be right there when Outlast hit 12. And that's going to have to be a flawless 7 rounds strung together just to even get to an overtime.
Well, it is a long battle, but that battle starts right here, right now. Goblin Tribe, I don't think they're going to have too much here. They just had pistols, if I'm not mistaken. Poppy, straight down the barrel there. Quick shifts, had no chance. Hunter on an off angle. It's gonna. I don't even know how that was a headshot, but it was.
I ask myself that a lot in my own games, but hey, it is what it is. You find these opportunities, but more importantly, you have to find yourself one right here, right now. Because Goblin Tribe, I mean, in a 2v5 situation, the last thing you want to be doing is peeking in the middle of the map. You know a player's there, you have nothing but a sheriff to work with, and even if you do find the headshot there, I mean, unless the damage is done, you're not going to get that one tap. I mean, you have to go ahead and flood bullets right down the middle. So you have to find a much closer angle to work off of, and I think that's why they're pushing towards this A site, but they're not sure if the rotations have come through yet. A lot of the players have already died towards B, so I mean, they're hoping that a little bit of a cash can come through and say, well, maybe they're not expecting this. That's the problem, though, is Ronin's already smoking that thing out, investing all the money in the world at the problems and just saying, okay, if I got stars, I can just do more and more and more and more and more. Because Goblin Tribe, if they don't die here, things aren't going to look too good for them. They need that ult point, and they find it exactly when Poppy Chulo just is trying to shut them down and does exactly that for a 3K.
No util to dissuade Poppy in that situation. Nothing to be done. 12 on the board. And it is going to be 7 in a row necessary in order to get this overtime ticking. This is the sort of that first step, all right? It's a multi-step process, Mick. You don't get there overnight, but over a course of time. And
Where are
it's
they?
looking to me like Outlast, they might be prepped for this be it. Look at the C's alongside of the nade. That combo could be deadly, but nobody from Goblin Tribe get ahead of themselves. Everybody falls back, plays passively.
I think it's working out for them already. I mean, Outlast just kind of repeating history, doing it again and again, finding themselves winning at these rounds. I know in the 12-5, Nightfall comes through, no commands out as well, but nobody's checking for Hunter, who's inside this well, and even then holding things down, finding the kills, looking for a resurrection. Then it's right back to 4, but Outlast still have themselves a hold, and the entire site is on lockdown.
Oh, you kind of spotted him. Great shot there. Freight no more. Showstopper comes out. What? How does that not connect? I'm not sure, but Ronan, meanwhile, has done more damage, and Poppy for the triple kill. Another triple kill, 2 in a row for the 13-5 scoreline for Outlast. And they outlast, outlive, and outplay their opponents this day.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there for likes of Goblin Tribe, but I mean, it felt like one of those kind of lost efforts to where we were really spending that entire game questioning what they could do rather than saying, all right, well, this is what they can do. I mean, we were asking the same questions they were because we just saw no real shred of light or shred of hope available to really work off of. And they were constantly down in the dumps. They were trying to find somewhat of an influence that we saw Outlast, even when it came down to just raw gun power. They were winning that out again and again. They were finding themselves a trades if they found themselves at a disadvantage and they knew one of their players could eventually clutch it up. They were playing by the fundamentals, and Goblin Tribe just couldn't really hang on to that exact same foundation. So, I mean, you see the score, 13-5, a little bit more of a dominant force than what we saw in that first round, but still it's a set as well, and this map is extremely punishing if you don't come into it prepared.
That's exactly right. The preparation definitely giving the advantage over to Outlast here. And I mean, Poppy at 20-9. What a performance that was.
Yep.
And Hunter right behind, 17-13. It did feel like the individuals were online in a lot of those duels, right? Like we saw it there in that last round where actually the last 2 rounds where Poppy was just kind of running it down mid in the late round, not getting anyone able to shoot back, at least not quickly enough. So with that, I mean, we're headed on in there. I mean, Mick, this is 2 games already done and dusted. This is going quickly.
It most definitely is. And I mean, I think obviously to a little bit of it, we're kind of getting these matchups. So it's unfortunate considering this is a free to enter tournament. So you never know really what hand's going to get dealt to us. But more importantly, I think it's a little bit of a point to where it's saying, honestly, it could be free, but it could also be guaranteed, knowing these things fill up so quickly on a week-to-week basis. I mean, we only have spots for 64 squads, and if you don't make it in, you're waiting for the next week or the one after that because you never know what's going to be coming up, and even 100 is also coming up as well. So if you want guaranteed entry to every single GLG tournament, and even then more kind of perks we got along the way as well, you can join the GLG Country Club, and the membership for that is only $10 a month, and it's only for one member of your team. It's not the entire team. We're not asking everybody to pitch in $10. If you get a squad guaranteed for it and you know you want to lock down that spot, that's only $2 for each of them. And if you want to throw a coach in, that's math that I'm not willing to do. So, I mean, it's a pretty darn good deal. You can guarantee yourself also someone to switch up if you do get to that around grand finals, with that being $250 now with community gaming thrown in. So, I mean, why not? You got nothing to lose. You got nothing else really to do on Wednesdays, because instead, if you want to watch, you can also jump in and also join in on the fun as well, and possibly get your game casted, because everybody loves some good old Twitter clips. But regardless of that, though, we got to make sure we get down to 16. We got to cut it down even more and more and more, because we got to get to 8, 4, then 2. You know the case, you know the drill, you know how math works, and you know how this is going to go as well. We're going to throw things to a short little break and be back for round 3 here in a minute. We'll catch you here in a sec.
To the bank, like, ha 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 ha. Go, laugh it to the bank, like, ha 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 ha. Yeah, I got in it 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s. Laugh it to the bank, like, pedal to the floor, need no brake lights. In the dark, watch it make light. I'm a star, got no stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm type 5. I be waking up when you go night-night. In a different zone with the time. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Yeah, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s. I get it up, flip it and continue. I've been going dumb, I've been going mental. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like a medal. Little this and this, little Ricky Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm her Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, then I take a piss. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Ooh, yeah, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s.
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Yeah, alright, okay. We get it. No contest. Wait. Say what's up, nigga. The world been dying, days is number, check the climate. I'm sick of it, fuck the harebrained scheme to get the riches quick. I played a long game with serene scene and the whip that's quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't know? This shit not just for the show, but bet you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me. Blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked, the master keeping on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother, told my truth. I shake that fake shit, they praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Oh, this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating and talking and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claimed belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that shit not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody raws us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex with loot they pay to play my shit back. Ain't no way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, shit I done paid the cost. I'm all in on me, little baby she agrees, she really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a fuck about me. You don't even know nothing about me, trying to force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic, I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, well maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important and let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on themselves, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see me losing. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me. Want you to grow with me. Want you to grow with me. I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side, I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch. I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell it, most of y'all is flawless. Broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest. Do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, I came in. Did it like the Porsches. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10, yeah. Trippin' Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, spread run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Been dope with the switch again. Boy deliver like he happening. Go with digits, give him estimates. Summer sauce for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Been Papa, word to G, baby, look. Lab till I'm finished, had a handful of limits through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket, talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma, gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it, know the season what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the fam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, head not to peace. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business. Stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin. I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block, a pot of aura glisten. Foreign on my body, that's a Gora linen. I came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business. Stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios.
I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Yeah. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting.
We've already had two spicy matchups, and we have already seen two winners, and that's exactly what we're going to see right now. Two winners meet in the middle for the duel as we see who moves on. Would it be quarterfinals up next? And we'll see who's going into that. Mick, how are you thinking this is going to be going? We got Legion Black coming back and Outlast returning after their dominant showing in the last match.
Yeah, I got to say, man, I'm a little excited for this. As you mentioned, even then during the break that we had, I mean, I was kind of a little disappointed, I got to say, to see that we're dealing with the two same teams. But I mean, also, it's a kind of the double-edged sword there. I mean, you get something, sure, you can get new teams, but even then, we can see the exact same teams we've already seen. And I mean, relatively very, very similar score lineups to the last two maps of a 13-5 and a 13-6 to say, all right, maybe we get ourselves something of an overtime consideration, but there were two different maps, there are two different teams. And we got two different sides for each of them to really flex their muscles, because we're going to Ascent once more. We saw Outlast win their game, so maybe they'll be a little more comfortable there. Who knows what the deal may be, but it also comes down to whether or not we can see some real warm-ups actually being stretched here, because I got to say, we didn't see too many real, I want to say, lineups or anything massive or crazy in terms of like team composition and synergy. It was more of just outright winning gunfights and play styles that really just kind of won over the entirety of the game.
Yeah, well, I think that's especially true for Outlast. I felt like they were showing their individual skill and prowess off the back of what was a very strong but not particularly complex attacker side on Ascent. And that's not like a knock. That's just what we saw. They may have, a lot more to provide. They just might not have been required to use it. On the other hand, I feel like Legion Black really did show us a very strong concept of how their defensive sides worked. A lot of coordination and the utility that they were putting on to really show and win all of the post plant situations on Haven. So I think this is going to be an interesting look at whether Outlast kind of has that secondary that second aspect, or if their firepower can just overcome. We'll have to find out. These two teams on towards Ascent. Outlast, I feel like, considering they just played it, probably have a little bit of an advantage in that they'll be very warmed up and very prepped on this map. But I'm ready to see how things roll.
Yeah, and even then, you never know. Considered even then, you'll go into a new matchup. You say, okay, maybe something didn't work out there. Sure, we've kind of stretched our muscles here, but knowing we're going up the ladder a little bit more, so we're moving through the bracket a little bit more. There could be a switch up. It's a little bit of a maybe not happen, but regardless, anyone can hope. I want to see more likely we can get out of Legion Black, considering we haven't seen them there yet. And they're going to have some of the same situation of what we've seen at everybody else. The Faye's going to come through as an initiator. We're going to get the follow-up as a KO as well. And Evolves looks good enough on the Omen on Haven. That Omen is really just viable anywhere, so you can't blame him for going for that option again. TG on that chamber, to be expected. And then that was going to be Troll. Purge, the one who we saw absolutely blow up game 1, map 1 more specifically, as that duelist playing the Rays, hovered over the Brimstone for a second, but surely I would think, knowing that you have already every single role filled, probably going to go duelist once more.
Yeah, I think it's, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Rays again, just because I feel like Rays has just gotten a lot more popular. That showstopper, the consistency with which you can get value out of it. And after the nerfs to Jet came through, I don't think it was that big a deal. Like, still playable, but Rays is just very consistent when it comes to the value that she provides. So, the thing that there's a couple of things actually that I'm really interested to kind of see. Purge obviously really set the tone for this team. And on the other side, it was Poppy to be the tone setter on the chamber. So I'm really curious to see who takes the lead in that matchup. But the other thing that I'm wanting to look at is Parker. Parker did a great job on the breach when it came down to Haven, but that was Haven. This is Ascent, and as you so rightly pointed out prior to our last matchup, it's KO that rules the roost when it comes to Ascent and your initiators. Obviously, the Fade as well, but KO especially. And I want to see how Parker is on this KO, because he was just a massive reason I think that this Legion Black team did so well on Haven.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there, but even then, more importantly, what we saw was kind of a weird continuity. We talked about kind of how these pistol rounds went, how everybody was on the same page for at least both these squads. That's not going to be the case here. Legion Black all kind of do their own situation. They work at their own pace, and they set things up more accordingly to comfort picks of each individual role that these players are working with. And that kind of already warranted in that first kill here on the board and a lot of damage onto Outlast as well. So, I mean, I'd almost call this a 3v4 situation, consider how much little actually help that Astra has to work with so far. But you go ahead and give them the plant. You say, we're going to work for nothing but a retake situation. We slow things down. Don't worry too much about holding things off and delaying or even denying anything. Let's just work with what we got, wait for these cooldowns to come up, and there you go. Full detection in the back, but a haunt to come through, and a little bit of near sight to go and shut things down, but still, it's numbers advantage for Legion Black as they're making more leeway.
Hunter needs to come up big here. It's going to confirm they're on to Evolve. That's solid. Oh, Hunter continuing to have the success. Swings out for more, and Hunter doing the damage. Outlast are stepping up in the pistol round. Legion Black didn't know what hit him.
Most definitely didn't, considering that retake started with a little bit of the near sight where, I mean, one player couldn't see anything at all. They definitely didn't know what was coming at them because you couldn't see it. But what we honestly also can't really see as well as what may be coming up here in the future. In these situations where you get the force rounds, you get a little bit more money to play off of, and you see some switch arounds going through there with players tossing around guns, buffing up on it with that full armor, and the Vandal with that 4K in the last round, because regardless of, you know, how many kills you get, getting kills actually does give you a little extra more creds to work with, as small as it may be. So that could be the edge right here, but what could be even better is if you just go ahead and have your teammates go to A while you're just holding down the shot and your trigger over towards B and getting a lot of kills, but not enough to clean house.
Well, pretty darn close, though. Yes, we did see a man fall, but it is going to be a gun recover. DJ, that's massive. 2 quick frags answered back immediately. Going to be upgrading to the Bulldog. A 2v2 now for Legion Black. And Outlast are on the very quick end of this round, looking like they are working from behind. Everything falling apart.
Well, speaking of falling apart, there's Parker going ahead and being that player to fall apart, at least the next in line. But still, I mean, Outlast, they found themselves a lot of guns to be invested into this round, and they didn't come out the most healthy in the world, but they do end up winning it nonetheless. So it's a good stance for them, knowing they had themselves to carry over at least a Bulldog and a rifle right here, right now. But they're going to go up and buy once more. So what do we got to lose? We got plenty of creds, and we can make it work. but do we have the players? Can we make sure that everybody does what they need to do to make this round even more expensive for Legion Black, especially if they can win it out possibly, because no matter what, the switch up's going to go through. And I mean, they'll be on the rear end, even if they win it, at what cost is kind of be the more bigger question they'll be asking. So already, Legion Black looking for a little bit of aggression, at least in terms of utility towards that B main area, trying to stall things out and play it slow. But can we see if they create that contesting area in the middle of the map, to what we saw a lot of lackluster efforts come out from Goblin Tribe? So they actually do down around on the utility. They found themselves some stalls, and they do punish it a little bit, but not with damage, just with information, knowing that that stall could be there. But will it translate to anywhere is the bigger kind of question at hand.
We'll have to see. Mid-control very much gained here from Outlast, and as you were talking about, this is definitely something we've seen before. They have done this in the past. They did take advantage of Goblin Tribe leaving this available much of their attacking half. That 0 point, you think it's going to give a little bit of information. And that nade shouldn't do too much damage, and Evolves just gets demolished right off of the site. The fragment going to be able to buy some space and time for anyone to cross over this site if they need to. And Legion Black, the first gun round, I mean, is this a save already? 3 versus 5? Feels like it might be.
Honestly, that may honestly be the case, or even just a play for exit frags as well, because, I mean, Ronin's already swinging things around, looking for pressure right there towards the spawn, but honestly, I mean, you have no real answer here. You see the cutoff right there in spawn, as I mentioned, and even then, everybody else is just rushing right up the center, knowing exactly where Parker is. I mean, Parker can find one, but that's all you're going to get. Outlast, they found themselves actually trading things out, winning out the third here in a row, and they said, okay, best case situation, they win the round, but they cost a lot in the meantime of that switch up of the streak being gone. But I mean, that's going to cause more likely Legion Black to get this time out here into the field, because things aren't looking too hot for them. They lost these first 3 in a row. You're expected to win that rifle round of the board, but Outlast instead just show up that much more impressive. They get guns to work with, they upgrade themselves, and not only that, they hold on to the guns as well, getting themselves some ultimates in the meantime, because their arsenal's just looking a lot more diverse right now. It's looking a lot more wide, and it seems like it can cover a lot more ground, considering that Legion Black don't have anything to work with here.
Such an early timeout, too. I think that this is sort of telling that Legion Black, I hope, have already noticed what Outlast did right there. I mean, I know we've been seeing it for, all of last game, too, but Outlast just did their standard default. They found their way through mid. They got the opening pick at B, and they were able to push that advantage to the limit. Legion Black had no way to get back in there, despite all of the really good retake utility and scenarios we saw them have on Haven. It didn't matter. Legion Black were able to be stalwart in their defense of the site that they had taken. So, what's the answer? Legion Black, I hope they've dialed up something or another. On this round, it's going to be tough, though. You see that they have very little in the way of purchases, a couple of sheriffs, and that's about it. Purge and Dag are the ones that have those, so shouldn't be too much to contend with.
I think a little bit of a contention here early, maybe towards the middle of the map could be something, but it's a round where you don't have much to work with, so you just try to push up right to the middle of the map, and it's not going to work there. A B push out of spawn does not really work out for Legion Black. You're already down to one player, and that's going to be Parker over there towards Catwalk. But I mean, not to really expect anything in that round. That timeout, honestly, was just more of an extra timer to work with to say, what can we do in the buy round? Because I highly doubt they spent that entire minute talking about a rush down B main. But in situations like this, I think honestly what you have to do is someone exchange. You have to find a lockdown there. You have to get a setup that's going to work for your favor. And honestly, DJ, what we saw in that first map at least was very consistent, at least in getting those first bloods once that operator came onto the field, which is a big impact in the game, all things considered. So maybe Trademark kind of plays more passively towards that middle of the map, because we always see Outlast just doing it to get a feel of the map instead of actually trying to work off something. But speaking of work, you're working your way right down B main, finding the kill with the showstopper, but DJ makes a very quick exchange to say, they're towards B main. They're pushing this out. I can't hold it with an operator because they're going to keep on flooding this utility and trying to flush me out. That's exactly what they do. So site's free for the taking. B plant will go down, but it's a 4v4 retake, so everything's even the guns and the armor.
very winnable round, though, here for Legion Black. Poppy gonna swing out here at one time or another. It's gonna get smoked off, though. The dark cover making it difficult. Parker on the entry, and DJ has gotten a second. Parker and DJ coming alive, and Ronan is left on his lonesome. The trademark's gonna give it away, though despite it hitting a nice shot, it's not enough. 3 survive. It's Legion Black on the board, and it doesn't seem as if they did anything particularly different there. It was just a nice hold there. DJ able to make sure that he gets the 1-for-1, falls back, doesn't re-aggress until the rest of the team gets into position.
Yeah, I think honestly it's just small things like that to where Outlasts aren't impenetrable. They're not insane by any means. They're not the most unbeatable team on the planet. It's just you have to keep your eyes on maybe some kind of tendencies that you're noticing across the board. And we've kind of seen a lot of those, but Legion Black noticed them a lot more quickly. They've made the adaptations and they found themselves around because of it. A very crucial one as well, to where they've invested a lot. They really have to start racking up this rear end economy where they have some leeway. But they play it as safe as possible as they can, but Bobby Chulo is not able to play anything safe right there. Getting that first death onto the field for Outlast, you're already losing out on one of the biggest fraggers, if not the biggest fragger of that last map, of what we saw in that last match against Scotland Tribe, that now Legion Black are just kind of hoping that something comes out. You see the check coming through, the push into garage, actually into spawn, excuse me. So, I mean, a little bit of a lap around towards A. You make the call and say they're coming up towards heaven, or even then maybe in tree. Who knows? It's around the A site. Check your corners and make sure to look out for them. And Freight's already going ahead and give you that notification that they're there. They're knocking on the door, but they're not getting inside.
Amassed a couple of kills there. Parker playing the defender of the site. It's massively done, though he's going to go down, courtesy of Hunter. It's now down to a 2-on-2, as I think Parker probably not long for this world based on his positioning. And, well, the bullet's in his head, too. That adds insult to injury. But you got to keep in mind, the Nightfall is still available for this retake. Outlast are not, like, in a perfect position by any means to confirm this one. And there it is. The Nightfall going to go down. Looks like it was a seize to follow that up. That timing, DJ turns, and DJ pulls out the Headhunter to clean up the second. Legion Black, not only do they get a round, but they get 2.
Not even really having to worry about the positioning or anything, just able to get the quick scope off for the first and a follow up with the shot ahead and for a second. I mean, DJ's aim is definitely on spot right now and is able to go ahead and carry to that second round here for the likes of Legion Black, and it's a situation where we need it most. So that's a good look for them. They're making these adjustments. They're saying, okay, no matter what, they're kind of giving up this space, but with a warrant behind it. And that's what we didn't see at a Goblin Tribe too much. So where Legion Black, they know the push and mid's going to come out just over and over again. So they're playing a little bit more passive back into site. They're playing a little bit less aggressive, and they're showing that, okay, well, we just play retake the time when it needs. So long as we set up these crosses and back towards site, and we have our chamber there to rendezvous if things go south. And even then, he has an operator, so he tries to find that first pick. And if he misses, we at least know how many players are there in the meantime. So already an overinvestment coming out right there in the middle again. And you know that they're going to do that on just such a common occasion. You set up for it, and you find the shot and the kills more importantly, and with a little damage to follow up as well. So maybe it's somewhat of a retake coming out for Purge, but he gets shut down almost instantaneously. It's a 3v3, and the spike is going down.
Yeah, but lots of information to be gained here with this spike plant. You have them from the shadows. That can be thrown in towards Boathouse, for example, to really turn the tide. But Hunter could absolutely be the difference maker. He's prepared for this push. They're not going to check him. He's going to get one. An easy frag, and Jason makes it even better with 2 of their own. 5-2. Legion Black might have picked up a couple, but the economy that Outlast were able to accrue over the 4 rounds that they won in a row was enough to keep their economy moving. And actually, it's a reset here for Legion Black. I mean, maybe not a full reset. DJ still has cash, but everybody else is a little too poor.
And even then, DJ isn't even worried about that cash right now. I mean, he says, I have a tour de force as well. Why not just invest into that? Everybody else kind of gets these scrappy guns. And if you can hold these close angles, or at least try to invest something, that could be something here. But instead, actually not even opting for that. The operator's going to come to full effect again. And DJ's going to try to work that off here in the middle. But, I mean, kind of giving up B in the meantime for it. So it seems like they're going to play for retake. Outlast, they have the full guns. Legion Black, they're getting scrappy with it. But maybe they can make something work still.
Oh, but this is all a ruse, a fake, if you will. Everyone rotated here to B. Shots missing, but Freight eventually connects. It's Hunter to back him up. They take the B site and they take the A site at the same damn time. It's beautiful from Outlast, and they have everything that they need. I don't think that Parker or DJ have a clue where this is planted.
Yeah, they're they know it's going to be on the A side, obviously, but they know they just can't push out, especially DJ saying, all right, go ahead, be my watchdog. You have a sheriff, I have an op. You know how this goes. You swing out for me.
I really don't know that they even know.
They probably don't know where he is. They definitely know now after that kill comes through, but I mean, this can be a very difficult venture for them, knowing that DJ, he's been insane with the op so far, but you got to get this flank out. And that's exactly what's happening. Just straight up bullets going through the wall. You're not giving up to the side of Outlast now on a round where I really feel like you didn't need to. We talked about Legion Black, and even then the tour de force is available, but why invest cash into a round knowing that now you're going to have to use it more as a safety net when you give one over and kind of have to use it as a matchup against Poppy Chulo?
Well, I think the reality is that it made a lot of sense. DJ was investing because they had the money and because they have the tour de force for this round. They could give themselves like a win condition into that last round without losing anything into this one. Now, of course, you're right. Poppy does have the operator now, and it is potentially a problem, but I think that's a risk that Legion Black are going to be willing to take 9 times out of 10 because they believe in their own individuals.
Well, we'll see how far that belief gets them right now, considering they got 4 rounds to go. They got to get themselves into a tight situation for this half because Outlast are just looking to capitalize on the circumstances given to them, or at least the ones they fought for, more importantly. So a little bit of aggression comes through. Hunter's obviously going to be the entry in this case, being the duelist, still having 2 blast packs available, and not even get out into the main area. Hurts! Don't have to showstopper, though. Finding one on the Jason, who does find Dag his respective fade in the meantime, but still, a 4v3 now. Outlast looking a little rough for resources and brains as they're all getting kind of ripped off there, and we see Legion Black now being in a 4v1 scenario looking for the third.
Great. Looking to take a few with him, but it's only one. Legion Black doing well to find all the kills necessary. From the shadows from Evolves does a good job of really bolstering the defense of that B site. It was Dag in the back of the boathouse, and Evolves joins him via that from the shadows. So Outlast sort of get surprised by an extra player, and they get denied by those there. Legion Black, they've picked up 3 rounds, but it hasn't necessarily been the cleanest. That last round, I think, was one of the cleaner of those 3, considering that it was not a defusal. It's going to be the money still in the hands of Outlast. They're doing well with what they have.
Oh, and even then, Outlast doing extremely well with what they have. An operator line up against them. Evolves just kind of pushing out as well. I mean, we see them making these exchanges, and that was kind of the bigger play here this round, able to go ahead and even the numbers, but more importantly, give yourself an advantage in the heads as well. But you still, for Outlast, they got to find themselves control. They have the A site kind of on lockdown, but they only have 2 players to work with it for. Plenty of utility here in the meantime, but not one less player now as it all comes down to Ronan having to nail every single hit in the book, and sort of at least pretty successfully there. Can get one more, looking for the last one on the Dag, and it all comes down to this last wing. Has to make sure that you don't get that timing under yourself, and it's a 3K for the closure for a 7th here for Outlast to work with.
Legion Black should have had that a million times over. Evolve's doing so much damage. That triple kill on Catwalk was brilliant work from them. The patient play around the smoke, but Legion Black fall to pieces there in the clutch, and Ronan with a massive move puts Outlast in this winning situation. Once again, the attack side has been just near perfection, you gotta say, from this Outlast team. They ended 9-3 at the half last time. We saw them here on the set, and now it's at least 7.
Most definitely is. I mean, they have the guaranteed half now, or the guaranteed lead for it at the rear end. But I mean, Legion Black, they got 3 ultimates to work with, knowing that Outlast is now using this cause and divide, investing it for a little bit more control. Speaking of control, you don't find much of that if you're the defensive side. You try to push into B main, and DJ realizes there's 2 players still there kind of lingering about, kind of giving a call for a rotation, maybe that the spike could be moving that side of the map. So you lose one less player here on this A side where all the action's going down, all the players are trying to push through. a little bit of a teeter-totter and maybe exchanges, but still, Outlast up 4-2 right now, and they get themselves control of the side as well.
Vols started at this round out strong with that opening pick. Is continuing to do that here. But a 3 versus 2, Outlast in position. Vols playing around the door. Nightfall for either side. The first bullet is going to be Outlast, though. Everything out haunt as well. And Dag is electing to hold on to this for now for the time being, and it's going to be their undoing. Jason dispatches with them, and it's now just down to the 1. I think it might just be good to save, but Evolves at this point, I think, is committed to at least going for this duel.
You know, you got a couple more rounds left here in this half. You just kind of make it as much as hurtful as you can there towards the rear and closing out with a 3K here in that round. So it's good here for Evolve, but even better here for Outlast as an entire team. They're looking so good. They find themselves a lead. They get themselves, no matter what, 8-4 worst case situation for themselves. And I mean, that's something that a lot of teams are saying that'd be an absolute luxury to them. All things considered, look at that last matchup where, I mean, 3 rounds is all it seemed like you're getting for the entirety of the game, excluding these pistol rounds. So 9-3 is still most definitely doable, and Legion Black have already guaranteed themselves that kind of lineup if everything falls through. But they had 3 ultimates to work on in this last round, and they only really have a 44 sitting in their way. Problem is the weaponry and the arsenal they have in their hands thus far. They invested a lot in that last round that's saying, well, now if they're going to do anything, it's got to be at this moment in time, and hopefully a first pick comes out from it.
Hopes and dreams, that's what Legion Black have in this one. Unfortunately, those alone don't push you over the edge. Outlast is making these moves. Ooh. Evol's nearly walked into Jason's pre-fire there, but is able to use the Shrouded Step in order to get away. Will mean that Freight has free entry into this area and is going to be able to clear that angle pretty quickly, and the timing could be perfect. 0 point, never mind. That's going to give the info. Confirm what I'm sure was being made aware at that point. The Nightfall to follow should stall this push, at least temporarily, but there's 30 seconds.
Most definitely is, and that's a little unfortunate. Outlast, I mean, they found themselves with early control in a lot of these rounds. Right here, right now, Evolved is looking for something and can't find anything under the board as that control and that push has come through 3. So, and this is a very difficult situation, and Burge could be the player if anybody to clutch it up. But with no shields available, that's where things really start to fall through, along with the side as well. DJ can find one in the meantime, and when you hear the resurrection going down, you're just trying to find anything, and DJ can get one more. This guy's stepping up. Well, he's going to get 3 more with absolutely no health, and that's not going to be the case. So, a 9-3 half once more, and Legion Black looking kind of healthy with it. But as you mentioned earlier, on the defensive side of the map, where you usually see the advantage and the lead typically coming in these bigger games. So this is going to be a very difficult bounce back for him, but I'm not going to say it's impossible because we've definitely seen Legion Black kind of go through the worst here in the beginning of these matches.
Yeah, but man, I just feel like we just did not see enough from Purge in particular there. There was a lot to that half. I think Outlast, props to them. Like individually, they were showing up here. Hunter, Jason, those were the 2. I mean, 17-8, 15-6. Those numbers do not tell a lie. But the other part of that is the consistency with which the Outlast side were able to gain map control, find middle, not for free, but relatively free, was pretty unreasonable.
Oh, that's not the start you need if you're a Legion.
Nope. The LC's nade combo.
That's I gotta say, I love that combo. All things considered, I mean, I'm sure players hate running into it, but good guys, it's satisfying to see. Because I love Spade, love what Raze has got. I mean, you're using free util with it, along with like what 200 creds that you find a lot of value out of. But more importantly, a free little lockdown there off the get-go. But speaking of lockdown, there is none of those. You just got to find some control and even then fill up the map a little bit more. So Legion Black is going to go for a little bit of a repetition, trying to try a play out of Outlast, but push to the middle of the map and kind of get a feel and get a little sense of control and see if you want to push all the way around and get the flank around to A, or do you want to shoot that door down and possibly shove right through towards B? But I mean, it doesn't seem like they can really lap around and go anywhere else because they've already kind of surrounded themselves with the map. They have to take a push through somewhere, and it's a pistol round, so you just got to go with full force.
Go they will, but they're walking right into a crossfire, and it's working beautifully. Poppy and Hunter have denied the 2 players making entry through the nebula, and the other side of that is Freight with the flash drive making quick and easy work. It's double digits for Outlast. They pick up the pistol and they push themselves up into what is a very solid stand.
It most definitely is. I mean, double digits right here off the get-go. You get yourself this next round to play off of, and Outlast is going to be pulling a Legion Black from that first map. They're not going to be saving things up here. We saw the way Outlast even played that first half, almost completely disrespectful. They lost guns in the second round, and they lost it up, but they said it doesn't matter. We buy up the guns again. I mean, we have that money to work with. Why not just actually flex it? Why not find the necessary kills because of how dominant we're looking thus far? And that's what's causing Legion Black right here to cash in their time out immediately. They feel like time isn't really a luxury they got much of, so they have to use it while they still got it. And I kind of like the ideology there, but it has to have results to back it up. And I mean, here in the second round, they're not going to find much unless they do force up. And I think that's kind of the decision they're really making right now to decide whether or not it's going to be worth it in the end.
Yeah, listen, I'm with you, Mick. I do think that I really like Legion Black taking timeouts early. I find that, and listen, I'm generalizing here, so please don't call me out. But I feel like a lot of teams don't take these timeouts at all or do it too late. So I'm so down to see a team like Legion Black taking this early. That said, it is a little bit tough to make adjustments off just the pistol round, but you got to do what you got to do. I mean, it's 10-3. It's not as if there's a large bank of rounds to work with, you know.
I mean, worst case situation. I mean, you only have 2 rounds because you don't want to use it on the match point. So just kind of throw it out when you can. And double digits, I feel like, is a nice little checkpoint, especially for either side. I mean, that's right when you get the advantage to work off of. You get something, you get that point where you get that final countdown. But I mean, if we're talking about countdowns, we're talking about timers, we're talking about the game really folding out. We see that Chulo is able to go ahead and get 1. I mean, you have nothing but sheriffs and a bunch of pistols and maybe a chamber to work off of, but it's just not going to be enough here. Legion Black definitely not looking favored for this, and even then not really looking like too much of an option when they didn't really buy the guns up. But still, they're going to try to find this spot and get a little extra cash to spend off of in these next couple when they do come around inevitably. Still involved. Pushing up on the side, getting sniffed out as well. It all comes down to the last man standing DJ, and he's suppressed for all hell right now and can't get the headhunter out. So that's going to be a little difficult, but still, you manage what you can, and you know you got to go down no matter what because that 2 force could be in play here eventually if you do find a couple more rounds.
Oh, nice find there. Long range double headshot with the classic, but either way, Legion Black losing out that round as you would expect. Now they have the guns. One thing that I did notice that I really liked is their bait setup there to bait out the Marshall shot. I think it was from Poppy over there on B. It was very cool. The sort of jitter peek that we were seeing, and then the double swing right after that, after the shot comes through. Really cool to see, but either way, little damage done. 2 kills, I mean, not bad. Outlast, though. This is where they could really just push their advantage to maximum. And they're going to do just that. Hunter going for a double before he gets taken down. It's Jason to follow up, and all 3 players have pushed this side of the map from Legion Black.
Rounds like these are a problem. You knew Outlast was going to buy up, and even then they didn't really expect the aggression to come through. But what you do know is the players inside this nebula, you want to make sure to kill them as soon as possible. But even then, he involves them checking that. Isn't even worried about it. Doesn't even have to spike down. It makes it a 1v3 where Outlast, they win themselves the first 3 in a row again and a half, getting themselves a match point instantaneously uncontested on this side of the field.
Yeah, and Outlast are showing that it is that they're not just one-dimensional. That was I mean, the worry maybe, like, and I say worry just because we didn't get a chance to see them do much more in that game before. But this has looked even more dominant than our first game with Outlast, and I think that's partially because Outlast have been able to show themselves as much more than just individuals. It's been an individual performance here and there, Hunter especially, but just as a team, we've really stepped up big time. Outlast on the cusp of the victory, on the cusp of the quarterfinals. It's down to Legion Black to stop this from happening.
most definitely is, and it all's got to start somewhere. It's got to start with the first blood, or even then some kind of shred of hope, some control on the map. But they're finding a little bit of that towards the middle, which is kind of a good sign for them. But when you got Hunter and the rest of the team laughing around into your spawn, cutting you off in the center of the map, and the rest of your team is hanging out in B main, it makes things look very, very grim here for Legion Black.
Grim, grimy. It's looking like it's over. 1 versus 4. That's what is on the cards. DJ does have the tour de force. Nice shot. DJ, he's good for a clutch. We know he is. That's all 3. He just needs the 1 more, and he knows. He's heard. He sees the gun barrel, the jitter peak. The shot misses. The second hits. Legion Black is taking it 1 more round. It's DJ for the clutch.
In situations like that, man, even then when I called it in that first half, where you see DJ and what he can pull off with that tour de force. We saw it in map 1 on Haven with the 1v3 clutch. We now see it as a 1v4. The guy has a sleight of hand I've never seen it at any other chamber main, and it's disgusting to see.
A magician.
You're kind of saying, why not? I mean, look at it. He just takes a shot, still can get the second scope off. It's a disgusting gun with only 10 health remaining, sure, but I mean, you don't care. You keep the game alive. You got 8 more to go here, and you're not going to have a tour de force for every single one of those rounds. So you got to take advantage of this moment when you got it, and you cannot screw it up because you have no chances left.
Haters will call him a chamber abuser. I just call him a man who takes advantage of situations. But Ronan certainly taking advantage of also bringing it back. There's 2. DJ chiming in there. Headhunter. Okay. We know it's deadly. 2 players remain here for Outlast, and suddenly this is looking a lot better. Legion Black, that quad kill, that clutch from DJ might have given them the boost they need to get back into this game.
A little bit of a rally is all you need. Somewhat of a player, an idol to put on a pedestal to create that kind of symbolism for your team to show that you're still capable of something no matter what happens. And that's exactly what we see Legion Black getting right now, but they got to make sure to get a little bit more off this. I mean, while they're riding this high, they do need to find themselves a couple rounds, hopefully, and then possibly get into the heads of Outlast, but they've already gotten into the heads, or at least put some of their lead into their heads as they find themselves another round. So they get themselves 5, they just need 7 more to work with, and well, sure, that's a very big number. They're not really concerned about that right now. You take it 1 at a time, you don't stress yourself out, you know you have money to buy up once again, or at least the entirety of the team working together collectively will have it, but I mean, you just work with what you got, you see what you can do, because you've reset Outlast economy. You haven't let it get out of control just yet. You finally find a way to slow them down, a little bit of a road bump in the field for them that you're saying, okay, well, this could be maybe at least 1 more guarantee. We just have to find maybe something crazy to work off of, and this is almost like a timeout round in itself. Just don't get over antsy. Don't swing into them unnecessarily. Work at what you got and play the field as best you can.
Well, Outlast going for a very aggressive 5-man play. Oh, that was a very nice shot. Love to see that. Great target priority there, and Dag might find an ace. Dag, go back, please. Just get the ace. I want to see it. Haunt. Too bad. Too bad.
Oh,
DJ's probably gonna pick this one up. Oh, but he's made some noise.
Hey, he dropped.
No ace, but man, did that look pretty.
Yeah, I don't see why not. Honestly, you just go for the ones right there. You just play 1 for 1, and you'll probably end up getting it, considering it's a little bit of share. But hey, more power to you. You get yourself the guaranteed round, and you save yourself as many bodies as you could in the process, even though it wouldn't have made a difference if we did see that go for it. But regardless, you get yourself a 6. It's 6 more now to play off of. At least get yourself into that overtime, which is going to be its own different beast to play against. But Outlast has 2 ultimates to work with. The Causative Eye, which may be for a retake situation, but more importantly, the Null Command, which could find a very good way to go ahead and slow down or even completely halt an attacking push onto a site. Knowing that you also have that little moment or that window where you're kind of down but not out. And that could be just enough for Outlast to get themselves some time, but maybe they can get themselves around, because that's all they're looking for. That's all they need, and they can find themselves going into the playoffs, into that quarterfinals. But quarter, that's more of a dime for a headshot there coming out of DJ to get that first.
Yeah, certainly a brilliant shot, headshot as well with the operator to dismantle player sitting ready for the B hit. Jason, because of that, is going to fall back. Now Hunter, he's being very loud about this. I don't think he's going to check it. Nope, doesn't. turns around, tries for just a second opportunity. The Hawk's going to confirm Ronan's position, and it's all onto these two. Jason and Ronan need to do it. The missed shot, though, and Jason bringing it back for one more. This is winnable. But they do have the Cosmic Divide. The Nebula going to create the space. They've actually slit this. Oh, no! The missed shot from Ronan! Purge takes advantage, and no, that was looking good for so long, but ultimately falls down.
If you're in the comms right now, you're just gonna laugh that off if you're any of the other teammates. I mean, the best you can do is say at least that wasn't me, because I mean that's really difficult for Ronan. You're still 5 rounds ahead, and you have overtime guaranteed ahead of you, but that's just difficult to watch if you're spectating, knowing that it's a 1v2 situation. You just saved your life in that Nebula, and you can't hit those close shots with the Phantom in hand and lead Purge to 6. But regardless, we got 4 ultimates to work with now on both sides of the field, and this is a really big one to work off of, considering that Poppy has the Tour de Force to work with. It's trying to create a little bit of hold in the center. You know you have full control of that, but you got to read up the rest of the map. You got to make sure that nobody can overextend here. You got to make sure you can fight for that control on the defensive side and get someone with an advantage. And honestly, completely blind crossing over. You know players are there, but you have no idea where they're coming from.
A tough task to contend with. I mean, they only need 1, but Outlast, they're losing them. They don't have 3 players remaining, and oh, the HP is so low there. On towards this Raze. Hunter is still taking this duel, but yeah, that's what happens. DJ once again, this area, this place makes it impossible to find much of anything whatsoever, and it's shaping to be a flawless round. Ronan gonna stop that from happening, but at this point, that's the smallest of victories.
Most definitely is. I mean, you know that they're not really going to try to go for this retake. They're going to swing out and try to find at least some more kills in the meantime. And you do get a read, you get a second to work off of as well if you're running. So, I mean, you're kind of happy. Bounce back a little bit from that last round where you could have found those 2 kills just a little bit earlier and in a different round, and you could have won out the entire game for your squad. But still, there's more game to go. We saw a major bounce back from 3 rounds, now going to 8. This side of Legion Black. So, I mean, they're definitely spelling a comeback out for us. That's 5 in a row now. Looking really good for them, but they still got, what? That's 4 more to go, and that's going to be very difficult to do considering Outlast have at least guaranteed 2 more buy rounds under their wings.
That's exactly right. It's beautiful work from Outlast from Legion Black to get to where they're at. But like you said, 4 rounds still remaining. At least 4 more chances for Outlast to close this out. But Parker, he's made the step up. It feels like this is the guy who was doing the hard yards for Legion Black back on Haven. The first matchup that we saw in many situations, now doing it once more. Poppy has not been as electrifying as we had previously seen. Now needs to do the damage. 4 versus 5. A Nightfall coming out. KO pulling the null command as well, and Poppy, there we go, but it's Parker continuing to stall this out to now just a singular one, and Parker, oh my goodness, he's unstoppable.
Most definitely is. It's moments like these where honestly you get that rally to where Legion Black, I guarantee you, they forgot they were in a 3-12 situation. I can guarantee you, you're just on the mental high, you're riding it out, but more importantly at this point, you're speeding with it. I mean, you are pedal to the metal right now, just trying to get to your destination as fast as possible while manipulating the fact that Outlast, they are definitely in a mental hole right now. Investing so many ultimates over and over and over again on top of each other. Even then on the buy rounds they've had on top of themselves. The no command in that last one, Tour de Force previously, they have absolutely nothing to play off of now except a Cosmic Divide, which we've seen being held on to for a really long while. So already with another round where they have really no guns to work with, it's a thrifty if they do end up winning it. But in the meantime, they found themselves already a man down, and possibly losing control in the middle of the map as a little bit of a lap round goes to the A side.
Whoa, nice shot there, Poppy bringing it down. DJ finally dissuaded. He feels like he's not been put down yet in that area. Finally done. Legion Black still though, they're on the site, and it is a significant advantage when it comes to the weaponry that Outlast are coming in with here. Parker, he's been so critical. He's gonna get hit with a fragment, flash drive it to get him out. He's gonna give him the first shot. Poppy though trades out, and now it's 2 players versus 3. coming from 2 separate angles. That first shot, Purge needed to be hit.
Yeah. Ronan had to find that shot there towards the back, and that would have created enough space for Chulu to at least just keep one more eye on the site right there towards Hell or towards Jin, and you find a cross. But if you just miss that one shot, it makes things very, very difficult to start kind of creating the map and laying out a game plan for this retake. So that's going to cause Outlast now after what? 9 consecutive rounds. No, excuse me, it's 7. I can't count. But I mean, just over and over again, though, making sure to get this control, playing off this game. You finally say, I've had enough. We need to do something about this. We have to pause and take a time out and figure out what the hell is happening, because this entire game, the control you had of the map, the control you had of your own mind and over your own hands at this point just feels like it's kind of shaken up a little bit. And more importantly, just kind of falling out from under you. You have to find a way to reconstruct it.
Yeah, and I think that I'll be honest with you, I hadn't even paid that close attention at what has been going so right for Legion Black. It feels like Parker has just stepped up big time. The individuals are just hitting these shots, and Outlast, it's just individually they aren't necessarily losing, but they haven't been as cohesive. You know, we talked about sort of how good they were at trading, how it felt like their default was really strong on the attack side. Like that just isn't been the case, right, on this defense. But that timeout gives them some time to rethink, right, readjust, and find out what they think the problem has been. And well, I'll be honest, I think that Outlast, there's a good chance they can bring this one this round.
I mean, there's a lot of things to look at. I mean, even then on the scoreboard, if you can look at Hunter and how he's 26 and 15, even when we're including all these rounds won again and again and again by Legion Black, he hasn't really been a highlight player this half. So that kind of says something, that he was outstanding on that first half when they were on the attacking side. I mean, Outlast, he was the catalyst for that. He was definitely setting up a lot of these plays in a lot of these rounds. He doesn't have that opportunity anymore on the defense. It has to be somebody else stepping up, really creating that space, really finding these necessary picks. But right now, it's going to come down to Papi Chulo, right in the middle with that operator in hand, such an expensive gun, kind of being enshrouded out, and needs to make sure that you can swing out just the right time and hit the necessary shot, but it just doesn't happen. So now, what do? You say Legion Black, they're pushing on the A side. We got to be prepared for this.
Fragment goes out. Certainly does fragment this push off. One player pushes forward, another continues. Ronan gonna get hit with all the utility here. Papi needed to play defense. Evolves do just that. Ronan still somehow alive. He's gonna go for the Cosmic Divide. Commits to it entirely. It's falling apart. Legion Black, they have it all. It's Hunter, 1 versus 3.
Okay.
And he just fakes him out, or actually, it's an old command, entirely denies it. This is totally doable, and I didn't realize Jason's still alive. Excuse me. This is the round. That's it. Outlast, they finally closed it 13-10, but man, Legion Black, they made a comeback of a lifetime.
I gotta say, Legion Black, it was looking really promising there. I was excited to see it really kind of come to life, but overall, at the very end, we see Outlast taking a timeout, saying, all right, what's going on here? Well, we're kind of overextending ourselves. We're getting desperate. We're just kind of trying things again and again and again and again just because we got ourselves into a hole. We need to actually, instead of just throwing everything at the problem and seeing what works, we need to just sit down and actually think about it for a second and find our best shots for winning. Guarantee you, if that round didn't go into their favor, they probably lost the game, because it just would have kept on going on. They would have had another save round, and that definitely wouldn't have worked. And then they would have said, all right, well, then at this point, we tried everything. Just give it up, and we go to the other side when we know we want it out and let Hunter kind of come to life again. That is way too many variables that I'm throwing back to back to back, and even then, possibly still not going to work, even then if they do get around to that point, because it was such a long matchup in the end. So, looking at Legion Black and what they did, they were able to bring the game back under control. They rallied once again, as we saw under the Chamber of the Torty Force, but, there has to be something more there, and they just couldn't find it. All things considered, that first half, 9-3, you win a couple, it could have been something, but in the end, it's just Legion Black going home, a little bit disappointed, but good God, should they come back next week with the same attitude.
Yeah, and listen, I don't want to put like this loss at anyone's particular doorstep, right? But I think Purge probably needed to have a little bit better of a game, especially considering how big of a step up DJ Parker were making in DAG too, to be fair, in the second half. It felt like if the comeback were to happen, we needed to see a little bit more from Purge. All that being said, though, a valiant effort. It was a magical moment to see that 1v4, especially from DJ. I mean, that's 2 clutches DJ pulled off. I mean, 1v3 and then 1v4. That's crazy. I gotta keep that in mind. Be watching that guy on the clutch factor moving forward. But speaking of moving forward, it is Outlast who's going to be moving on to the quarterfinals. And well, speaking of moving on, you and I, Mick, are going to be moving on. It's going to be Strive and Seymour who are going to be joining you for the last 3 series of the day. It's going to be a good time, but we'll leave you in their capable hands. Peace.
To the bank, like, go, laugh it to the bank, like, I got in it 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, laugh it to the bank, like, pedal to the floor, need no brake lights. In the dark, watching make light. I'm a star, got no stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm type 5. I be waking up when you go night-night. In a different zone with the time. Laugh it to the bank, like, ooh, go, laugh it to the bank, like, I got in it 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s. I get it up, flip it and continue. I've been going dumb, I've been going mental. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like a medal. Little this and this, little Ricky Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm her Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, yeah, take a piss. Laugh it to the bank, like, ooh, go, laugh it to the bank, like, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s.
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. Yeah, alright, okay. We get it. No contest. Wait. What's up, nigga? The world been dying, days is number, check the climate. I'm sick of it, fuck the harebrained scheme to get the riches quick. I played a long game with serene scene and the whip is quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't up? This shit not just for the show, but bet you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me. Blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked, the master keep it on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother, told my truth. I shake that fake shit, they praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Oh, this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating and talking and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claimed belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that shit not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody raws us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex. With loot they pay to play my shit back. Ain't no way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow. So get to know, nigga. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, shit I done paid the cost. I'm all in on me, little baby she agrees, she really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a fuck about me. You don't even know nothing about me, trying to force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic, I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, or maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important and let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on themselves, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see me losing.
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow. So get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me. Want you to grow with me. Want you to grow with me.
Blah, blah, blah.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side, I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and doubt on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's
Off the rapping, keep it on my body, bitch, I'm broke if you ask it. Don't gotta sell it, most of y'all is flawless. Broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's a since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest, do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, did it like the Porsches. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10, yeah. Trippin' Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Bendo with the switch again. Boy deliver like he happening. Go with digits, give him estimates. Summer sauce for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Been Papa, word the G, baby. Look, labs till I'm finished. Had a handful of lemons through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. No, this isn't what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the fam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, head not to peace. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through trippin' Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin. I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block of powder or a glisten. Foreign on my body, that's a Gora linen. I came through trippin' Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios.
I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Yeah. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Okay, I'ma hit for 20 off a laptop. In a Zoom meeting, making money is my backdrop. Ballpoint base hit harder than a slap shot. Flew up my baby, told her run me like I'm Epcot. Whoa, I've been doing road on the go. Get a bag and flip it, that's for sure. If it's show, that was never talk about nothing. Turn it down and go get you some money. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Eyes on the money, my brothers got my back. Streets moving funny, so I been holding strap. Not playing defense, we been on the attack. Plotting and scheming, how we gon' get it back. Designer all on you, you, but you can't buy the swag. No Miris, those fufu, I can see the tag. You can bet if I spending this cause I get it back. I'm 5G, your dollar, I can see the lag. All I ever wanted was to have it all. Got close, never froze, had to risk it all. As a little boy, I wish I was a little tall. Never made the league, I find other ways to let me ball. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing in. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing in. Tell them run it all. I wake up. Yeah. I wake up. Flex, I'm down now. Check. No drip, this wet. Tell them run it all. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it all. I wake up. Flex, I'm down now. Check. No drip, this wet. Tell them run it all. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it all. 9 out of 10 roll through my hands, I'm by my lonely. Turn to a savage, now my baby wants to hold me. I love my fans, don't need no friends, I got my homies. Thought I could trust you, I find out you tried to zone me. I'm number one up on that court, I'm Nick McGrady. The first one in, the last one out, can't call me lazy. Put in my hours, send the invoice and they pay me. I need 6 rings like MJ and Tom Brady. I wake up, flex, I'm down now. Check, no drip, this wet. Tell them run it all. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it all. I wake up, flex, I'm down now. Check, no drip, this wet. Tell them run it all. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it all. Y'all gon' make me take that trip way out to Europe. I call up Nigeria, come through in a hurry. Those London boys don't come to play, you should get worried. One false move, find yourself, they getting buried. Dance with the devil, used to love playing those games. Made some bad decisions that brought my mama pain. I made a promise to her, swore that I would change. I'm on the come up, bet I live up to my name. I wake up, flex, I'm down now. Check, no drip, this wet. Tell them run it all. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it all. I wake up, flex, I'm down now. Check, no drip, this wet. Tell them run it all. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it all.
Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, can play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, can play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
I'm on my job, I get it done, but you should know that. Shine like a sun of 101, you should know that. I get the front and in the back, you should know that. No need to stun, it's never cap, you should know that. All I know, 10 toes, never fold, bang roll, on the go, ice wall, ice wall, ice wall.
Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, can play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, can play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
I miss my baby, so I hit them on the FaceTime. I need it all for them, so no, I cannot waste time. Facing these oceans, feel the water on my waistline. We trust the process, and I only know it takes time. You can get it. Got no worries, I'm gon' make mine. Going global, I'ma get it out the state lines. Paying taxes at a more than what you make now. Different bracket, eating off a different plate
Hit
now.
for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, can play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need
Talking to my mirror like I love you so much. Curving on my critics like I heard you, so what? You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. Tally all the I ever gave on my head. Lately I've been living like I can't take a loss. They ain't wanna help me, that's what made me a boss. You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. We don't give a that's what they don't understand.
Back again like flu season, I broke records while loose leafing. I'm coming down my roof, leaving, don't give a I don't care. Did the by my lonesome, no wonder now I'm on one. No shortcuts on that long run, all I really want is my share. Get on my God, on my told him it's nothing. In the discussion, got them feelings, I throw all my pain on percussion. It's disgusting, I hear them bragging about that they did, and it do not move me, not in the least. They ain't been dropping no seeds in the soil, but swear that you on my spot at the feast. I've been on go mode, showboat, rowboat, wave ride. Cool shorty, too naughty, pool party, wet for the face ride. Annie up, penny down, hand me down, thrift store, old drip. New money, too funny, old shorty, talk about old. I'm on they now, can't get a pass now, I'm a cash cow, keeping it brash now. It's trash now, I'm a spaz out. I've been killing my lows and living on highs. You see in the skies the proof. You could just see in my eyes that there is no lies. I cannot disguise the truth. I've been duck dog, getting in my new merch, colored duck sauce on the new couch with my chucks on. Get the on with that hate. I'm big cool on the small chat, cause I know now that I'm all that. Got a hawk guy on the ball cat, get the out of my face.
Talking to my mirror like I love you so much. Curving on my critics like I heard you, so what? You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. Tally all the I ever gave on my head. Lately I've been living like I can't take a loss. They ain't wanna help me, that's what made me a boss. You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. We don't give a that's what they don't understand.
To the bank like ha 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 ha. Ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Ooh, yeah. I got it in tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds. Laugh it to the bank like pedal to the floor, need no brake lights. In the dark, watch it make light. I'm a star, got no stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm type 5. I be waking up when you go night-night. In a different zone with the time. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Yeah, I got it in tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds. I get it up, flip it and continue. I've been going dumb, I've been going mental. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like a metal. Little this and this, little Ricky Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm her Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, yeah, take a pic. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Ooh, yeah, I got it in tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds.
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Yeah, alright, okay. We get it. No contest. Wait. See this gold on me. What's up, nigga? The world been dying, days is numbered, check the climate. I'm sick of it, fuck the harebrained scheme to get the riches quick. I played a long game with a serene scene and I whip this quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't know? This shit not just for the show, but bet you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me. Blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked, the master keeping on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother, told my truth. I shake that fake shit, they praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Oh, this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating and talking and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claim belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that shit not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody bras us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex with loot they pay to play my shit back. Ain't no way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, shit I done paid the cost. I'm all in on me, little baby she agrees, she really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a fuck about me. You don't even know nothing about me, trying to force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic, I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, well maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important and let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on themselves, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see me losing. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me. Want you to grow with me. Want you to grow with me.
Blah, blah, blah. I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings. I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection. I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings. I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection. I summon and dub it. Why you be all in my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them, I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them, I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome. The saga of this evening continues. I am Strive, joined by the fantastic Seymour. Pit of Valor number 99.6. The decimal point remains, but hopefully for not too much longer, as POV 100 is very, very much around the bend, and it's going to be a spicy one. Seymour, how are you? We're going to continue with a great night of matches thus far, and from what we've seen, especially coming off that last Ascent map, if anything is to come for this Breeze one, I think we're set up for a huge banger there, boss.
Well, I'm doing great, and if we're going by decimal points for Pit of Valors at this point, it would be, what, 4 more weeks, and then we get to Pit of Valor 100, you know? That's all I'm saying. You know, I don't know what Ben's cooking up behind the scenes, but I'm pretty sure it's something good, and I cannot wait to get to 100. Right now, 99.6, like you said, Ascent was a blast, what we saw, and Outlast, you know, if I'm looking at their kind of perspective in that Ascent map, they were looking good, and then they weren't. You know, there's a lot of sweat being wiped off the brows for themselves to see if they can, you know, make it through the rest of the night after the showing that we got out of them for that second half. It was a great start, but still a few things they need to clean up. But that's going to bring us into our match for now, Strive. Heading into the quarterfinals, we're going to be looking at Gen Z versus Guppies.
Yeah, it's going to be a great one. We get to change up the pace and tempo, go to the land of Breeze, which is always a nice sight to see. For those viewers that are joining us and have stuck through devotedly through the many weeks, and of course for tonight, thank you so much. As per usual, y'all know the drill. Amazing prize pot powered by Community Gaming, a crispy 250 bones on the line. And as we get into agent selection here, we'll see just how spicy things can get and who's keen and yearning to take that $200 first prize home.
Yeah, we got Guppies starting on the defense, Gen Z starting on attack. Breeze is going to be the name of the game for this best of one. As these players lock in their agents, you know, I'm seeing nothing surprising just yet. The Chamber lock in for Rixos. The Viper for sure going to be key. Jason on the Jet, and on the opposite end so far mirrored with the Sova and the Viper. Wondering if Guppies is going to take a different route here. Definitely could see that Jet change from that side, and, you know, Chata going for the Reyna. So Reyna versus Jet, if this is what we're going to finish on for Guppies, is going to be an interesting matchup throughout this Breeze, because Jet, you know, it's something that was being highlighted even today for Champions. You know, when they were mentioning the Phoenix coming out for Team Liquid, it's, you know, when you're looking at Reyna, you don't have as much of an opportunity to close the gap like you do with the Jet, and on a map like Breeze, I can definitely see that being a factor.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. It's a really interesting, you know, mono tit for tat type situation, and it's going to be fun to see. I guess the unison in one sense, Seymour, but of course the difference between those two duelists. I'm kind of, you know, on your end. I personally am a huge Reyna fan, and when we see Reyna's definitely, you know, if you read the agent description, it very clearly says it relies heavily on your performance, and I think that's honest the truth of it. So if Chata can come out big with that Reyna, I mean, it's going to be a massive force to be reckoned with in terms of entry potential on the other side of the spectrum. I'm with you on that. I mean, that Jet can do a really good job of gap closing. And everyone loves a nice little cloud burst and tailwind, and it often, I guess, ushers in the rest of the team and kind of gives them that confidence to get on that site. And, you know, you back it up with Viper walls, and you have a really nice, interesting situation. And so you got to also consider cloud burst, yes, for side entry potential, but what can it do in terms of smoke coverage as well, right? You're kind of lacking that on the defensive side of Guppies. They're going to be leaning very heavily on this Viper to offer much of the, I guess, quote unquote, vision blockages to get them onto sites. And that can be a hefty task if not executed correctly.
No, it can be a hefty task. So we're going to get mirrored matchup aside from the duelists across each team when we're going into Breeze, and that's going to definitely amount to what should be, you know, close contention game throughout this Breeze. We've had, you know, pretty one-sided games for the start of this Pit of Valor, but last game on Ascent, we did get a 13-10 almost comeback, so I'm kind of rooting for close games for the rest of the night here. I don't want to see any one-sided affairs. And remember last week for 99.5, you and I, we got one hell of a grand final, Strive. And if we're going to, you know, look into this one and, you know, see the exact same thing, I am ready for what tonight's going to bring.
Yeah, I'm ready to go, Chief, here. Let's get into this one, see what these first couple rounds have got in store. Keen to see this pistol situation kind of unfold, right? We got to appreciate the strength of what Arena can do with the Devour in the back pockets of things, and can be a huge number to manage. So, you know, that's where I love Reyna, especially these early rounds make you feel great. I mean, Chata here on that Ghost, I'm cool with it, but I'm personally a bias, you know, for better lack of words, a bias Sheriff user, if that makes sense.
Bias Sheriff user on Reyna, no less. You know, I get the Ghost pick for Reyna because, you know, it has probably, I guess, an easier set of potential for getting that utility underway for Arena, but Z's going to open up with the first pick. Immediately traded out. You're going to see the dash from the Jet. Beast too hype with the Headhunter is going to shut this down, and pretty calm so far for the pistol round for Guppies until Rixos and Imposter will start to bring this one back. Chada's going to get a few shots, force the TP back from Rixos. Imposter very low on HP, and look at the minimap. Look at Chilla. Chillin's making the full rotation. Is Imposter going to be ready for this?
Maybe not so much. Door control was looking good for the attackers. Chillin comes around there. That's going to be that Viper eliminated. So again, site control, not so much possible. Viper walls are going to be a little bit MIA for the time being, at least on the one side of Gen Z. Rixos is, contemplating life, maybe debating if he should have even loaded in now in a 1v2, low HP. Has a lot of ground to cover and not, I'd say, a lot of time. And obviously sound cues are going to be an issue here. Stuck behind the doors, and X-Ray says it's time to salsa here as we're going to see if he can make it out.
This is doable. Your player's going to be watching this, and this is great timing for Rixos. Chillin is watching this way, but it's going to be Chada for the first pick, and Chillin doesn't even show themselves, so 17 seconds left. This is a good opportunity for that spike to go down.
Might be the clutch of the pistol century here, Chief. Going down, planted, and it's actually an aggressive plan at that. Should have actually heard Chillin drop as well, so a do-si-do, and around we go. This yellow container. Oh, Rixos! Massive clutch. Talk about patience, dude. Right down to the wire. Really good clock management. And, of course, got to appreciate the ghost in those types of situations as well.
I mean, round number 1, and we get that? You said he was pondering if he should even have loaded into that round number 1, if he should have even loaded into the match for where he found himself. And yes, the answer was yes, he should have, because the timing of a lifetime. Catching off the rotation for Guppies and clutching up a 1v2 is an excellent way to start off for Gen Z.
So then, I mean, yeah, I'll eat my words there, Chief, and rightfully so. You must feel really good in a clutch situation like that. 3 kills to get this chamber going, and halfway there to the tour de force as well. So if we continue on this saga, we should be landing in a great spot to get some really good early ultimate usage. Jason, gonna get that chamber out of the way. So early pick potential for the time being for that defensive side of Guppies is nullified and shut down.
Ruda should be getting sound cues for the rotation. Guppy should be on high alert over towards B, but in fact, it's quite the opposite. Losing out on that first player has rotated them back over to A. Chillin will be solo dolo for a second with Fruta near to hopefully bring things back. He's going to be getting aggressive with a classic. Finds one onto Imposter, but an easy trade for Smotino. And this should be go ahead to get onto B, but that's an excellent snake bite to slow things down.
Really good usage and good blockade, as you mentioned yourself. Now, another rallied attempt to get on through. Viper walls are up, but looks like they're crossing heavily here. Chada with that Marshall looking for the one. Actually gets swung on by Jason, so gets a bit of damage off, but short-lived at the very minimum. It's the Peppa Pig lunchbox here, OTW, to maybe deliver a whack or two, an oink or two. Bit of an action here. Jiggle, a shake and a bake. A couple quick scopes, and that gets you Rixos, but there's a lot more to deal with for Gen Z.
Evading the first shot from Jason, but information's going to be there. All 3 players stacked up into B. Nobody really showing themselves just yet. Going up for the flash. There it is. Pop in, and Timotino will close the round. 2 in a row for Gen Z to open up the map. Only losing out on 2 players as well. Not too bad.
No, great bargain. Really good start. Now is the all-important gun round here. Looking keenly to see what Guppies can do. Thus far, I mean, maybe it is the early rounds and far too early to speak, but coming off that clutch, I think it's, like I said, super strong momentum into that round to follow, and they're going to be on that lighter end of the buy spectrum. It's a great opportunity for Guppies here to equalize, and if they do play their cards well enough, I can see that happening for sure, Seymour.
We're going to get the buy for Guppies. Looking for their answer back here in round number 3. Rifles on board for most. And Z on the attack. Heading over to A, it's going to be the jet smoke to allow Jason to start closing this gap. Actually making it all the way around pyramids. A Viper wall to give Jason this forward aggression with the Spectre. This could be dangerous for Guppies.
Yeah, but what I do like to say is that Guppies is playing quite passive for the time being. They're rotating, just kind of feeling the lay of the law here. Actually getting picked off. Jason's aggression along with Imposter and Real Shroud. So much happening back and forth, and it's keeping that Guppy squad super preoccupied. Just trying to manage the close-up battles. Now Jason still dancing around. Gets a nice little swing onto Fruta, but Chillin is there for a really good trade. Coming out from the door, gets a second one onto Imposter. And we got a 2v1 situation in our hands and a lot for Chillin to accomplish with 27 hit points.
And a Guardian too, not even a rifle or an auto in your hand. Manages to tap, run Real Shroud. That's 3k, but not going to be able to read the positioning of Timotino. And again, it's the KO to close the round. Gen Z finding a bonus round in number 3 too. That is going to be heartbreaking for Guppies. Going for the next couple rounds, you got to think that should have been your round, and now you're going to have to fight through the long treacherous road of working your way back into the economy.
Yeah, this is you know, the beginnings of an uphill battle. We're kind of on the bottom of Mount Kilimanjaro, the base of her, and it's going to be cool in the grand scheme of it. There's a lot more land to cover, so it's far too early on to say anything. I mean, just what we saw in round number 1 with Rick Sauce kind of set that precedence, right? This can go either one of many ways, and with Guppies here, a couple quick cheeky picks and whatever else would be good. Does it start with Fruta? It does indeed. Getting that great pick on that initiator of Sova out of the way. So this is the kind of starting point for that climb up the hill there, Seymour.
An aggressive first blood for Guppies brings Gen Z to a halt. I was really impressed with Gen Z in the last round, the way they used their utility to, you know, box out Guppies on their defense and kind of take hold of a site and get that spike down as quick as possible. But to completely slow things down on an anti-eco like this and allow Guppies now this opportunity to take these one-on-ones with the sheriffs and the headhunters and get kills like what Fruta saw. I mean, this is an interesting change of pace for Gen Z through this round, but Imposter's going to place the wall. Peppa Pig's lunchbox here with the Marshall. Jet smoke from Jason R. closes the gap. Rifle's going to be there. Marshall won't hit the shot, so Spike should be going down.
Should be indeed planting Timotino on the mission to get that down. Good positioning with that Viper wall as well. That was saved conservatively for the late round push in. Meanwhile, Beast too height for the back end. Gets 1 and gets 2. My goodness me. Galactical Headhunters. A bit of a retaliation from Timotino, but we've done a huge number now. Gen Z down to 1 lonesome member. It all started with that great opening pick down middle, and now in a 3 versus 1. The battle continues. Timotino for the 1, for the 2, for the 4K, for the ace, baby. Chillin turns around with that Marshall 10 HP and solidifies it. But my goodness me. What a banger of a round and a great beginning for Guppies.
And Chad almost throws that to the wayside with a little bit too deep of a leer. Timotino, with that Vandal, you still have sight. You're able to take those gunfights. And in fact, you line up those two. Chillin, I didn't get to see, you know, that last kill from Chillin and what it looked like from their point of view, because that must have been a snap with the Marshall. But this is what I was talking about. You know, a little bit of an oversight for Gen Z in that round. You allow these one-on-ones to be taken with these deagles, and it gives Beast 2 hype the way in through mid. Nobody's watching the flank. He slips through the line, finds 2 big kills, and completely throws Gen Z's rifle round away. Now giving Guppies their first in the game. Rifles to their side as well. Beast 2 hype, Operator in hand's going to find the first blood, and Fruta finds the second.
Yeah, and you got that Viper wall, or sorry, Viper's Pit drop down B site there. So that's basically doors closed, not in service for the time being on that end. As long as that Viper kind of stays in that neighborhood, going to be a great way to block it off. You do see the rotates now for Gen Z. They may be keen to work a mid, work towards that B side, but once they get towards that entranceway, I think they're going to be met with a little bit of a friendly surprise of this might be a little bit more harder, at least to initiate on this Viper.
I mean, you know the Viper's Pit's down, and Chillin probably playing a close angle like he is. So if Gen Z find this kill, get rid of the Viper's Pit, I mean, they completely turn this round around. So you recover that rifle, you get rid of the Viper ult, and this will be an immediate spike plant too.
They gotta go together. Recon dart doesn't connect, and Chillin gets 2 before fading away. I mean, they got the Viper, but might be a little too late now as it's down to Real Shroud. Recovery from the DK, getting pinged out. Spike goes down, so the money is worth, but again, 4v1 situation. Guppy's collapsing, and Fruta is the man of the hour to clean up that counterpart Sova pick. So really good job, Guppies. I mean, dude, coming off that previous round, I still have great feelings and vibes about that opening Sheriff pick. It just felt so right, and it felt so Guppy-like. Love it. And now look at that. 2 rounds in the basket, and they've actually bounced back superbly well.
And you see, you know, The force buy from Gen Z gets completely shut down by the aggression Guppies are showing. I mean, it's a completely different confidence than what Gen Z were showing on that anti-eco. What really kind of was not impressing me, Guppies, they show me exactly what they need to do. They get aggressive, they invest in ultimate, and they completely continue this little snowball that they're trying to accomplish with that first round they put on the board off of a Thrifty. Now, you're going to get 2 Vandals for Gen Z and a Phantom. Classic for Jason, and Rick's classic as well. It's going to allude that they're going to pop their ult. So Bladestorm and Tour de Force initiated for Gen Z.
Going for the picks, and the intention is definitely there from them as they're committing, like you said, so much to this. Hunter's Fury also being invested early. Maybe a pick or intel is the, at least on the agenda. Doesn't get either of those. And what I do love to see in this case is we're still holding very firmly on that Gen Z Viper wall, which could, again, be that catalyst to get onto one of these sites when the time comes. Very different from what I've seen typically on Bree, Seymour, where Vipers tend to love to drop very default, reliable walls, and conservation is key. Do we get on site, though, with that Cloud Burst? No, they don't.
I have no idea where Chillin was. The Owl Drone didn't spot the Viper at all, so free to put the Snake Bite down. It's Jason in the Bladestorm to find a first. Almost the second one, just barely missing the shot onto Chata. You need your Reyna to stay alive in this position. Chata's going to be such a crucial character here in holding off this onslaught. Over towards A, we're going to get that default take. A execute with the Viper wall, the Bladestorm, and the KO null command just to get these players on in. Chata's going to get run over. Peppa Pig's lunchbox will manage to find one. So a chance now for a retake. Spike gets planted. Peppa Pig's going to be here. Beast with the op on the opposite end. Viper's Pit's going to be dropped on the site. A lot of ultimates used into this round. Gen Z need to walk away with the dub here. Jason in the Classic's going to take down the operator. Imposter a second, and Timatino closes the door.
As crazy as it sounds, I truly believe that this Gen Z round revolves around that Viper. You know, this holding of that Viper wall and just how well timed it was, the wall going up and the wall going down. They were able to kind of funnel in 2 members, get them to plant that spike down, leave 2 members back towards cave, and not leaving that wall up gave them that chance to take those picks into fight. Had that wall stayed up any longer, not very many warm, fuzzy feelings, at least in that type of post-plant situation. So well executed and great reliance on that Viper kit.
No, and the patience shown there from Gen Z. You know, it's a different kind of strategy than what we're getting out of Guppies. They're kind of understanding that Guppies are okay with getting aggressive through mid, and Gen Z waiting for that opportunity to get a first blood like that, and then they execute to a site. They isolate Chillin over at B, and this is going to be dangerous now for Chillin. You have Beast on the crossfire. Tour de Force is there as well. Will you manage to find a shot with the op? No, you don't. Chillin's going to go down, and suddenly Guppies in a really bad position.
Planted.
Massive tempo coming out of elbow there, and it was just such a good segue onto site. Now, Beast, for lack of better words, didn't have the greatest timing in the books, as many slipped by the vision of that Tour de Force and where it was looking. Rix gets the one, and Shroud, my goodness me, massive picks of plenty. Now it's down to Chata, trying to spray, try to mouse one, but Jason's good for the 3, along with that massive, again, the opening pick on elbow. That was a segue to connecting on that A-site Vi connector. Clean retaliation, and Gen Z, one more time, step up that tempo. Is that the solution, though, Seymour? Fast-paced Gen Z rounds, or I don't know.
You start to see that the strategy is there for Gen Z. They're kind of recognizing the playstyle of Guppies and managing to work around it rather quickly. The opening pick that Fruta got back on that Thrifty has been something that the Silva's been looking for again and again throughout these past couple rounds, and this time it kind of blows up in his face. Last round, it's the exact same thing. Fruta goes down first, and it's just opening up so much opportunity in getting onto the A site or the B site, and Fruta's gonna go down for the 3rd round in a row first.
This is, again, that same type of vibe. Gen Z, when they're on that board with, 10 to 15 seconds in the round, it's a whole different Gen Z. They're just completely alive and awake, and rightfully so. There's so much breeze to deal with, and when you got numbers in your favor, you definitely feel better. Chata here has some sights on Ricksaws. Meanwhile, Shroud and Co have done so much work elsewhere getting continuations of picks. It's all good in the hood, but Chief, Spike's getting planted, and there's not too many people around to stop that for the time being.
That Viper's Pit over towards B is going to know that, the numbers are a little loose on A, so they get the spike down. 4v3. Numbers advantage for Gen Z. Retake for Guppies. Needs to be off of an opening pick, but nobody's showing anything. On Gen Z's side, they will be able to clear out the Cubby. Look at this rotation from Real Shroud. He's getting all the way in behind. They have no idea. And Silva can really end things here. For that is going to be able to find the first on the chat out of one tap. Timotino is going to turn for the second one. Chillin's going to be all alone out in no man's land. It's another simple round for Gen Z to go up to 6.
They are so immensely mobile when it comes to these post plants. I mean, I just love watching their positioning. I love how they're able to, piggyback off each other and really trade. And they're super patient at cave, which I think in a post-plant situation is great to see. They're knowing and they're so cognizant that there isn't a brimstone. There's no omen. There's no real major smoke coverage that's going to choke us off from getting a look on those pyramids. And they're able to really just play passively, and that's continued to work in their favor.
Well, heading into round 9. Rixos going to get aggressive with the operator, looking for Fruta once more, but instead there's a lot of map control and a lot of information for Rixos now that they've denied the confidence of Guppy Silva. Basically, Gen Z are going to own mid-map for a while.
Yeah, and it's great. Great positioning gives you so much flexibility to move towards connector, go up via door and such, but definite change of pace for Gen Z. This is, at least for the brief time that we've seen it, been a sort of a crutch for them where they don't get this fast pace opening pick. So we'll see how it works out in this round for them. They've commit that Viper wall one more time towards A. Hunter's Fury connection, Seymour.
Well, only a little bit of damage.
Yep.
Calling for the rotation over to B2. Chillin's going to need some help. He has no help at all. You look at where everybody's positioned for Guppies. It's a 4-stack towards A, so all alone will be this Viper. Chata trying to get here in time, and this snake bite should allow for a little bit, but they're going to run right through it. Chillin lines up 2. Beast 2 Hype goes down on the rotation. Rixos is going to find that, but a 3v3.
30 seconds left.
You do have the Empress popped as well, but here's Fruta going to be taking lead. Peppa Pig's lunchbox going to deny the op through mid. Real Shroud last alive now for Gen Z. Spike down on B, so no opportunity to rotate. If you wanted to, you're going to have to take a fight, and as soon as you swing, Chata's lined up for the headshot.
Gen Z were dead set on shoving their bodies right through to that A funnel. I mean, there was no sense of backing away. Snakebite should have been the red flag, and I mean, I appreciate that they were so committed to it, and part of me was like, yes, this is invigorating. Let's go Gen Z. And then, Chillin got 2 picks. I'm like, oh no, this is not fun. Like, this is not the way you want to start off that round. So, cases like that, maybe some more respect for the snakebite would have been appreciated, and then a change of pace, or at least letting it fade away before committing to that take, because that was just painful to watch.
And as soon as the snakebite went down, Jason was already tailwind into sight, so
yeah,
it was kind of too late to turn back at that point. They needed to help their jet, and Chillin just gets a beautiful lineup to completely cut the momentum that Guppies were facing. Another 2-piece, this time Peppa Pig's lunchbox. Chata's going to be on top of mid. Through the smoke, through the wall, Beast 2 Hype gets a little bit of a freebie, but it's the flash from Timotino that allows Imposter to get that forward aggression. Fruta through the wall now, giving a chance for the retake. 2v1, Real Shroud isolates the ones, but he's not able to get ready for the second in time. And it's another one for Guppies. 2 rounds in a row, they bring themselves up to 4. Chillin's going to recover the operator, but that is a tough round to take for Guppies. The fact that you find 2 opening picks and you lose out on 4 players. Gen Z, at least the silver lining there is you deal a lethal blow to the economy of Guppies in that round.
Yeah, we'll take those any day of the week, but the reality of it is that it's going to continue to surmount to get even more and more painful as this proceeds ahead. Obviously, we got 2 more rounds left here, but if you look at the way this is panning out for the side of Guppies, they're financially in a great position. They've got, of course, a huge ultimate from that KO to back things up. 2 more for Fruta, which could be, a kill on an orb for a post plant or even for a retake type situation. So again, we're building up to what is the segue for a great 2 finishers. And I've been loving this Breeze matchup primarily because of just how much activity is happening towards mid. They're really exercising that door control, and it's given them so much potential, both on defense and on that attacker side. So again, the same contention occurs here. A lot of activity towards elbow for Rixos to get Fruta out of the way, and again, that's your initiator gone. Time in, time out. Fruta, man, always caught in these sticky positions.
Chillin's got to be careful. They spot him out this time. Sonar Dart's going to reveal the position. 30 HP. Beast White goes down on the rotation again. It's going to be the Shock Dart to weed out Chillin. Jason's going to find the kill. 2 down. 4 Guppies at a third on the Chata. Imposter with a snap. And it's a clean, flawless round for Gen Z to get back into the driver's seat.
Last round in the half.
And with that final round here, Seymour, wrapping it up with a borderline full Christmas tree for Gen Z in terms of ultimates. So what was building and brewing in the last round, now ready to fully, for lack of better words, explode and make a mark here. Hopefully they can get that 8th round. And the combination, too, is just great. I mean, Hunter's Fury post plant, Viper's Pit to get you through. And still, it's looks like they don't really want to change positions either. I kind of wish that maybe the Viper played A. I don't know how you feel about that, but seeing Guppies make that change might have been a good thing to do earlier on, perhaps.
You get the null command early from Peppa Pig Lunchbox, seeing if you can maybe halt Gen Z from using a couple of these ult or ultimates. They don't grab that ult orb either through caves, so not able to get that tour de force on just yet. Shadow with a double kill through mid. Fruito's going to continue to look to press on as you get the information with the owl drone on both players sitting back towards beaches. Rixos slowly edging his way towards this B site. And chilling again, playing very deep in this role. Snakebite's going to be there. Hunter's Fury trying to line up that Viper in the backline, but not able to find it. Chillin's going to be out in the open, looking to take some duels. Timotino cuts off the help, but now 1v1 on the inside. Fruito's got the crossfire. KO's down. Real Shroud, they know exactly where this Sova is, so now it's time to go on a little bit of a hunting mission, take down this last player, and look for round number 5. 4 Guppies to close out this half. They know where he is. The Hunter's Fury is going to be popped up, and it's going to lock it down. 5 rounds for Guppies, 7 for Gen Z. First half done.
Signed, sealed, and delivered. I mean, shout out to Chillin for being so chill on that site. I mean, was in a bit of a sticky situation. You saw the kind of the jiggle of the mouse left and right saying, oh my god, there is a lot happening, but I don't know what to manage. I do want the Silva, but I'm getting pushed on site. The blessing in disguise was that Guppies had rotates, and they've consistently been very good at rotating. In the 5 rounds they've picked up speaks to that mobility and just how supportive they are of each other. Now, as we kind of change pace a little bit, where do we land, right? This is, again, pistol round. To me, 5-7 is as good as 6-6, Chief, knowing just how explosive that first round was. And, you know, we had a great build up to the finishing of that first half as well.
Yeah, and Gen Z on the pistol round, they were pretty clean on that offense. So, I mean, if they can mirror that, do it again on defense now. Might even put this map out of contention. Timotino's going to be getting a lot of information, getting aggressive through B, but look at the lineup from the offense. Chada's going to find 1. Peppa Pig's Lunchbox hits 2. Fruita's going to run over Ryox or Rixos over towards A, and that is the round pretty much over. I don't want to, you know, call it a little bit early, but 1v4, this is going to be a tough job.
I was like, well, hot damn. That was a nice little elbow caboose. This might be interesting, and it was interesting, albeit not for the side that was caboosing it over. So, yeah, 1v4 now, Imposter here. Picks would be cool. Some free money built up towards a Viper Pit at the very minimum, but like you said yourself, Seymour, yeah, that's pretty much foiling of that situation. However, the Peppa Pig Lunchbox is just one slap away from being bacon. You can hear that KO stomping around. We get the 1. Hey, congrats. Breakfast is served and 3 more to go now. Not going to happen.
No, it's just the bait for the kill there at the end. Fruita is going to put in the finishing touches for the pistol round. Guppies now, like you said, looking to close the gap after the half, 6-7. Now for the buy-up. Spectres, Bulldogs. And you look at the, you know, the effect we got from that first round there for Guppies. You get Peppa Pig, Lunchbox, Fruita, both up to 3 ult points. Early on, if you get that Hunter's Fury and the Null Command going into these early rounds, I mean, that's going to be good when we do get to those rifle rounds. The fact that you have those 2 leading the way in ultimates could be seeing Guppies thriving.
Massive commitment towards the B initially, and I'll be darned there. That site is completely empty. They take it. Imposter wants to repeat history, except solo this time with this elbow push. And oh my god, there is an absolute mess waiting around the corner. Fruita droning in. Oh, this could be big, Seymour. This could be huge.
Just eating up the Decay too.
Yep.
It's a free scythe to get that spike down. Imposter won't be able to make anything happen with the amount of damage you took from that Viper wall. Peppa Pig Lunchbox is going to get the go-ahead that, or all the information that it is a flank from Gen Z. They go 1 for 1, but this is not going to be easy to retake.
Nope. Massive hill to climb. Viper Wall is also up, and that's going to be offering protection towards connector. So that nullifies chamber. Rixos has a very small, slim angle to work with, and that close-up Lear says no opportunities. Chada getting aggro, gets the Devour off of that. Meanwhile, Chillin is just, baking 28 shades of cookies on that opposite end of the site there. It cleans up 3 clean picks and equalizes for that 7-7.
We didn't get to see the best out of Chad on defense, but now that we swap over to offense, I like that the Reyna, is making plays like what we just saw. Using the Lear to close the gap is not an easy thing to do, but Chada, if you can make plays like that through B, or even when you get onto A, like you said at the start, is that Reyna is definitely a performance agent. You need to perform to make use of that utility. So Chada's definitely going to be the X factor going into this offense. What you can do on this duelist, already getting aggressive right through mid. You want to close this gap with the Spectre so you can find an opening pick. Jason's going to be ready. 2 players are lined up. Imposter's good for 1, but Jason and Imposter both go down. Successful B execute for Guppies.
Massive is, Guppies are very much domino-like in how they popped out of connector there. It was one after another, and there was trade potential, backed up by trade potential, backed up by trade potential. And you can see that's equaled them that 4v3, albeit they've taken a bit of a beating here, and Real Shroud and Co. on this big flank. Everyone's kind of caboosed up to backside, so a lot lies on Timotino's shoulders to survive and allow the rest of the team to execute out of that main area.
Real Shroud's going to be the spear to break the armor, but nobody else going to follow up on that. Real Shroud may find 2, but everybody else cleans up right behind that as Guppies doing exactly what we saw Gen Z do back in the first half. That's 3 rounds in a row to start off this half, and for the first time, we get to see them take the lead now and see how this momentum is going to start climbing for this team's offense. And they looked good there. It was exactly the same kind of strategy that Gen Z went for. Maybe not playing off of that Viper, but playing off of the opening pick through mid. They use Chada to close that gap, get in through B, find that first blood, and even a second considering they were both there, but those 2 picks were huge. Getting that spike down was everything in the post plant. Very comfortable for this team. Couple deagles here for Gen Z. Spike's going to go down. 5 on 5, and this is not going to be good because all these Vandals are going to be now tucked away into caves, so it's going to be hard to find these kills with Sheriffs.
Yeah, going to be a lot of effort indeed, and Chillin does get the 2. Rixos with that Headhunter, good value earned. Real Shroud picks up 1 as well. Fruit is still holding firm. Cave is stacked though. Beast has made some moves towards door, and that leaves it just down to that lonesome Sova now in a 1v3. And, call it respect of each other or the fact that they were on a better buy. But, Gen Z as a whole really wasn't keen on playing that site aggressively. They were instead playing that long range, looking for pick potential. There's Shroud here dancing. And you can see, yeah, good respect to that. Guppy's like, listen, you do what you want, but I want my gun for the long haul. And they definitely do take that ahead.
Yeah, they don't want to lose out on any more players than they have.
Yep.
At the end of the round, Guppies walk away with 3. And they do what Gen Z couldn't do on the anti-eco. Gen Z showed the respect, played it safe, waited a little bit for the aggression from Guppies to show, and they found, and it was Fruta with the Sheriff who managed to find an opening first blood through mid that kind of added a little bit of a butterfly effect for the rest of it for that Thrifty to kind of shut down that bonus round that Gen Z did find. But this time around, Guppies do kind of what I was hoping Gen Z did, and they go completely for that A execute. They use their utility to get on site, get that spike down extremely fast, and play for the post plant. They have the better guns, so realistically, as soon as that spike goes down, they're in the better position to take those gunfights.
Yeah, and consistently, thematically, I do see the Vipers playing that B site, and it still leaves a question mark in my mind. Like, I get the intention. It's kind of like leaving your Cypher to play that, solo site we saw in the early days of Valorant. There's utility, but I still don't feel great about it. I still think there's so much more that a Viper can do, whether that be splitting down mid to prevent that kind of control. We've seen that be a huge contention point, whether that means preventing a door push or getting aggressive through connector. It could work differently. So as we come out of this timeout here, we're keen to see what Gen Z and Co have conferred with and decided to progress with. And I do see that some Jet presences here now as they're interested in holding that site a little bit better than previously.
Looks like we're going to get that Viper's pit. right off the back, but Guppy's playing it close means that potentially want to get rid of this Viper pit as quick as could be. Jason's here for the backup as well, so a chance for Imposter to have a little bit of help inside of this Viper's pit, but doesn't seem like Guppies want to do it just yet. Here we get to see the Hunter's Fury from Fruta looking for the Viper. In fact, he finds Jason in the back, forces that jet off. Not able to find the Viper, so I'm expecting Guppies to back up, but instead they find middle control. Big 1v1 there from Rick Sauce, and it's going to be traded from Peppa Pig's lunchbox.
Yeah, they get that good old Reyna out of the equation, which is a great start, but my goodness me, the contention continues at B main as they're not even playing it passively, getting superbly aggressive now. Peppa Pig lunchbox for a follow-up onto the jet, so Duelist out of the way. It's now up to Timotino with some Sova support to manage a retake here. Beast playing a very cheeky angle. The Owl Drone just goes right on by. Pit goes down as well. I mean, let's get her done. Timotino, gotta be clutch here. Oh, Beast.
No idea. Finds the first, peeks out. It's a flash to deny Beast to hype in here. Hunter's Fury is going to be invested in here. Doesn't find Chillin or Peppa Pig's lunchbox, so Real Shroud blind going into this retake. Does get the information onto 146 HP. Peppa Pig's lunchbox is getting the finishing shot. 3 kills for the KO, and number 10 going to be there for Guppies. Double digits lined up.
They got double digits lined up, and we're in that rinse and repeat cycle when it comes to the economic situation for the side of Gen Z, where they're heavily on the back foot, right? They've lost, fairly consistently as the scoreboard stats, 5 in a row to be specific, and they're going to have to dig deep with whatever they got. Bulldogs and Spectres, huge tipping point round here, Seymour. Gen Z got to put their foot down once and for all and really step up, and part of me wants to see them maybe get a bit aggressive as a group of 2 or 3, right? Repeat that pistol strap, but do so confidently, and we're getting that at Cave. Here it comes out now, Jason, and it completes as the gunfights are being absolutely nullified. Chada on it as well. Quick back and forth, tit for tat, and we land in 3v2 line, which is, still doable for Gen Z.
Going for a little bit of a blitz, but still have last players. Imposter will even things, but Chada finding Shroud is going to place Imposter now in a 1v2. Chada looking to gain a little bit of map control inside the site, and he will. He's going to force the crossfire on Imposter to decide where his attention is going to be split to, and Chillin's going to get a free kill there to close out that round to continue the snowball effect for Guppies. Now that's, what, 6 rounds in a row for this half, and Gen Z's defense just hasn't been able to find an answer to Guppies. And their systematic, fundamental plays that they're making, their strategies on offense have been lights out, using their utility to force these gunfights from Gen Z, put them in uncomfortable situations, and I think Gen Z, they need to start taking a little bit of a page out of the book of Guppies right now and start to use their utility to make them uncomfortable.
Here's that mid split that we talked about with that Viper's Wall, allows them to segue right on through, funneling in. Rick Sauce up top here. Oh, the X-ray is nasty though. Huge situation here. Jason. Retake. Backside control for Chada is good, and that's going to earn that footing out of doors here. Here comes the caboose. Seymour, buckle up.
Everybody's funneling through. Jason, the second one. Bladestorm's not going to be able to find a third. Chada and Chillin now on the crossfire. Timotino is going to know exactly where they are, but one by one they trickle in, and one by one they're going to fall. Imposter goes down. Chada for the 4K at the end of the round, too. Match point for Guppies.
I will go and say one thing which I want to comment on from the previous, 2 rounds ago, and leading into that is, again, that Viper Wall has been massive. Gen Z, I think borderline expected Guppies to respect Imposter's Viper Wall, but that hasn't been the case. And the same story has been said for Guppies. They're dropping their Viper Wall and they're going. They're not allowing any opportunity for Gen Z to utilize that wall to their advantage. And to see, from up top, when you saw Jason fly up in the sky, there is no pick potential. Not only was a Viper Wall, there's also an orb, and Jason winds up with a opportunity to get more than one and continues to not land the critical picks and actually takes a huge amount of damage off the back foot there.
45 HP on the jet. Operator's gonna have to back up. Guppies are gonna tuck their tails between their legs. Respect B. Start heading over to A. Beast 2 hype is gonna be lurking. You look at the mini map, and Brick Sauce is at A. hiding in the aggressive angle, but now that they found a kill, they might just decide to take control of mid and hit B anyways.
Connector. A little bit of a walkie-walk here. You get Timotino. You got a low HP Jet as your last bit to deal with. Jason does get the one, trying to get away, but the follow-up and the trade is so good now. It's a 4v1. Whip out your choice of, you know, good luck dolls and stuffed toys, because this is a massive hill to climb.
Headshot.
Yeah.
Everybody's coming now. They want to close this round quick. They want to shut down Breeze fast as possible. Guppies. Chad is going to deal the lethal blow at the end. The finishing touches to this map. 13-7. Guppies take down Gen Z, and they get to move on.
Yeah, huge play. And to see Guppies come back that confidently on the attacker side on Breeze, I mean, borderline, I'd say, some of the cleanest attack play I've seen from a team straight up on this map. So consider that one to remain in their map pool as they get further and further into the night. I would not be surprised if we get to watch them again and see some more things go down on Breeze, because yeah, they played that superbly well, and that composition itself worked out really well for them too.
Oh, it did. And you know, at the end of the day, I was impressed with what Gen Z were showing on their offense, but you know, they weren't able to, you know, find, I guess, their footing on defense at all. It was a clean sweep in the second half for Guppies to take that map and move on into the semifinals now. And it just goes to show the depth of this Guppies roster. If you find them on Breeze, I mean, their offensive side is very strong. I mean, their defensive side was good, but their offensive side just looked to have, you know, almost no mistakes. You know, there were a few, you know, strategies that I was seeing out of them that could have been punished, you know, by a better team, you know, by a team that was, you know, able to, you know, read those strategies and kind of force better gunfights. But Gen Z, they just couldn't find their answer. And now Guppies, I mean, they get to move on. They looked good, and I can't wait to see them in the next round.
Yeah, me neither. And to look at just how strong they were and united as a group, like I said, is a very much, you know, a domino effect. One after another, it is a caboose of, you know, attackers coming straight at you, and you can't kill 3-4 in a row, especially in quick proximity jiggles and peaks. So again, team synergy was on point, and we have semifinals coming around the bend. We'll see just how much that team synergy carries them through the bracket. For our viewers that are watching, take this break opportunity to check out the GLG Country Club membership. This is a chance for you guys to basically get priority access and seating into all of our events that we host, especially this Pit of Valor. It's $10 and you get 3 months of coverage, and that $10 is the price of a single month. So not a bad investment. One team member holds that sucker, and your entire team is covered for entry. So while we're on break, check that out. So don't go too far. Take this time also to explore communitygaming.io. Check out some different titles and platforms, what's out there and what you want to compete in. And we hope to see you back here very shortly for the semifinals. So don't go too far.
To the bank, like, go, laugh it to the bank, like, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, laugh it to the bank, like, pedal to the floor, need no brake lights. In the dark, watching make light. I'm a star, got no stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm type 5. I be waking up when you go night-night. In a different zone, what's the time? Laugh it to the bank, like, ooh, go, laugh it to the bank, like, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s. I get it up, flip it and continue. I've been going dumb, I've been going mental. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like a medal. Little this and this, little Ricky Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm her Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, and take a pic. Laugh it to the bank, like, ooh, go, laugh it to the bank, like. 20, 50, 100, 10, 20, 50, 100, 10, 20, 50, 100.
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Yeah, alright, okay. We get it. No contest. Wait. Surf's up, nigga. The world been dying, days is numbered, check the climate. I'm sick of it, fuck the harebrained scheme to get the riches quick. I played a long game with serene scene and I whip this quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't up? This shit not just for the show, but bet you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me. Blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked, the master keeping on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother, told my truth. I shake that fake shit, they praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Oh, this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating and talking and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claimed belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that shit not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody raws us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex with loot they pay to play my shit back. In a way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know nigga. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, shit I done paid the cost. I'm all in on me, little baby she agree, she really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a fuck about me. You don't even know nothing about me, trying to force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic, I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, well maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important. And let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on themselves, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see me losing. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me. Want you to grow with me. Want you to grow with me.
Blah, blah, blah. I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side, I don't know if you...
thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I know what you digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, big been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch. I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell him, Mosialis, flawless, broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest. Do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, did it like the Porsches. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10, yeah.
We're back, and we got more action for the Pit of Valor 99.6. We got Guppies going up against Outlast now that we've made it into the semifinals. My name is Seymour, alongside me is Strive. And Strive, you know, going into this one, we just saw the best of both teams, I guess. But, you know, one was a little bit more convincing than the other. You know, now looking at Outlast, we're going back to Ascent, bud.
Yeah, rinse and repeat history. And you say a little bit more convincing. I say Guppies was immensely convincing on that breeze. I mean, they had a strong attack side, darn near flawless to say the least. So now to see them get pinned up against Outlast, who played Ascent, and boy, was that matchup a banger in itself. For those that were watching that in chat, I saw chat blowing up, and for very good reason. So I'm keen to see how this works out for Outlast, and can they repeat history one more time on this Ascent matchup?
Well, the fact that, you know, Outlast, you know, we already saw them in stream, and yes, their Ascent was a little bit shaky for the closer. They did get there first. You know, they got to that 12th round very quickly, a 9-3 half. You know, sometimes can be a little bit, I guess, misleading sometimes, you know, when it does come to the confidence, and maybe a little bit overconfident. They weren't ready for that comeback that what they did see. So looking to patch things up now as they go back to Ascent, you know, I feel like we're not going to be seeing them make the same mistake twice. And if anything is going to show for LS right now, if they're going to make it to the finals, they have to show that they've made improvements.
Yeah, and there hasn't been a lot of time to make those improvements. So I think in itself, you know, that previous matchup and how it tailed off is one big, you know, I consider it a timeout, for lack of better words. It's a whole learning opportunity that they can take in stride and hopefully apply to this matchup. Like you said, as we get the 8th selection to come out here, we'll see what Guppies wants to lean into. A bit of a change up for Chada immediately, not getting that Reyna, going for the Jet instead. But I feel like some of the roles, or most of the roles for Guppies, is going to be pretty much aligned and similar to what they played on Breeze just this past match.
Yoru, Yoru.
Incredible.
Yoru.
I'm good
Okay.
to go.
Okay. I mean, that's one way to do it. I mean,
It's the only way to do it.
I'll talk about Outlast later. You know, they're being a little silly goofy at the moment. Guppies, though, Jet, KO, Chamber, Fade. I really love the Fade pick. You know, I'm loving Fade ever since she was added to Valorant. She's definitely found a place in my heart. You know, I think that she's probably one of the strongest initiators right now in the game alongside KO. So whenever I see them paired together, it's definitely exciting for me. But now that we get Outlast, I mean, we just saw them on Ascent, and they're going for the exact same team composition. So I was hoping that they would stick to their roots, but and they're doing exactly that. So it shows that they're going to be sticking with that strategy from earlier, which did work.
And it's a good thing. I'm not here to change grandma's favorite brownie recipe at any point in time. If it works, it works. Let's stick with it and run through. I am keen to see my good old favorite friend Astra back in the mix, right? You and I have casted together as well last week, Seymour, and we did see an appearance of a single Astra, I believe, if not maybe on 2 different matchups. But it's a relief to see that this agent still has a place. And out of all the different maps that Astra could land, I think it sends a great one to get you into it.
I mean, Astra's strong. Yeah, she has definitely, fallen off a little bit from what we've seen, earlier in her life in Valorant, but she's still a strong agent. And you could say the same about, Brimstone too. All 3, Omen, Brimstone, and, Astra all have a place in the meta. So don't mind seeing Astra and Omen on either side, but Papi Chulo, okay, Chatter just got ranged through Catwalk.
Thoroughly blitzed here, Freight. Getting pinchy could be a problem, and Ronan is there to back things up. Good support and gives Freight the opportunity to survive for another day. Meanwhile, Site A is getting planted on here in a 5v3. Outlast has got a really good pinch set up right out of main, right from doors as well if they can get on through. Haunt here going for the attempt to get on the Prowler rather, but no, it's Papi Chulo, Hunter, and Ronan. Really clean collapse, and damn, a flawless round 1 retake, Seymour, from Outlast. Does the energy live on? I think so.
I mean, it was those opening picks too. The pick onto Beast and onto through mid. I think it was Chava goes down first. There were 2 clean picks as well from Outlast, and their whole setup for that retake was completely circumferenced the whole A site. So as soon as that spike went down, Guppies were a little trapped. They had nowhere to go for a post plant. They had no way out, no exit in their strategy. They just kind of had to wait for the gunfights to come. And as soon as they did, it was just so many things to take care of at so many different angles that you didn't know what to do if you were Guppies.
Nope, and getting into round number 2 here for Outlast on a big buy. That's the chance to get aggressive. I mean, you got Raze right on the corner. You got a Fade to give you that intel if you so wish. And that combination, of course, the textbook paint shells and C's opportunity. Doesn't get a pick, but does a good job at stalling for the time being.
Oh, Papi Chulo for the first blood. Hunter running it down with the Spectre. Fruta's able to find 1, but it's 4 quick kills for Outlast and chilling on the opposite side of Ascent. Ooh. Lurking at least for a kill, somehow takes down Ronan at range with a classic. So 2 players go down for Outlast for now. Chillin is able to, recover a Spectre, but the spike is down on the opposite end, and, Chillin really doesn't have anything to do now.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's a leisurely Wednesday evening stroll for this Omen here. Hoods.
Oh, an alt orb. Okay.
Hey, we take those. It's like getting ice cream here. A little bit of a prize and a treat. Except
I prefer gelato.
I like gelato too. I'm kind of biased to cookie dough ice cream.
I actually prefer frozen yogurt if I'm going to be honest.
Really? Like, I don't know. That's too far, Seymour. I'm just straight up, cookie dough. Left. Rocky Road.
Mango frozen yogurt is the best thing ever. Chillin finds another one. 1 HP in a dream, and it's not going farther than that. So Fright is able to take him down.
All good. I mean, that's probably the best that could have worked out, minus a clutch and a spike recovery. So we take those. Freight here. About to unleash some pop flash / push through middle potential. This could get interesting. I'm really keen to see what this KO Raze combo does here.
As am I. And so far, you know, I think Hunter has definitely shown that he's not afraid to get aggressive. We saw that on defense the first time this team was on Ascent. Now we're seeing it again. Full rush through mid. Hunter and Poppy Chulo on the cross. They find 2 for each other. Hunter, a second one into the round. And Guppies, they're trying to do everything they can to hold off this aggression from Outlast, but they get the job done. They walk out of that 2 for 3. And now with numbers advantage, they can hold right now. Guppies at arm's length, but Freight bites off a little bit more than he can chew, and it's going to be equalized now. Hunter has to be careful. If he goes down right now, this is not going to be good, but Ronan will be there for the crossfire. Sheriff's good for 1. Vandal's picked up, but Ronan's on low HP.
Yeah, this is a big situation for Chillin. How far can we get, though? And Outlast getting aggro at mid. I liked it. They got a good couple picks, but then it's like they wanted, you know, the 10th, 11th, and 12th piece of fried chicken out of the bucket. They went a little bit too deep, and we land now somewhere and land 1v1.
Oh, he's so ready for this.
I think Chillin's set too, though.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know Ronan's
no
already
clue.
here. That turn.
My.
Kill comes through. And Ronan with the 200 IQ play to read the ultimate.
As I went to say, the 10th, 11th, and 12th piece out of the good old bucket of fried chicken. Ronan's like, yeah, we do that all day, every day here. That's an Outlast norm as they get that 3rd round. Big one, albeit, again, Seymour, we saw the same thing happen in our previous matchup. A lot of weaponry was tossed down the gutter for that one, too.
It was, but you find the round if you're Outlast, and I mean, look at Guppy's buy going into this round.
Should I play some stars
You got
on this
light
round?
armor and a Sheriff on Peppa Pig Lunchbox. You will be getting a couple hero rifles in the hands of Fruta and Chillin, but if they lose this round, you know, it's a big question mark is what are we going to see them in the next one? I would more prefer to see them, you know, elect to go for more of a save, which we do see now the Sheriffs instead of the rifles on a few of them. So 1 hero rifle on Chillin. And a first blood. That's up down.
Yeah, up down, Poppy Chulo overwhelmed, and that's going to be the segue into this mid-market area that has yet to be explored. Double Prowlers, big C's coming here from Jason. Needs to capitalize with that Odin, and it does get the one onto Beast 2 Hype. So after that massive exchange, we land somewhere semi-comfortable with plenty of time on the clock to work with.
We still get the operator now in the hands of Guppies. Still Jason here with the Odin. First step in getting onto the site. Will they check this angle? It doesn't seem they will, so Chillin's going to walk right into the Odin again. Shada still with the op, finding necessary kills. Fruta, a second one for entry off the Sheriff, too. Shada's going to pull the Blade Storm. 2v1, Spike getting planted. Ronan last alive again.
Spike planted.
Clutchable. We know Ronan knows how to flex here. Does have full hit points and armor to back it. 1 away from a Cosmic Divide and has stars ready to drop at a moment's notice. But do we get any of that is the real question. No.
Fruita's
Wants to go
playing
for the dry.
contact.
Yeah. Jiggle. Fruta. Playing contact, playing patient, playing planted on boxes here. Brings Guppy that first round.
Yeah, Fruta playing contact there is exactly what you need if you are Guppies. And, you know, there's something about this team and Thrifties that just blow my mind. It seems like it just kicks them into a new gear. Like, okay, we'll actually play the game now. After we get completely decimated in the first 3rd round, then we'll start playing the game. And Guppies, they looked good in that round. Chillin on the hero rifle finds Poppy Chulo for the first blood. And then they completely dump all their utility to take control of market to pick up that operator. And not to mention that operator used then to pierce right into that B site to get that spike down. Smart plays coming out from Guppies and that util usage. Again, it's Chillin on Poppy Chulo for the first blood.
Israel Outlast needs to smarten up. You don't double peek something like that with Chillin watching. You will get clapped. And with that, again, they go ahead and segue. Good diversification. I love it, man. They're so quick to move. Covering that mid-market area towards tiles, rather, just gives that opportunity to, at a moment's notice, migrate out to that short area. And look at that. In about 6 seconds, that spike is planted, and they are looking to hold this on for the retake attempt. Oh, Beast. Close, but the rest of the team has got things on the lock as Hunter actually comes out with a lot.
right into Sheriff. And a flash. Popped out of the smoke. 2 blinds.
Oh my goodness.
But not able to hit the shots. 2 HP for Fruta. And, you know, that was... I mean, that was possible. That flash was perfect through the smoke. You got 2 blind right in front of you for the Sheriffs. If he hit those shots, Fruta could have put that into a winnable situation in a 1v1, but shaky shots, that's going to cost you.
Yeah, it's like a Riot algorithm said, Sheriff shots landing on a full blind? Nah, not today. Like, that's too easy. We don't give those, but we will give you the ones that are from, 48 yards across a football field. That you can have, but close up like that? No, not happening.
Forgot to do his aim labs for the day.
Minor problem.
Cold. Bobby Chulo again aggressive. This time with the TP. Chada gonna be sitting there. Haunt. Doesn't see it right away. Chada goes for the peek off the Haunt, but forces the TP from Poppy Chulo.
And with that out of the way here, again, the same type of situation for Guppies. Consistently playing this default, right? Chamber towards top mid. Omen working that long area. And looks like Hunter now changing up the post. No real exit potential, so this could be a one and done unless this Raze can come out big here with a multi-kill or a series of kills, rather.
They have to check this. Hunter has the showstopper.
Famous last words.
Oh, but Chillin's going to check it. Perfect flash, and Hunter gets taken down. Freight for the trade. Still alive in hell, but Ronin hot on the trail. Able to take down Chillin as well. Outlast 3v3 now as trades go back and forth. It's another flash from Peppa Pig's lunchbox, this time right on the doorstep of Freight. It's allowing Guppies into the site. The spike goes down, and here's the retake off the Nightmare.
Going in, Prowlers here, going to go ahead and connect as well, along with that Haunt here. Divide, drop, but Peppa Pig lunchbox, after getting so much control, gets a clean 2, and Chada says, listen, no fear whatsoever. I will continue your rally and solidify that round. Guppies be like those, Guppies that nasty landlord, right? Like, Outlast has paid their rent. They have a lock and a key on their front door, but Guppies that, nasty guy that just says, listen, keys or not, this is my property. I can enter when I want, and they've been so consistent on getting on these sites. It's yeah, like you said, the first 3 rounds go by, and then it's like, oh, hey, yeah, y'all want to play? Cool, open up.
I'm trying to remember, what does Peppa Pig sound like again? I'm trying to, remember with every, brain cell that I can have.
Think of British Pig. Young, female, or lady. You want me to play you a sound clip, or should I not do it?
No, I think I remember it now, that you said British Pig, and it just kind of, something lit up in my brain, like, oh yeah.
Peppa Pig watch party here on GLG, brought to you by Community Gaming. Catch us here next.
It's only your lunchbox.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of low key wanting to watch Peppa Pig now. I'm not gonna lie. Actually, I lied. My wife's nephew watches that, and I've mindlessly watched hours of that show for no one apparent reason. Anyway, Seymour, back at it. Coming off a timeout here.
Yeah, come on.
Last. Yeah, let's talk about it here. What are they looking to change, and where's their mind at? I think step number 1 is hold site and maybe play retake. That's kind of where my mind's at. I don't know how you feel about it.
Oh, there's a lot of over-aggression shown from Outlast. Rightfully. Yes. I mean, I think, Hunter has found a lot of success off this aggression, and Poppy Chulo as well. But in the past 3 rounds, Guppies have, found their answer for it. This time, Showstopper off the aggression. Paranoia to slow it down. Only a little bit damage done. Here's the Haunt now. Fruta's going to be on one angle. The Gravity Well hoping to hold them together, but as soon as Outlast peek out, all 3 players waiting. And all 3 players going to find their 1v1. So, A-site free for the taking now. Off the aggression, completely blowing up. Showstopper doesn't work at all. And now Guppies looking at round 4.
Does the Pig get surprised? Yeah, Pig gets surprised. Corralled into a corner by Ronin. Fruta responds. And Puppy Chulo's like, listen, trademark? Cool, I'll take it. Sign me up, Chief.
Well, I was hoping we would see that from Outlast in the round. It's a little unfortunate that the Showstopper comes out empty because, there are 3 people there basically shoulder to shoulder. I think, you kind of split the Red Sea with that Showstopper if you're a Hunter, and that is a little bit unlucky. And I hate to be the one to say, but that's what I've been seeing from Razes these days. I haven't really been able to see anything really impactful come out from Showstoppers in a while in the Pit of Valor. So just goes to show that history repeats itself, and now we go to the good old tried and true Odin through the wall at B.
Yeah, shout out to Riot devs for making that thing, exclusively out of paper mache. And off that great Odin pick, Papi Chulo wakes up and gets a follow-up, and it's going to be a good segue, really thinning the herd of Guppies as they're down one less in their school. Ronan. Oh, it doesn't. It gets so aggressive for the one, but Fruit is there for the trade, and that's good enough for the time being. As Beast comes in right behind there for the follow-up onto Freight. Spike plant's good, but Heaven is also set to retake along with rotates on the way from B.
An op in the hand of Papi Chulo. Has to be careful, because Beast is watching this like a hawk, and Fuda right there. All three players from Outlast gonna tumble on throws. The Satchel to lead the way, and Papi Chulo's gonna finish it off. They opt for the first and the Headhunter for the second. And all of a distraction of a simple Satchel charge from Hunter, just completely crossing through Heaven. I like that retake from Outlast. It's a good bait and switch.
Yeah, love it. And that you said it yourself. I was going to say the Satchel is really just that distraction to buy a bit of mouse movement and take some attention away. And it's going to be the fourth round for Outlast. Back at it. So the timeout proved to be quite fruitful in this case. And I've seen Guppies kind of step away from their default. You can see on the minimap they're just deciding how they want to manage it. I missed that original setup. The chamber top mid, that Omen playing that long game, the rest of the crew kind of tiles ready to make a move. It's they want to make some changes, and for the better. That's TBD here as we have a couple more rounds left of this half.
4-4. Pop for Papi Chulo. The pop flash out. It's Hunter, Papi, and Hunter again. 3 right through mid. And Guppy's stunned at what we get to open up this round. Ronan, nice at the star. We'll be able to give him aggression here with the Guardian. Solo hold over towards A. All up to Peppa Pig now. Pop flash out once more. Won't be able to flash Peppa Pig's lunchbox, but Hunter still nonetheless finds the kill and takes the 5th round for Outlast.
Huge, but on Guppy's side of the fence here, or Guppy's side of the ocean, for lack of better terms, 5 ultimates here, Seymour. Christmas trees are lit and plenty. How do they bring it together? That's the question to be answered. They're walking in with a great buy, so that's a positive start. B is a good opportunity as well, as it's really just being played semi-passively, I'd say, for the most part. They just got to manage this fade and chamber combination for the time being. Oh boy! Chata! I think it's
Bladestorm to the face.
Yeah.
You tell me Valorant's not a horror game. Come on.
With Fade, when Fade first came out, I'm like, oh man, I don't know what I'm doing. Is this Phasmophobia? Like, hello? Like, I'm literally getting swamped and I can't hear a single thing. So, yeah, borderline kind of scary if you're getting pushed on by a Fade and co.
Scary, but Outlast now, 3v4. All 4 players gonna be there. Ronan walks right through the smoke and is the read from the KO to put Outlast in even lesser spot now for this retake. Freight's gonna get spotted from the trademark. Pop flash for Peppa Pig lunchbox. Easy kill onto the KO, leaving Jason now last alive. Odin 1v4.
Jason's got a lot of ground to cover. Does have a haunt.
Find you.
There she is. Pings the one. Connects for that one onto Chillin', so we take those. We take some kills and some weaponry. It's all that Jason's got written for this round. I think, comment here real quickly. I think Guppies is learning that Outlast plus smoke equals most likely Outlast will swing. And they're, I think, maybe expecting that a bit more, which has been part of the catalyst for some of the clean picks that they've been getting in these last couple rounds.
It's like a game of chess right now. You asked me, what was going to change in the timeout. And it's pretty obvious what changed for the timeout from Outlast. It's just they're kind of setting up more coordinated attacks for that aggression that we saw kind of not work out for those 3 rounds in a row from the Guppies pulling things back. But after they found the 4th and you go into the timeout, Outlast started showing significant, actual, I guess, combos with what we see from the pop flash and Papi Chulo putting that op to work through mid, and the pop flash with Hunter on this raise pick. So The coordination has worked out. Now Poppy Chulo wants to solo dolo it through mid. Well, Guppies kind of figure things out in the last round, so Outlast go for a more passive attempt.
Just when I said they figured out that they're going to be, pushing through smokes, Guppies eats dust. Like, that's the kind of stuff that's going to continue to bite them in the rear. You have to expect that from Outlast at this point. They don't care if there's a smoke or not. They will push it. Now Ronin kind of pinned in sight. Paranoia comes through. Freight playing the counter flash, but Chillin quickly shuts that down with Fruta following up right on behind. Poppy Chulo has got a pick, but making the rotations is... we're kind of split apart here if you're a Guppy. The school isn't solidified as Peppa Pig is trying to make it to the rest of the team here and play this post plan.
For now, it's a 2 versus 2 over towards A. Well, Peppa Pig Lunchbox makes the full rotation through attacker spawn. Jason really slow to come back to his players, so Poppy Chulo and Hunter still looking for a way in off this operator. Nothing being shown. Hunt is going to find information on one, but Hunter through the door, through trees, opening things up, allowing Poppy Chulo sights with the operator. Jason's finally into the mix with the team, and a successful retake for Outlast gives them the lead back.
Here's my solid S tier idea. Stop peeking tiles and stop peeking top mid. Like, you can't keep giving Poppy Chulo these free opening picks like that coming out of smokes. Like, that's just not going to fly. And getting a buy round in the last round of the half is superbly good, but they can... Again, these initial picks for Outlast have been the catalyst for rounds 1, time in and time out. Straight up, I don't think there's been any real major differentiating factors. It's been just boiling down to how the first 15 seconds pan out for the most part.
I like where your head's at, but at the same time, to counter your point, is I don't really want to do this, but you can't just give up mid for free, so...
I'm with you, but I don't know. I just don't like seeing those picks come out so early on. It just really nullifies a round and makes it kind of just that much more troubling to manage. But I hear you, Seymour.
All through mid, they get it for free. Peppa Pig Lunchbox. Jason lines 2 up with the Odin. Through the smoke, they keep on walking. Jason, another one. Fruta now for 3 into the round. Chillin's going to get blindsided. Poppy Chulo with the tour de force is going to close things out. A flawless round from Outlast on defense. And instead of Guppies giving up that middle push, you see that Outlast, they give it to him for free. Yep. They say, you want mid? Have it. We're going to trap you in market and pick you off one by one.
As equally aggressive as Outlast has been, they have been matching that energy with change-ups and, little... I don't want to say backstabs, but you know what I'm trying to get at. Just differences in their play and how they're choosing to get aggro, passive. And as we switch sides now with a 7-5, if history has told us well, Guppies are going to throw the first couple rounds and then... no, I'm kidding. I'm pulling your leg. Not the case, but these pistol rounds are going to be, I think, the determining factor for much of to start. Let's see what this combo can do.
Prowler doesn't clear logs. Ooh, Hunter's gonna find one off the satchel charges, just gets into the face of Beast, but Fruta and Logs is gonna get 2. A little bit of a one up there from the fade, but all a ruse, an elaborate plan for Outlast to get on to A. Chillin's gonna disrupt for a second, but Poppy Chulo giving a little bit of leeway. The ghost through glass is good for 2. Can't find the third. Peppa Pig Lunchbox manages to get them into a 2v2, but look how much damage is done to Guppies.
Getting onto it, retake out of heaven. 2 very low HP members of Guppies. Pop flash is great, and it's awesome for Ronin to set up and the cleanup. We get the Zed tune to back it through as Outlast take that round.
They didn't even try to look away from that flash. You almost saw it in slow motion looking at it from Ronin's point of view. Just the flash over Ronin, right into heaven. Completely perfectly timed too, so that Ronin isn't going to get flashed, and the classic just jumps up there, and it is the easiest 2 kills that you will see off of those beautiful flashes coming in to help out Ronin to holding this position. And they should have known Ronin's going to be there too. The haunt only going to keep him away for so long, and Outlast, this time they're going to find the pistol round, and Guppy's not able to make this comeback just yet.
No Chada here, looking for a pick with that Marshall. Tailwind is a tick-in, and you can see just how passive Outlast is playing. Really looking to exercise their patience. Spike dropped as well. I like it. This is very Outlast-esque. Just waiting for that first move from Guppies, an overextension perhaps.
Tempo's changed for sure into this round from Outlast, and I'm sure Guppies are sweating right now at just wondering where the, first entry is going to come from. As, I think Outlast right now doing an excellent job at not giving away any information, forcing Guppies to invest a little bit of utility early just to find this information. And after they do, all 5 players now grouping up to go over to A, but they need to do it quick because you're getting rotations out from Guppies.
Pop flashes in. Back and forth. Chillin, super aggressive. Does get the one at the Papi Chulo. Buying time. The swings are present. Unfortunately for Chada, cannot participate with anything whatsoever as the door is completely smoked off, and Freight is going to go ahead and shut down Beast and Tree Room. Leaves it down to this lonesome Jet, and gotta love it, man. Outlast collapsing on that site. Did a great job at locking that utility on through, leaving it to that 4v1. And with the remnants of Chada about to be completely macerated in heaven there, low HP Jet. Yeah, this not fun, Chief, if you're a Guppy. Oh, boy.
Satchel charge kill, okay.
Oh, I don't even know where that came from. I think it came from the top of the site, but that was a spectacle. Fadeaway jump shot.
And Chillin left a little high and dry, too, in that position. Outlast were doing a good job at really isolating the rest of them around and kind of honing in on Chillin's position to, dethrone that Omen from where he was. So, all in all, smart round at Outlast. You burn the utility early, you move over to A, and Guppies had nothing to work with as soon as they started that retake. So now, Phantom in the hand of Hunter, Satchel Charge, Fruta playing on the deep end of Catwalk. Shuts down that raise, and Prowler's making it so hard just to push into the site. Fruta on an island, but it's okay because a lot of damage done to Freight. And another kill onto Justin.
Nice job, Poppy, locking down the market area here. Peppa Pig does know there is one stuck in logs, and getting to this Papi Chulo is going to be critical. Chada battling, but this Chamber is dancing and buying some time for the time being now. Ronan, out of market. So much back and forth, complete pressure. I mean, this Vice is absolutely turned to the maximum. Guppies just can't look one single way without having someone from Outlast at their back, at their front, at their side, and that pressure now, it's created that 5-round deficit to back it up.
And Fruta was doing everything they could to try to hold off Outlast. It's just Outlast didn't want to wait. They were going to walk through no matter how many Prowlers were thrown at them. Fruta finds 2 picks. It's just not enough because as soon as, you take control of that B site, it's not an easy site to retake in Valorant. So you can see that with those rifles, Outlast considerably simple in holding things off. And Guppy's broken again, 10-5. You see Beast with the Headhunter. No TP right now, and it's going to cost him.
Yeah, the gap continues to build along with some, not necessarily desperation, but thirst to get a pick and to be the first on the board, and they pay the price for it. Outlast so passive. Now looking to get some B main control. Spike's kind of making the moves as well to join the rest of the caboose. These combination, no connection here, but Chada with a massive Marshall. $1,100 well spent, gets the equalizing pick, and that should slow the round down unless Outlast want to really run through this smoke.
Oh, job's not done. Flash out. Right to follow up. Peppa Pig lunchbox only good for 1. It's 3 kills the other way, and Chillin all alone again. Sheriff in hand, 89 HP. Spike going down. Outlast now looking at 11. That's some paranoia.
Yeah, that's step 1 would be getting the paranoia out and or getting site control, and that doesn't happen. There's 3 members of Outlast lock it through. So reminiscent of Breeze, but now 4 consecutive on this half, 6 including the previous if you look at what Outlast has delivered. And the momentum in itself is monumental, man. Huge amount of work to be done, but I will say it. We did see this last time, Chief. I don't want to spoil the goods, but closeout was a bit of a problem if you're Outlast, and
I know.
My fingers. I don't want to get there, but dude, it's possible.
Outlast almost fumbled the bag last time on Ascent, but I mean, right now, Outlast look untouchable on their attack. Hunter's going to get shut down by Fruta again. Immediate trade from Freight. I don't know. It just seems like the necessary changes came from this team. And they just look a lot better on this offense than they did last time. Freight trying to get his team onto this B site, but not going to happen. It's just, again, coy for the rest of the team to get over towards A. And Guppies, they got no idea what's about to happen.
No. I mean, you get the KO. That's cool and all, but that spike's getting planted on a site now. This is my kind of strat. How well can they play the post plant's the real question.
How many times are you going to be able to fake out this team?
Tiggy says no.
It's Ronin's turn.
Beast. I mean, Chief. The fake was not successful.
It wasn't. It's off of Papi Chulo there, and in that first point of contact.
And that's going to be the so critical round for Guppies. I don't know if there's a direct, neural link between myself and these two teams, but I got to see Outlast bring that momentum through, man. This will send me for a 180 tilt fest if we don't see them finish off strong like they've begun this half.
I mean, they did everything right for that last round. You pull all attention to B. You give up Hunter and Freight. You get that spike down on A. The only thing is just you don't win your gunfights when that does happen in the post plants. And Goppi's just showing that they can hang right now. They can hang on Ascent, and it's definitely nowhere close to being done. Just, Chada looking to do it again. This time, Freight comes out on top for the first blood. Prowler won't get information on Hunter close. The opposite end, Hunter just looking for a way in. Pop flash. Hunter's good for 1. We sit 3v4. Guppy's at a disadvantage.
Love the doubling up of market, though, here with Jason now to send in the Nightfall. Backing it up, chilling, pinned in a corner, but Mouse is 1 for 2 through the smoke! That's a connection, and a really good strong one at that. Guppies on the front foot of this round now. Can kind of vibe as Ronin and Co have to... basically, they're borderline pigeonholed to this A take.
Not to mention, Chillin couldn't hear a thing. He was deaf from the nightmares, so those are 2 huge lucky kills coming out from your Omen to heroically save this A site for now, but job's not done in the round. Ronin's still looking to work his way into sight, get the spike down. Beast watching over. Hot's going to be in, 2 to force for 1. Papi Chulo looking to bring this one back, 2v2. For the retake, Chillin going to be taken down by Ronin, all the way deep in hell. Fruta going to know the exact positioning, drops on down, and Fruta's going to get it done, keeping Guppies in this one and away from Outlast's match point.
Patient beavers these Guppies are, and I know I just mixed 2 completely different animals, but take it with a grain of salt. They're doing a great job, I think, of giving space to Outlast, and maybe that is the differentiating factor. They're willing to take the backseat of things, and yeah, okay, we got Chillin doing some crazy stuff through smokes, and that's all cool, fun, and games, but they're respecting the retake strat, and it's coming down to the 1v1s or 1v2s, but it's working. So it looks like Outlast maybe wanted to change tempo a little bit, I think. Kind of go a little bit spicier. Don't sell a fake or anything. Just go as a group of 5, and that should hopefully be what can shut down this this Guppy squad and maybe get an opening pick or 2.
Odin for Fruta. Hunter going to pick up the tempo with the showstopper, and Chada gets caught on the exit. Chillin completely blind the A site right for the pickings. Spike going down. 3 players for the retake. I mean, Guppies, they've had magical retakes in the past couple rounds, but can they continue with the magic? Beautiful nade in the fragment, and Hunter are going to be caught.
Spike plant is good, but historically speaking, Outlast, when it comes to this heaven hold, have been really good on it. Beast now, open door is a great opportunity to get that pick. And no one's really showing their faces. Beast, nice headshot angle. Jason jiggles it right back through. Coming out of heaven, Peppa pick for the 1. Continuation, segueing. Do we get the Jason? We get the order from above. We have the last one at long, and we do solidify that retake. I mean, Guppies. These guys might as well just play spawn at this point and just rotate. Play the retake all together. Forget it. I mean, such good work and good synergy coming out of heaven there.
I think they got some kind of magic in their hands right now. I don't know what it is with this team. I mean, maybe it's just Outlast can't close games, or Guppies just, they're looking to show up in the latter end and make a complete comeback. You know, what the team earlier couldn't do against Outlast, Guppies, they're saying, okay, it's our time to shine. It's our chance to make this happen. They're keeping Outlast away from match point, and, you know, I'm glad that Outlast are looking to a timeout now because they need it. You know, I think that was a little bit of a wake-up call the past couple rounds, like, hey, oh my goodness, it's happening again, and we need to slow things down, you know, talk about what we're going to do, because the execution in the last round was completely flawless, but where did things go wrong?
It's been interesting if you kind of, you know, look back as a whole. In my head, I'm running, you know, scenarios, right? Where is Outlast? What can they do differently? Part of me is like, you know, they got to exercise some short takes. Okay, well, when they did that, Chillin got 2 picks through tree via smoke. Okay, they want to exercise market pick. Well, last time they did that, Fruta was doubled up and they got traded out. So there's not really one, you know, avenue that they've been able to really expose and work with, and that's troubling, right? You sit in a timeout, you consult your team, you're like, all right, guys, well, what's the play? Well, let's try this, let's try that, and it's just getting shut down at basically every corner. So part of me in my gut tells me Outlast just got to outgun and outfrag and really play strong. They're not having an issue getting on site. It's the post plant that's really detrimental for them.
No, and, you know, Guppies aren't having an issue with the retake. It's just the opening of the round that hasn't been, I guess, their strong suit. And if Guppies can start picking things up for the opening rounds, Outlast should be scared, because, I mean, the retakes have definitely not been their best suit. Blast this time with the op is going to find first blood through mid. KO going down is going to make it a little bit harder to get onto these sites. Guppies, they need an answer back, but instead Blast is going to find a second, and a no-scope onto Hunter. I mean, this chamber's popping off.
Whole team is just vibing right now, so energetic, and Poppy's got the 1 through market. That's yeah, that's about all that it is. It's Beast 2 hype. I like Beast 2 5k incoming here. Give me that ace while you're at it, Chief. Hunting for it. Ronin's coming through main. This may be that chamber attempt to get that ace, but forget the ace. I mean, dude, 9 rounds for Guppies. That's worth more than 5 kills in my books.
Concealment.
4 good rounds in a row, too. Not to mention. Fruta's going to finish it off with the Odin. Number 9 tallied up for Guppies. Going into this round, you have from the shadows on a Chillin too, so a little bit more mobility from your Omen to get from site to site, or even, you know, get that information if a retake is needed. Outlast, I need to see them on this attack find usage of this Cosmic Divide. Or even, you know, you look at Freight is 1 ult point away from getting that null command too. So, you know, you're looking at a Cosmic Divide and a null command to get onto a site. That should be enough to finish this round and put you on match point. The only thing is can they finish it off? Because their finishes haven't been good.
Yeah, they want another crack at the can here against Chada now. Chillin's around the bend too, and Chada again gets the 1 onto Freight. Chillin is doing such a good job of locking the site down, fighting. Poppy Chulo gets it, but the damage is done here, Chief. We've already completely burned that bridge, that attempt to get on site. Fruta's gone and done the deed onto Jason, and looks like top mid is completely closed. Poppy Chulo tries to rendezvous, but ends up landing in the crosshairs. And again, we wanted the tempo change, we wanted the speed and haste, and that didn't work either. So at this point, you know, whip out your Etch-a-Sketch and start drawing, because you have a lot of work to get back into this, and it's just a 1-round deficit at that.
5 rounds in a row. Guppies find double digits. They're looking to make the comeback here on Ascent. Outlast, they just cannot finish this map. They're down bad on Ascent. Their attacking side, I mean, to start things off, they've looked fantastic for the first 3 rounds that we saw earlier before this kind of run from Guppies started. But the retakes, man, the retakes have completely thrown their mental to the wayside. It's a flash out. Chada playing off the Cosmic Divide, looking for the first, but now being chased on out still. The fadeaway is going to find 1 onto Hunter. Freight for the immediate trade is going to leave us in a 4v4 and all that utility to get onto A. But the spike's going to be.
The shake and bake here, the classic Ricky Bobby. Bobby Chulo getting super aggro for the 1 onto Fruta. It's good, but again, time in, time out. Guppies are trading these picks. They've also done a huge number of HP point hits to Outlast on that KO, so The migration is here. The retake is set. Peppa Pig is currently blocked off, but not really in too much worry as the rest of the team now looking to make some moves out of market. This should be an explosive retake. It's got to happen quick.
Freight extremely low. Gotta be worried about that. Gravity Well is gonna hold the two completely together. Freight, good for one. Ronin a second. 1v2 for Chillin. Completely trapped between a rock and a hard place, and Ronin's gonna do it. Kills Chillin. Gives Outlast match point. Cuts the momentum that Guppies have gained. And finally we see Outlast with another attacking round.
It took a lot to get there, but they did it. And part of it was that, united push onto the B site. Now to finish it off here, if our viewers are, keen, at watching and are looking at their screens, this would be a great time to buckle up, hold on to your tables, find the nearest large, heavy object, because this is where we saw Outlast struggle in the previous matchup. 2-round deficit for Guppies, completely doable. Did they get the closure? Beast to height, getting aggressive, looking for it. The Odin is going nuts. It's not getting the damage required now. Beast playing the angles. Oh, Hunter, my goodness me, what a swing out of main. That's how you want to do it. Jason to back it up. Peppa Pig getting clapped. Outlast looking to bring it home.
Only 2 more players. Flawless so far. Wachata takes down Jason over towards B. Spike going down at A. Poppy Chulo doesn't have the rendezvous down, but getting aggressive through heaven with Freight. Glass broken by Chata, but he doesn't know that the slow approach from Poppy Chulo could be the means to an end for this round. Chillin walks through, a little bit of a surprise. Chata keeping things going. 1v3. Do you have the magic still for the retakes? Through the nebula. Things getting a little bit dicey for Chata. A little bit worrisome right now for Guppies. It's going to be the swing, but Poppy Chulo says no. Outlast, no matter how many rounds you can take off of them on Ascent, as soon as you get to 10, that's all.
So tenacious, so ambitious, and the mental for that, knowing how their previous Ascent matchup went, walking into this one, struggling heavily against Guppies. And that's not fun, dude. Timeouts were basically nada. It meant nothing. And for them to hold on firm and really step up their game, dude, amazing 13-10 win. As much as I love the Guppies breeze, I love this Outlast Ascent even more.
I'm still a little bit hit or miss with this Ascent pick out of Outlast, because it seems like they really want to make this map work and they really want to fix their mistakes. But that attacking side, it still has that room for improvement, Strive. And, going into this grand final, if they want to go to Ascent again, against a team that has, worked through this bracket just like you to get the grand finals, definitely prove their worth to make it to the grand finals, you might not get as much, leeway going to that attacker side on Ascent as you've seen in the past.
Yeah, and the bans and picks are another conversation. So, in terms of VOD reviewing and conversation, you might have 5-10 minutes to do that, depending on how this works out for them as they're proceeding to the grand finals, the final matchup of this evening. If the last couple of maps haven't been setting precedents of what's to come, I don't know what else to tell our fantastic viewers. So on that note here, Chief, let's go to a quick break, recalibrate, and come back down to level ground here for this grand finals. That $200 first prize is around the corner with the $50 going a second. So regardless of how things end up, 2 teams are walking away with some cash here. So don't go too far. Back to you guys, hopefully very soon.
To the bank, like, go, laugh it to the bank, like, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, laugh it to the bank, like, pedal to the floor, need no brake lights. In the dark, watch it make light. I'm a star, got no stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm type 5. I be waking up when you go night-night. In a different zone with the time. Laugh it to the bank, like, ooh, go, laugh it to the bank, like, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s,
I flip it and continue. I've been going dumb, I've been going mental. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like I'm metal. Little this and this, little Ricky Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm her Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, yeah, take a pic. Laugh it to the bank, like ha 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 ha. Go, laugh it to the bank, like ha 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 ha. I got anything, 20, 50, 100, 10s, 20, 50, 100, 10s, 20, 50, 100, 10s, 20, 50, 100s.
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Yeah, alright, okay. We get it. No contest. Wait. See this gold on me. What's up, nigga? The world been dying, days is number, check the climate. I'm sick of it, fuck the harebrained scheme to get the riches quick. I played a long game with serene scene and I whip this quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't know? This shit not just for the show, but bet you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me, blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked, the master keeping on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother, told my truth. I shake that fake shit, they praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Oh, this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating and talking and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claimed belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that shit not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody bras us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex. With loot they pay to play my shit back. Ain't no way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know nigga. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, shit I done paid the cost. I'm all in on me, little baby she agrees. She really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a fuck about me. You don't even know nothing about me, trying to force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic, I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, well maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important and let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on themselves, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see me losing. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me. Want you to grow with me. Want you to grow with me.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about
about nothing, why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it, who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch, I'm broke if you ask it. Don't gotta sell him, Mosialis, flawless, broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest, do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, did it like the Porsches. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10, yeah. Trippin' Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Bend dope with the switch again. Boy deliver like he heffin'. Core with digits, give them estimates. Somersaults for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB, been the team, baby. Been Papa, word the G, baby. Look, labs till I'm finished. Had a handful of lemons through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. No, this isn't what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the fam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all Gatsby, see through head masterpiece. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my abisu. Came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin. I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block up high the aura glisten. Foreign on my body, that's a Gora linen. I came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make bitches, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios.
I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Yeah. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Okay, I'ma hit for 20 off a laptop. In a Zoom meeting, making money is my backdrop. Ballpoint base hit harder than a slap shot. Flew out my baby, told her rub me like I'm Epcot. Whoa, whoa, I've been doing road on the go. Get a bag and flip it, that's for sure. Yeah, for sure. That was never talk about nothing. Turn it down and go get you some money. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Eyes on the money, my brothers got my back. Streets moving funny, so I been holding strap. Not playing defense, we been on the attack. Plotting and scheming, how we gon' get it back. Designer all on you, but you can't buy the swag. No Miris, those foo-foo, I can see the tag. You can bet if I spending this, cause I get it back. I'm 5G, your dollar, I can see the lag. All I ever wanted was to have it all. Got close, never froze, had to risk it all. As a little boy, I wish I was a little tall. Never made the league, I found other ways to let me ball. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Tell them run it on. I wake up. Yeah. I wake up. Flex. Thumb down now. Check. No drip this. Wet. Tell them run it on. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it on. I wake up. Flex. Thumb down now. Check. No drip this. Wet. Tell them run it on. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it on. 9 out of 10 roll through my hands. I'm by my lonely. Turn to a savage.
All right, everybody, welcome to the grand finals of this evening. We've gone down a very, very long and dusty, rocky road, but we made it here. It's going to be the grands with myself and Seymour. Outlast versus Crisis, and we're going to be keeping this map pool ever so diverse going to Haven. You'll love to see it, and given how Seymour touched on a critical point about how rocky and wishy-washy Ascent was for Outlast, part of me is kind of happy we're going to Haven for this grands.
As am I. I'm looking at the picks or the bans for maps, and Ascent was first one banned at a Crisis. I mean, whether or not they were in the grand finals first and they were watching that and they said, okay, they have a strong defensive side on Ascent. We'll get rid of that first. But when you look at it from Outlast, they were banning Icebox, Fracture, and I think then they were the ones to pick Haven. So then I think it's one of those that you're kind of like, you're getting rid of those, weirder maps that like, more so you're kind of playing around your composition. You go to Haven, and this is something where, again, you look at how strong the defense was for Outlast back on Ascent. We could see another strong defense here on Haven as well.
Yeah, and if we're going to carry suit, this would be the map to do it. I love it. You piggyback on your point. It's really a great technical map. We're leaning away from the agents. We're now digging deep into the strats and having to manage 3 sites. And from a defensive perspective for Outlast, if they're as good as holding on to 2, I really hope they can spread that love equally across the 3 sites of Haven and kind of deliver the same. Comp-wise is where things are going to get interesting, right? Do we see some Master show up again? Maybe. It kind of does fit the bill here. But I'd be down for it, to be honest with you.
They looked good playing around the Astra. It seemed very comfortable playing around that controller as well. So I wouldn't be, too surprised to see her show up here on Haven as well. But it looks like we're going to have to wait to see what Outlast are picking. We're going back to the Euros for now. And folks who are just tuning in, it's grand finals time for Pit of Valor 99.6. If you have a little bit, don't forget to check out Community Gaming IO. Show some love to our friends over at Community Gaming, because this wouldn't be possible without them. For a $250 prize pool, $200 to the winner of this grand final, $50 for second place. Outlast or Crisis are going to have to be the ones to see. As Outlast have a little bit of fun, let's kind of pick around what we're seeing at a Crisis for now. We get the Fade, which, as always, and as I said last time, I love to see. But the Breach pick, how are you feeling about that?
I am so down. I absolutely love watching. Breach offers amazing site entry potential. Couple that with a Fade, and all of a sudden things get really, really messy. Like, you have so much opportunity to get on through so many different areas of this map, whether that be Garage, whether that be deep into B site takes. And this is one of those maps where some of the critical entry points from a defensive perspective are guarded by site features, right? Whether it's B with center box, not as much, but towards A, obviously center site boxes. The same goes for C site. And you want to have something that can really get you deep back there, get full site control before committing to a plant. Otherwise, you could be paying a massive price if you're not situated in that case. So as we lock up the situation for Outlast, we got a Neon, and that's going to couple with a Breach combination as well with a Sky. I mean, we're pretty much set to hit Six Flags here for a nice roller coaster ride.
And Neon kind of reflects what we saw earlier on Breeze with the Reyna pick. It's one of those, Neon's a little less kind of centered around your performance, but even still, Hunter, for the performance that we're going to see on Haven, it has to be smooth with this Neon. And, we look at Ascent and the way Hunter played with Raze. I have no doubt in my mind that the transition to Neon should be a smooth one.
Yep, that's the intention. And to build upon it, it's about really good being mechanically sound as either Arena as a Neon. You got to be really clear on your intentions, and there's very limited kit available in terms of really stunning or holding off your opposition. You're fast laning, you're running in. Yes, you can get into a site, but from there, it's heavy reliance on your gunfight. And you back that up with support from a Breach and a Sky, you have so much potential. And you know what? Even the Omen for the Paranoia, there's enough flashes to blind, 6 teams over here if it's used correctly. Being Haven as well, a lot of extension and reliance on the 2 chambers. They're going to have to be looking for those opening picks towards C, towards A, and even towards top of B to at least get on the board nice and quickly and be that the catalyst for at least getting some footing. Because again, 3 sites is a lot to manage.
Trav, I'm upset.
Why are you upset?
Because I just kind of looked through the bans again at the maps, and I realized that this was a toss-up between Haven or Pearl. I really want to see Pearl, like, once. I haven't had the opportunity to cast over a Pearl, and I'm sad that we didn't get the Pearl for the grand final. It would have been fun.
Yeah, I'm down. And you know what? Given our track record here, Seymour, as long as we stay consistent, either myself or you, or hopefully both of us, will get a Pearl one of these days. And I love it. It's such a good map, and it is very energetic. It's maybe not as energetic as the series, perhaps, in a way, because I'm just grateful that we're getting a Haven for this finale. And having followed specifically Outlast through this evening, we have a story to build upon, and a lot wagered on it, because they've been able to show their stripes, not only obviously by their wins, but on screen here with us too in these matches. So I'm keen on it. Cross your fingers, Seymour. Pearl will come one day. You just need to manifest that.
Let's go!
Pearl!
I quickly apologize for, how long it took to get into the game, but here we are, grand final, ready to go. As we reflect across the agents again, Outlast starting on defense, we got Omen, Sky, Neon, Breach, Chamber, Crisis on their attack. They're going to be looking at Fade, Breach, Omen, Chamber, Raze. So a couple highlights to be watching for. It's going to be the Raze Neon matchup, especially for, you know, getting those opening picks, getting aggressive towards the site. And at the same time, you got to watch out for the Fade Sky matchup too.
Yep, massive potential there. Boombot right on through to long. Getting interested toward this A look initially, and with a Chamber dropping a rendezvous and looking to get out of sight, it's kind of just offering some rotation opportunity here as they're looking to explore that middle area and regroup potentially to get on that A site. But it looks like Outlast here. Fast rotation on that A site. I've already got 4 bodies nice and warm to hold off that push.
Trailblazer only spots 1 player, so not a lot of information to work with, but Hunter's going to play anyways. Down through sewer. Not 1, but 2 picks off that ghost. Catches the Chamber on the rendezvous as well. So I don't know if that was like a miss mechanic there from Crisis, but either way, that's still a heavy hit. And Justin playing this close angle. No flash, but a frenzy and a crossfire with Hunter. Playing up the breach flash is going to work for a kill, but an answer back from Crisis for 2.
Great, continuing to battle. Does get 1 and so patient for the second. Utilizing that ghost to its fullest. Love to see it. Outlast in the end, that rotation ended up working immensely well in their favor. Gonna proceed ahead into round 2. Buys aplenty. This is very Outlast-esque for the time being.
And into round 2, you know, it was across the board for Outlast pretty sound. You know, 2 kills for Hunter, 2 for Freight, 1 for Jason. So we won't be seeing, you know, an early ultimate inside of these, you know, first 3 rounds, but, you know, barring maybe Hunter gets a pop-off round here in number 2, but Papi Chulo does have the Marshal. A couple players out towards grass. First shot's gonna miss, second one as well. Forced on the rendezvous, but not before taking Teats down.
Yeah, they want to commit, though, to this push right on through C. Robbie does get 1 onto Poppy with the paint shells. A lot of overwhelming activities occurring for Ronan, who just decides to stay firm and pays the price. But the benefit here now is Crisis, very low HP. They've got that spike down. I appreciate the money, but Freight and Co. here have some utility that they could use to get back on through. Swings aplenty, and they come out as 3! And they actually do get Freight out of the way, and they should recover that Spectre as well.
That was a good round for Crisis so far. Jason flashes himself. Has got to be quick for this one, or else Hunter's going to get the defuse, but Hunter gets it anyways, and the rest is history for mowing down the players in the rotation. Hunter sticks the defuse, and pros don't fake, so 2 rounds for Outlast. But a heavy deal, too, from the damage there. Only 1 player living. It's Jason at the end, so I want to see what kind of a buy we're going to get out of Outlast for this 3rd round. We get a Sheriff. Papi Chulo's got a classic light armor. 3 players with heavy. Freight's going to pull out a Frenzy. Hunter going for that Spectre that was, you know, left over from the last round. And Jason only with the Ghost. But if Hunter can get an Alt Orb, he can get an Overdrive here.
Give me the Overdrive. That is the definite intention. Oh my god! Focus on the rendezvous equals a focus of the head for Ozzy. With Robbie to back things up for the second. Freight and Co. super aggressive, and they're going for a bit of a flight here, but ending up absolutely nowhere. Shut down. Crisis, all it took was some guns to nullify that aggression of Outlast and put them back in their place.
Yeah, but now we get a rifle round, so even on both ends, Strive, this is where we're really going to be able to, you know, weigh the differences between both teams when, you know, things are for sure equal. When you look across, you know, you do have the Rolling Thunder for Nebula, so, you know, might use that either for post plant or entry onto a site. On the other end, you have Hunter with that Overdrive, so curious to see if Hunter elects to get aggressive with it. I don't expect him to with having the Vandal picked right away, but gotta get aggressive nonetheless with the Vandal.
Yep, going for the Neon aggro push, and Hunter's got some smoke cover that should drop at about 3 to 4-ish seconds, which will reveal a wild Nebula around the corner, along with Robbie. Lace up your Jordans and run the heck away, because ain't nobody keen on taking a 1v3 battle here.
Crawler through that. Hunter, a little bit of noise made. Excellent at Outlast just to delay time here. 1 minute left. If Kostin goes down by Freight, would have been a huge pick for Outlast, but, you know, Kostin doesn't even want to take the chance.
No. 48 seconds, though. This tipping point is here. It's got to happen. Kostin opens it up onto Garage. That could be the C collapse of the century here. Ronan just completely overwhelmed again, but still coming out on top with one. Consistently contributing before getting traded out, and that's good for the time being, but smoke coverage towards Spawn is going to at least hold off the retake potential for that spike to get dropped down. Robbie and Co. Holding on to site, going for the 2-2 split. This is great, but the beauty for the situation on the retake side is Outlast have no real smoke coverage, so this long setup could be a complete dubski.
Oh, Teats. Paranoid. Swings out, finds Hunter. 2v4 for the retake. Not a lot through the smoke. Teats find another one, so Freight's going to be last alive. Trying to make his way through. Spots out the player into Garage, but gonna know there's one to his left. He will. Freight for the spray. Gets 2. It's a 3K right now, but Nebula's got the full wrap around, and it's going to be a kill onto the opposing breach for Crisis to find an even game.
The 50-50 Rolling Thunder would have been a spectacle and a half had it gone towards Garage, but lands a little bit short. Like you said, wrap around the Anaconda attack was the way to go. That kind of stuff is the beauty of what Haven brings. Being such a close-knit map, these wraparounds are very viable, and they work superbly well, so expect much of the same. The beauty of this result is Outlast now got 3 great ults to walk into with, and that's going to be the Rolling Thunder and such. So does that get released? Hopefully so. We'll see how they manage. Kicking off this round.
Overdrive.
Hunter's got your overdrive. Here it is, Seymour.
Your guns. That is nothing.
Yeah. Overdrive is over dead at this point.
Oh, and the satchel charges bring Nebula down to 15 HP strive.
Mega. Prowler. Information.
Free.
Yeah. Come on in. I mean, the door's open here, Chief. You might as well make yourself a cup of hot cocoa while you're at it. Throw that spike in the ground and let Outlast come in for the retake. We got that Rolling Thunder, though. I want to see it.
Should be the start to the retake from Outlast. If they want to invest ults to begin with. I mean, you don't really have good follow-up. And so much utility getting burnt from Crisis just to delay even longer. So I would be surprised if we see the Rolling Thunder come through after all this time. Jason to entry with the Sheriff. The rest to fall right behind him. It's 3 clean kills from Crisis. 4 players alive.
Big dubski when you look at that round. They walked away with tons of weaponry. You can see the economic situation is looking mighty on good. Outlast, you said it well. Given the buy situation, they weren't in a position to drop that Rolling Thunder, so they're still holding onto that along with the Seekers. Looking at that round, I felt I was paranoid for probably a solid 15 seconds combined across the board. And these Omens as a whole are going to be offering so much, not only entry potential, but stall potential as well on these post plants. And they're doing a really good job of conserving those for really when it matters.
Deep blind there from Jason. And the information from Proppy, Chulo, they know Crisis to take control of C. The Haunt doesn't get eyes on Jason, so they know that that corner is going to be cleared. It doesn't matter because they're rotating off. And you look at the minimap too. Nobody from Outlast really kind of took the bait. Maybe a late rotation from Freight will leave this a little lopsided towards C, but even still, help is close. And Crisis, they want to go for C after all.
They want a second crack at the can here. Going through. Nightfall. Oh my god, the satchel not the most optimal here. Seekers go out. Close proximity battle towards Garage, but they want to go ahead and absolutely go for it. Jason holding firm. But it's up to Robbie and Kostin, who do a number indeed. Here's that Rolling Thunder. Doesn't catch the one. It does. Robbie's trying to bounce away, but gets caught off by Freight. It's down to the one Lonesome Chamber, who cannot bring it to be. Freight's ultimate in the end. Clutch supreme. Well done for the third.
And look at the way Freight plays off of that Rolling Thunder too. You see Robbie kind of hiding in that corner, but he elects to ignore that first player sitting in the corner and go to look for the player trying to escape down C long. And as soon as you find that first kill, the Rolling Thunder, enough of a stun to just clean things up pretty smooth there for Freight. And that is just a smart ultimate and definitely a huge play out of Jason to allow Freight enough time to bring that into play.
Yeah, that micro decision was worth its value in gold. So well pointed out, and you can see off that now they're going to go looking to get site control, or at least some long control for the time being with Hunter. There is trade potential for this breach. Could set up a flash peak opportunity if played right, or could be detrimental if breach doesn't support the Hunter post up here.
Flash from Nebula, or flash from Frey trying to allow Hunter back. The C's for a second I thought maybe that fast lane would go down and there would just be Freight and Hunter there with their pants down just waiting.
Oh, but this rendezvous fake plant tap towards B has been good enough to get Robbie some site control, but look at this dash in from Hunter getting absolutely annihilated. Clap, dude, put your skates away, Hunter. No shot. You're making it on that site without getting a clap to the dome and Crisis. Nice rendezvous and a plant to follow up.
It's just basically a nope from Robbie as soon as the slide came through from Hunter. It wasn't, the wrong play from Outlast, trying to catch Crisis by surprise, but just a really flashy shot there from Robbie to shut down that Neon. And now what do you get here? Papichulo going to put away the tour de force, won't even be able to get a shot out with that Vandal, and Ronin is just going to elect to try and save this Phantom into the rest of the round. Play for an exit kill, Teats. Eyes on. Ronin struggling a little bit, has to be careful, and just because of that, Teats is going to find the kill at the end. It's a 3K. Cover going out. And a 4th round from Crisis at the end of that is going to give them the lead.
Was it the annihilation of Hunter that really solidified that round, or that fake plant B rendezvous? I think it was that fake plant B
it was a huge flash. There was 3 people that just exploded out of that smoke at once. Hunter was just the first one out, but there was a savior flash from Nebula that made it a little bit easier to clean up, the supporting cast of Hunter. So as soon as Hunter went down and the rest of his team, I think things just blew up in their face when they didn't expect it to.
And that's what Breach does. I mean, the angularity of that box towards A site lends itself well to that pop flash or that flash opportunity for breaches, right? You can get up close and personal and not risk being team flash, which is superbly nice. And I do appreciate what Chamber's done for this map too. So much more respect for the flank with that trademark that's getting consistently placed. No one's really venturing and looking to get, overly sneaky per se.
Shadows traveling.
Deagles for Outlast.
Teleport's ready.
Crisis with, on paper, the advantage for the round, but cheeky from Hunter, just quiet as a church mouse, posted up through mid, very aggressive. Neon like you expect, but the Prowler's going to give it away, and Coastin is going to catch them lacking.
Yeah, quiet as a church mouse until the mousetrap just clapped one time, so unfortunate.
Till the demon dog finds you.
Yeah, that thing. Yeah, poor little mouse just probably shivering in its boots, getting demon dogged out. Unlucky, really. But with that pick now comes that opportunity to get on site. They got 30 to do it. Ronin up close and personal, flashes in for backside. This Omen has done a number surviving, and actually doesn't make it out there with Nebula to back things up. Getting super aggressive. Teats was looking to push, but instead Paranoia is just to buy some time.
It's just tough there for Ronin to stay alive as long as he did. The Paranoia gave a little bit of wiggle room, but ultimately Teats has just been always one step ahead inside of this role, even through the aggression of the Shredded Step. Now for the post plant, the Aftershock will be able to flush out the chamber, but now you got to take the duels, and Asiaza with the clean transfer there to give 5 rounds to Crisis. Flawless round as well for Crisis. So going into the next one, timeout called from Outlast. No ultimates on board for Outlast as well, whereas you look at Crisis, I mean, you got 3 ultimates inside of this rifle round. This is a chance to once again break the back of Outlast.
Yeah, I'm down if they want to go for that break the back tactic and do it on that C site, unless Ronin changes something. I don't know if it's just the POV that we've been catching and just how these C takes have been unfolding, but whether it's 1 or 0, that's all that Ronin's got holding onto that C site. Maybe it's time to play a retake strat. Let them use that utility towards there and get it, take it, and then worry about that situation of getting back on after, and conserve your kit to do so, right? Let the skies do their magic. Let the breach flash in. Let the paranoias work, and keep some smokes to hold off Crisis on a post plan if they choose to play that long C really far down and deep. So all conversations to consider for Outlast as they come out of this timeout, hopefully with a new mindset and really keen on shutting down just how dominant Crisis has been. They're respecting the flank. That's cool, but maybe it's time to, again, invest some more passivity towards that C site.
And we're going to have to see, you know, what Outlast bring out into this next round off of this timeout. I mean, the closest you are to an ultimate, too, is going to be Jason. 2 points away from getting those Seekers. So, you know, maybe you get an ult orb and then you follow up with a kill. You get those Seekers, and it definitely can throw Crisis to the wayside. But you're going to have to need, or you're going to need some pretty big individual plays when it does come to the gunplay here in this round for Outlast. And this is Crisis going to be completely for free. The Aftershock from Freight will deal a heavy blow to Teeth. Down to 30 HP, but Spike should still go down. And Kostin catches the lurk, so no flank potential at all.
Yeah, whether it's the trademark or a Crisis member, they're not getting down that long game. That's a lesson learned now. With that Spike now planted towards B, they've got great window control. They're well situated on grass as well. There is smoke coverage, which is a plus, but ooh, Ronin just smelt out that Omen there with a clean one.
Poppy Chulo! Oh! Only good for one on the judge. 2v3. Suddenly Ronin has to get a little bit aggressive right from the front. Just Nebula, but now all alone, 6 HP, and Aussie has the spray down. 6 on the board for Crisis. Again, they break the economy of Outlast, and on this defensive side, Outlast have been struggling.
Coming off that timeout, I think Crisis played it well. They themselves had to have conferred about how they wanted to approach that. They have yet to exercise a B take, and they walked in and said, you know what? This is the chance. These guys have gotten so comfortable with how we're exercising our rights on A and C. Let's go ahead and mix it up. Forget the rendezvous back to A. Forget the full take and pinch through garage and long onto C. Going for that B plant was the X factor that earned them that round, and Outlast probably came in thinking, yeah, these guys are going to rinse and repeat what we already know. Yeah, no shot. That wasn't the case.
The Boomba's going to force the rendezvous. Very early, too. Hunter, again, wants to get aggressive through A long. So a lot of map control towards A for Outlast, but just on a whim, you know, even if Crisis, you know, want to take a shot at A, he only has a Sheriff, so you miss that shot, and it can definitely come to bite you if you are Outlast, and the Prowler will get the information on Hunter, and Aussie has it, doesn't want to give this up right yet, but it's going to be the call for Crisis to go to C.
And Asiaza knows there's a trademark there. No reason to venture out and try and be the hero against the Neon, who's just slippery and slidey. Instead, the rest of the team is looking to get onto the C site. Ronin, one more time, playing a bit of a one-and-done angle. Concussed. Everyone's jumping in. And yeah, they check it. All day, every day.
Almost had a chance, though. Almost.
Spike planted.
Spike goes down. Hunter. Not going to be easy for the Prowler chasing through the sprint. A funny little thing happening right there. Aftershock, Freight works well to flush out Nebula. Rendezvous from Kostin will give now the post plant. The crossfire, a lot of success for Crisis to work with. Jason's good for a little bit of a exit kill onto Teets, but only one.
I'm only laughing because like it was just super funny how that Prowler went out and only hears "gotta go." It's like that's legitimately my reaction to when I see it. Gotta go. Bye. Peace. Sayonara. And that's all that it really took to push that friendly or opposing Neon away and bring that 7th round. So at this point, timeout basically means nada. Crisis have secured so much money that they can even afford to lose a round and still continue to buy up and hold strong. 7 rounds thus far. You got to raise. You have an Omen to set you up. Double satchel into his sight. This could be the recipe for success yet again.
Yes, he could, but not a lot of early util from Outlast. Hunter's going to walk right through mid. Good for 1 kill. A second on a Nebula. So 2 giveaways from Crisis. And Outlast now, even though you lose out on Freight, you're sitting in a solid situation. Though if Teets gets this kill into Jason, it can completely turn things around, but Jason gets out alive.
Pete's also immensely patient for not getting overly aggressive on A. Really looking for intel. They know they have tons of time on the board too. There's no reason to lose a body unnecessarily. They can just, you know, snuff things out, scope out the opposition. Teets gets that intel with that ultimate now, right back to short, and that's going to leave this site completely open. Talk about selling it. I mean, that's a bargain and a half, as they should be able to get on this site mostly unscathed.
Well, even still, you know, Outlast were in a position that they hear the sound cue for A, so...
Yeah.
The giveaway, you know, was there. It's going to be up to Kostin here. On the flank, Seekers will give away that there is a lurk from Crisis. 2v4 on the inside if they're going to take this one, but here comes Kostin. Evening things up. Hunter gets taken down on the slide. Suddenly things not looking good for Outlast as they get picked apart. It's Jason, 1v2, and Kostin's going to finish it off.
You got to love it, dude, when it comes to Crisis. This has been potentially one of the smoothest attacking sides for a single team that I've had the chance of watching. They're just so disciplined. Yeah. There's nothing out of the ordinary that would say alarming. Oh, why did he push out? Why did he do that? Like it's none of that. Everything is calculated down to a T. The post-ups towards spawn, the delays, the information gathering, the ultimate from Teats to get intel, and obviously the sound cues to back it up, and from there making the move. So they're doing what they should be doing and utilizing those ultimates and not holding on to them, right? That Omen ult could have easily gone to waste, but no. Instead, it worked out immensely well for them to get on the A site.
Into 3. Nightfall. Oh man, Hunter will start this flank, but Kostin with a snapperoo. Doubles down on the freight as well, so Outlast in a really sticky situation. From the skies, they want to take over hell, but Robbie's got a showstopper waiting in line. Nebula with the Vandal will shut things down for the half. 9-3 for Crisis. Looking good on Haven. I can see why they wanted this map to come through in the picks. But now we get to swap sides and, see if, they have the same amount of success on their own defense.
That's the plan, and you look at the way things have unfolded. I'm saying, for example, it's been a utility-based game. Like, you can basically throw my words in the dumpster. It means nothing when Kostin is winning battles just mono-e-mono. Just a better shot. And there's no way to sugarcoat that. You're going to have to do just a better job of out-fragging this chamber for the time being.
And you will. Kostin has just been such a difference maker in those, positions, even catching off the flank like that. If Hunter and Freight are able to stay alive any longer, I mean, that could have been lethal to the round. And Kostin again opens things up in the pistol round. You remember last time on the pistols, I mean, it was near flawless for Crisis, so Outlast, they need this.
Fight goes down here for Outlast. Poppy playing really patient towards Garage. Kostin doesn't see. Rotates are coming for the pinch. They can deal with Poppy. This could be very viable. Kostin does get the one onto Freight. Poppy hanging out here. Oh, Jason!
No, not like this!
Oh my goodness. And Ronan is there for the cleanup onto Asihaza. It's going to be the 3v1 situation. Ronan again found in a very uncomfortable place. Whether it's defense or attack, why is Ronan always in the back of sight? Someone please help me out.
It's just his comfort zone.
I guess so.
I can't even say it's his comfort zone because he's definitely felt pretty uncomfortable in that position throughout this whole Haven match. So, anyways, just talk about things that, make or break rounds. And Kostin finds 3 kills on Chamber in that one. The opening pick and the 2 to follow as well. So putting, Outlast in such a tough situation. Jason has the chance to bring things back, but, a little bit shaky on shots, maybe a little nervous. Now that you're down 10-3, that gap just grows, and Outlast, they need to start heating up, but Hunter again goes down, getting a little too aggressive. Nebula with the areas this time. We're gonna get things done pretty quick. Spray down for a second one. Freight able to find a kill, but the rest following in suit.
Look, I'll buy those trades at the dollar store or those type of pushes from Hunter all day at the dollar store, left, right, and center. Like, I'm totally okay with it, but where's the backup? You're not going to walk into a fire sale and just buy one item. You got to have the whole team there with you to clean up shop if things go messy. And when Hunter's in and dead and then there's 4 other people like 4 seconds behind, that's not a side take to me. That's just sacrificial behavior. And that, like you said, the gap grows 11-3. It's just becoming even more difficult to claw it back. Like, at this point, it's really just a beatdown.
It's got to be a flawless comeback now from Outlast. And, they need to figure out what energy was shown against them on Ascent and harness that here in Haven. Freight will find 2 to open things up into this round, so things are looking strong now when they do get rifles in their hand. But, You still have some players to walk through just to get control of A. Jason aware of the aggression. Aussie's going to get cleaned up. Robbie in the corner sprays down too. So 3v2 now. Won't be able to reach up top. They know exactly where he is. Paranoid. Robbie trying to get away, and he does. Paint cans will give him some time to breathe.
Spike plant. Trying to go down. Kostin's above. We know Kostin knows how to deliver a beating if given the opportunity. The smoke's going to offer that cover to get away to safety. Dropping down. Looking to transition. Does get the one, however. That's a good bargain for me, but it is not good enough. As Ronan ends up holding firm. It's like Crisis maybe got a little bit too comfortable, getting a bit too aggressive and getting punished out by Outlast, especially towards short in the beginning of that round.
We weren't too worried about that last round for Outlast, but now this is where things considerably start to ramp up when it comes to difficulty against Crisis. You get rifles in their hand. Kostin, tour de force. And I have to keep on, like, kind of thinking back to, you know, Hunter's performance on Neon right now. 5 and 15, constantly getting picked up first. If he can turn things around, it can definitely turn a new leaf for Outlast.
They're respecting Kostin, who's been monumental, but Papi Chulo, massive opening pick, does take some damage, but blessings aplenty as the sky is there to heal things up. That's going to be that reset opportunity. Minute 15 on the clock, and that time, you want to exercise that counter to the best of your ability. However, getting aggro towards Garage with no spike in hand, I hope they don't lose these bodies in Garage, as it's going to be mega damage if they can't get back to the recovery with the rest of the team.
Ronin's from the shadows, spots a few bodies over towards C, so it's kind of full-on execute over to A. Kostin's here with the tour de force. What are you doing, Hunter? A little bit playing with their food, and Freight gets killed. It's going to take time to get the spike down. Outlast will have that player advantage, but now you need to lock down the crossfires. Hunter for the first, Jason a second, Papi Chulo a third, and one by one, they keep things going. Questionable on these, you know, on the sprints coming out from Hunter, but I mean, you get the round win.
You got it, and you can see just how quickly we're snapping to different players via Observer, and that just speaks to just how fast-paced these picks are coming out. They've definitely turned it up a couple notches, and by a couple, I mean a whole honest level up here. It's positive. It's invigorating to see Outlast come back after, if you look on that scoreboard, a huge amount of green tickers on that board. So yeah, massive stuff. Let's see if they can continue that rally and continue to work this default.
Early util, or is A long? Outlast not going to get any information. Kostin Headhunter, what are we going to get? Nobody even trying to dance with the devil. Spike is down for Outlast, so nothing decided just yet. Nothing written in stone, but Hunter is definitely going deep for this. Nebula getting so much information off the sound cues. He has the Rolling Thunder, so you can really shake things up here if you are Nebula. Gonna find the kill with the Sheriff. Goes down. Kostin to follow up right now, keeping numbers in favor of Crisis. As we go back and forth, you gotta be scared right now if you're Outlast until you lock down 2. It's a 1v1 in Kostin. What is this? What is this?
Match point.
I was about to, you know, pick up by saying, wow, Outlast, amazing, dominant take, really good exercising Garage, and then Coasting showed up and said, yeah, 27-7 Strive. Like, I don't know what you really want from me besides massive Headhunter picks. This is a battle of Chamber versus Outlast, it feels like.
It's sloppy. It almost seems like they're a little boomed in the way that I'm seeing these executes take place for Outlast. And Crisis, they're okay with that. I mean, they are playing sound right now, and Valor and Seekers come through. Kostin not even phased. He sits tall, gets the first kill on the Freight. Rendezvous out, and now for the retake, number advantage.
Hunter here. Looking to set up some opportunity, getting so aggressive. The Hail Mary flash push on through. Does get the one. Good support and good backup there. Papi Chulo comes in for the follow-up, and that's what you like to see. 3v2. Nebula, that's your Rolling Thunder here, Seymour. Can they get onto it? Robbie shuts down Ronan very quickly coming in. Papi Chulo is concussed, and that's good for the follow-up too.
Jason!
Oh, Jason! Come on.
Not easy at all, though, when you're going against Crisis. It seems like you got to throw the whole kitchen sink through the window just to get a round win. As the overdrive from Hunter, you know, aggression, and the backup there from Papi Chulo to back it up was successful against Crisis, and it definitely could have gone either way in that situation. It seemed like Outlast were expected to do that, but Crisis just weren't able to win their duels in the back, and Hunter really gives that little bit of an edge for Jason to win that 1v1 at the end. But now a little bit of a broken buy for Crisis. Judge in the hand of Teets. Kosin's gonna get aggro here.
Yeah, that's Ronan reading the room and playing great spot at that too. That's a great way to shut down Kostin. And I don't want to say that's the defining kill of the round, but it could very well be one of the critical factors to keep Crisis on the back foot.
But I think, you know, Kostin was just trying to be bait. See
Maybe.
if, you know, Outlast would bite, walk into Teets with that Judge. But they don't. They go to A. They play it safe now with the post, but just look at how much space they have over towards A. And Crisis, I don't really see a way into this one without just, you know, egoing some duels.
Yeah, and with this gap, maybe that's not a bad option. I'd take that any day of the week here. If it means getting a kill, recovering a gun if possible. Yep.
Thrown in. Bankans will be able to flush out the player, but now Freight's moved up into a position. The flash from the sky, Hunter slides on in, and Aussie hazes the Judge. They don't expect the fade to be tucked away. Won't amount to anything so far, as a 2v1 for Teets is going to be now looking for exit kills through A long. Papi Chulo won't even give him that.
Crisis giving me Outlast vibes on Ascent. That's the summary of the past couple rounds for me. Just having a very hard time closing out. It's borderline. I mean, the situation was rough last round. I can't necessarily say that that's been my feelings aren't based around one specific round per se. It's been a series of events. It started with coasting, getting aggressive at C. You were right. It could have been for bait, but bait or not, it didn't work out. Ronan read it well. And now they have guns in their hand. That's hopefully the closeout chance for them.
Aussie almost makes a miracle there, but
true.
Outlast, they cleaned it up. So going into this next round, where we're going to get Rolling Thunder used early from Outlast over towards A, and all to see if you can pull the attention away. It seems like it's worked, because the rest of Outlast slowly edging their way into C. The smoke is going to be there, and it seems like Teets still lurking will give the information to the team that it was all just a little bit of a ruse, and C is definitely the point of battle.
How do you in a 5v5 play this correctly? There's still an Omen alive, which can be smoke potential. Freight and Kosin back and forth. Aussie Haza continue to siege on through. Nebula, Flash leading it in. Jason countering it. Here comes the attempt to get on through. The fault line doesn't connect, and it's going to be the finale. The summary of this evening's Pit of Valor. Your winners are Crisis, as they bring it together in a 13-7 on Haven with an amazing finisher as well.
It seemed like throughout that whole map, even during the Outlast comeback, Crisis were reading the book of Outlast page by page, word for word, and just understanding every single strategy that this team was bringing to the table. I mean, the depth of knowledge that was shown from Crisis throughout that Haven match, it was just outmatching Outlast on every field. So when looking into that grand final and really kind of looking over it, it just seemed like Outlast could not figure out a way around Crisis. You know, it's hard enough working around Kostin, who is finding so many first bloods and definitely leaving you a little bit high and dry into the latter end of the round. But when you get onto the site and you're trying to, you know, execute in a post plant for your attack, it just seemed like Crisis knew what you were doing time and time again and picking you apart.
Yeah, and part of that, I think, lends well for, you know, if you want to talk about Kostin as one person, but the entire team, every individual played well to their utility and their kit, right? Breach playing Counter Flash, Breach playing the Rolling Thunder retake. Like, every agent conserved, I think, the critical bits of kit that were able to give them that opportunity to either play aggressive or to play strong retake. And that in itself is monumental. Kostin, yeah, I mean, that's Kostin. Doesn't have anything in terms of a flash except an amazing skill of using that mouse one key and crosshair placement. But the rest of the team really supported that agent and gave that opportunity for Chamber to flourish, to get that opening pick, and then allow that whole squad to kind of work their magic from there on out. So for Crisis to come out and win this one the way they did, I mean, they played it superbly well. And I'll say it again, what I said mid-cast. I felt amazing watching this Haven match. It was just so well executed, like you said yourself, Seymour.
It was, you know, I just want to congratulate Crisis for what they did.
Absolutely.
They were cool, calm, collected. Their patience definitely shined a lot inside of those rounds, especially that last round. The patience that they had, to expect the lurk from both Freight and Hunter and take them down side by side was just a heads up play from the players rotating from A to C on that long run, because Hunter was looking for the lurk play. He was waiting on A for all the players to go back to C so that he can get in behind and flank on the whole team. But I think it was just the recognition from Crisis that there were still a few players over towards A. So you need to, keep watching that flank. And they do, and they pick them apart, and they collapse on Jason, who was left alone on C while the rest were trying to, force the gunfights throughout it. Not very strong post-plant idea from Outlast, and it doesn't work, but Crisis, they're going to take the dub all day long. So congratulations, the winners of the Pit of Valor, 99.6, and our new Pit of Valor victors.
Yep, $200 to them, powered by communitygaming.io. Again, Timur mentioned it. Check out their website. Feel free to sign up for not only Pit of Valor Wednesdays. There's tons of different things for you to check out on there. Many different platforms and games. So be sure to visit that. If you haven't already, I believe there's a tweet earlier today saying we had, I think, 4,800 Discord members. And I just checked right now, and we are sitting at a crispy, I want to tell you because I want to be real with it, 4906. So whether it was 48 or 49, I mean, we are just absolutely slapping our way up the tier ladder when it comes to our amazing viewership in terms of Twitch, and also the individual teams and members that compete week in, week out and have joined the GLG family. So, we've gone from $50 weekly prize tournaments to where we are now, the crispy $250 prize pool, and there's so much more to come. There's a reason why Pit of Valor 100 is so delayed, because we're looking to make it an absolute banger for all of our fantastic competitors. So with that note, take great care of yourselves. I wish you all the greatest rest of your week. And be sure to join us on Discord and Twitter so you're not missing out on any of those announcements for POV 100. Timur, it was an absolute pleasure. And a huge shout out again to Kit on the back end on the producer side and Casey on the observer end as well. They continue to push those buttons, move that camera, and make it look oh so good for us week in and week out. So with that note, have a great evening, and catch you guys on the flip side of next week.
To the bank, like, laugh it to the bank, like, I got in it 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s. Laugh it to the bank, like, pedal to the floor, need no break.